Hello, everybody. I hope everybody is doing really well. I'm just turning on TikTok right now so I can make sure my stream is there because obviously we've had some technical difficulties. Okay, let me switch the scene now so you can all see me. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I hope everybody is having a great day. Merle, hello to you. Doge Overpowered, thank you so much for the flower, the rose. Thanks for the rose. Hello. Yes, we are live. We're here. There are still some technical ifs, ands, or buts. I mean, there's always buts in this, but I'm still not sure if my internet's going to be fully functioning. I'm hoping it is. I can't promise it's going to be super solid. I got off the phone yesterday. So after the stream crashed yesterday, if you weren't here, my stream crashed. I should really take a longer time from waking up to starting the stream. If you weren't here yesterday, my stream crashed last night while I was midstream. Same thing it's been doing for the last, week and a half that I've been back. It's a complete nightmare because it just randomly loses all of its bitrate. Hey, Merle, thank you. Thank you, Merle. I appreciate that. You might become my new sugar mommy. Weewin's broke, so maybe you have to become my new sugar mommy.
Twitch really doesn't know how to count.
It really
but I
doesn't.
Guess we are at 32 now.
I can't believe we've known each other that long. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to fly to Europe to meet you and to meet Weewin because, we just have to meet. We have to all be awkward around each other. Anyways, my internet crashed yesterday. It's been doing it for a while. My internet just randomly loses all of its speed. And so it's like it's clogged up. So I called my internet service provider last night. I was on the phone with them for about a half an hour, almost an hour. They had me do all the typical, did you plug it in and unplug it? All that kind of stuff. They had me push the reset button. They had me do something on the computer. And I already knew that it was the modem, but they make you do all those steps because they have to treat everybody like they're an idiot because most of the time they are. I've worked tech support. I know how they feel. It's still frustrating for me because I've worked tech support and I know what I'm doing. But anyway, they finally agreed to send me a new modem, so I am going to be getting that. But the internet did kick back on, so I decided I'll go live. And even if it kicks off after half an hour, at least we were live for a little bit today. There is a thing. They said that it's going to take them 24 to 48 hours for the modem to get here. They're just shipping it to me from FedEx. But they also said that the modem needs to be updated when I get it, which I think is really weird. Shouldn't it already be updated? And it's a tech company. Shouldn't they already have it all set? But anyway, they also said I have to plug it in and it's going to take 24 to 48 hours for the download of the update for them to fix the machine so it works properly. So it seems like these guys are living in 1991. It seems really delayed. So I may be without internet for a while. So I figured I might as well go live now. That way at least we got some stuff and hopefully the modem arrives tonight or tomorrow and I can leave it plugged in when I don't stream and then we can be ready for for Friday. That's the hope anyway. Hello, Ty. How are you? Michael Jackson fan, how are you? Nice to see you again. Venom, you're new here? Welcome to the channel. Here, all we do is play Fortnite and Call of Duty and to get those W's for all the Riz. Yeah, I'm hip. I know these things. How you doing, Ty? How's your evening been? How's the studying going? Yeah, you guys should meet. I want to meet you guys. It's a little bit harder for me to go down there because I can't just pop on over for a couple of hours. But I do want to meet you because I think it would be really fun. I think we're all just slightly awkward enough that we would have a decent time together. And you guys can show me around a little bit because I've never been overseas. I've never been to Europe. I've traveled, I've been to a lot of the states, but I've also been to Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. I've been through the Americas, never to full South America, but I've been through the Americas, but I've never been to Europe, and I would love to go to Europe. I think it would be amazing. And it would be really fun to go with people that we don't know each other, but we've chatted and stuff. It wouldn't be like me going there by myself and not knowing what to do. Because if it was just me, I'd end up just being in the hotel the whole time, doing nothing. We went, hello, welcome. How are you? Good. Maybe you made a good move in pulling away from social media a little bit. I don't know if you've actually done it, but you said you were going to, so maybe that's what's helping. Michael Jackson, it always feels that way, especially now. It feels like you're a new viewer all the time. Like for you, I mean, it would feel like you're a new viewer all the time because my stuff changes all the time. My stream is really, really like not stable right now as far as like what I do, how I do it, how often I do it, all that kind of stuff. I'm just kind of doing my own thing. So it's definitely not like, you know, we've got like an established setup here, you know, and you're still relatively new. It takes a little bit for people to kind of grow into the community. Like I know eventually you're gonna have your own little like group of friends within the chat that you'll talk to as like the channel grows, obviously. So all that like plays a factor. We just haven't gotten there yet. The community's not quite big enough yet to start building little niches, which is what I used to have. You know, when my community was bigger, well, like my active community was bigger, you know, there were like 2 or 3 groups that they were friends. Everybody was friends with each other, but like there were 2 or 3 groups that like they talked to each other all the time. It was really cool. Eventually, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. No worries, man. No worries. You hang out for a few minutes and then head out. You know, that's fine. But I'm glad that it's working. That might be what it is. Like you were studying, but because of like distractions, you weren't really absorbing what you were studying, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? But I'm glad, dude. You've got some time. You can make it up. You know, you can make it up. You're almost done with the tunnel. Oh my God, so much time on it. So much time on it. I only know about Merca. But yeah, I'm on here just because I'm hoping. Is the music playing? Yeah, it's playing, right? Yeah. I'm only on here because I'm hoping that the internet won't crash, but I can't promise that it won't. If it does crash, obviously I'm going to hope that it kicks back on, but it may just suddenly die like it did yesterday. Like I was without internet for over an hour yesterday because it just would not work. Thankfully, the guy I spoke to on the phone yesterday was a lot more understanding. The first person I spoke to was adamant that it was my hardware, that it wasn't the router. Or the modem. He thought it was my router that I bought. He's like, oh, well, you don't rent a router from us. You should rent a router, and that would be guaranteed. It's like, dude, you guys give the bottom barrel routers. Like, you guys give the crappiest routers. You don't give good routers. My router is like $250. It's a really good router. I bought it specifically because it's a good router. And so like I'm not gonna trust your crap, and then get rid of my expensive one. It's obviously your crap that's causing this issue. So this new guy at least understood that, and he's like, no, it's clearly our router. Like, if you're plugged in directly, because he's even like, do you want to unplug your router and just plug it into the modem? And I was like, it is plugged into the modem. Like, I have nothing else plugged in except for my PC, and I've got no signal. He's like, okay, let me run a few tests. He's like, okay, yeah, I can see that the modem, the connection going to it is fine, but it seems like there is a problem with the speeds. He's like, you've had it since 2020, so yeah, it's probably about time we switch it up. I'm like, yeah, man. Like crap. So hopefully it stays. That's what I'm getting at, is hopefully it stays. Nice, man. It feels nice when you feel like you're actually progressing, you know? Oh man, Alien Isolation 2. I played Alien Isolation 1. I got stuck. I'm not very good at those games where you have to like sneak the whole time. And I got stuck. And then it got to the point, I have this thing in my personality that I get angry once I get to a certain level of pretty much anything. When I feel enough pain, I start getting angry, and not angry in like a way like I'm gonna fight it, like angry as in like I start getting frustrated. And the same thing happens when I'm scared. There's a certain level of fear that I can feel that is enjoyable. Then there's a certain level of fear that I feel where it's just fear. And then there's a point where it kind of spills over and I just start getting frustrated. It's no longer like even like rage stuff. Like it's not like, screw this game. It's just more like I'm not having fun because I don't know what to do, and like I've already faced this already. And so that kind of happened with Alien Isolation, where I was playing and I got to a point where I didn't know where to go, and I was so scared of the alien and the stupid infected robot dudes that all I was doing was hiding, and I wasn't moving forward. So I was getting frustrated because I was so scared. But that game is so good. I do want to go back and check it out. I want to play it again. We've got to like start implementing more horror games into here. We just haven't yet. speaking of gameplay, I don't know what I'm gonna do today. I'm not in the mood for anything. I'm also not. I had promised that I was gonna. I think Don Tavis was the one that asked. I had promised that I was gonna do Resident Evil today. I'm not going to, only because I don't know what's happening with the internet. And when I have the headset on, it's hard for me to tell if anything goes wrong. And the computer doesn't always tell me when the internet disconnects. So at least this way, I could be watching the screen. So if anything does happen, I could try to work with it. Whereas if I was in VR, there would be like the hassle of having to take off the whole headset, put it somewhere safe, then try to unplug things, and I don't want to deal with that until the computer's fixed, or until the internet is kind of fixed. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I think I want to fully restart Dead Space again because we played it when it first got launched, and then I stopped playing it when my dad died. My dad's been dead for 2 months now, and so like I don't want to jump back in because I turned it on to see how the setup was for my TV because I moved things around. I'm not used to sitting in the other living room. I always sat in the living room that's like up here, but I don't sit up here anymore. I'm sitting in the back living room, and I wanted to see how like the whole setup looks. So I turned on Dead Space to see the HDR and stuff, and I realized I have no idea what's happening in the story because it's been a while. So I think I'm gonna play it again, but I'm gonna restart it, go back to the beginning and play it again. I was actually considering doing it today, but I decided not to, just because I have to unplug the Xbox and stuff, and I just don't want to deal with that right now. But Dead Space is amazing. Dead Space is awesome. The Kevin Nair trimming video? No. I don't even know who Kevin Nair is. So I'm going to say no, just because I don't know if it's going to be one of those trash heap alpha dudes, or if it's like an annoying little kid. I don't know what it would be, so I'm going to say no for now. I also don't really do reaction videos. Sorry. I'm thinking I will do a reaction day one day, but not right now. Not right now. I'm also like stressed to the max with my tech stuff, so I wouldn't enjoy watching it. Even if it was a really funny video, I wouldn't enjoy it because I'm so stressed out right now that it wouldn't be enjoyable for me. And then you guys would just watch me kind of be like, oh, even though it might have been the funniest thing in the world. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that the video is bad. I'm just saying like I probably wouldn't react to it well right now because I'm like on eggshells, trying not to even like look at my computer the wrong way or it might turn off. Yeah, Dead Space is honestly Dead Space. I had so much fun with it. Where did I put my phone? There it is. I had so much fun with it. I stopped because my dad died, and now I'm like I don't know what I'm doing in it, so it's a good excuse to restart it. I mean, we've played the original Dead Space on the channel 3 separate times, so I'm okay with restarting the remake. Plus, now that like my setup is different, now that nobody's here, now I feel less stressed about having to listen out for Nora all the time, or like the guilt that I'm streaming isn't there anymore. I mean, I'm still kind of, it's really weird. This is off topic. It's really weird how psychology works, at least my psychology. I still feel guilty when I'm done the stream, because I've spent so many years feeling guilty for streaming that I still feel guilty when I'm done streaming, even though there's nobody to respond to when I get out. Like I get off the stream, I go out into the living room, and I have this feeling of like, man, I didn't do all the things I'm supposed to do. I got to do them now before somebody yells at me. But there's nobody to yell at me. It's a really weird thing that I have to like get over. It's a weird feeling. I gotta say, it's a really weird feeling. Anyways, continuing down the line of like the things that I'm dealing with, or not dealing with, but like that I'm clarifying within my own tech issues. It's definitely the computer. Hold on, I'm gonna take a picture. It's definitely the camera that is my issue. Can you see it? Yeah. Do you notice how the cable coming out of it is all like bent and everything? I've had to actually like bend it in that way so it puts pressure on the HDMI cable so it works. So it is the HDMI port. I tried like at first it was if you look at ports, HDMI ports or whatever, especially the micro HDMI, it's got like a little motherboard in the middle of it, and then the outside is the metal sheathing. I had originally the metal sheathing open so it was loose, but now the metal sheathing and the whole port has actually tilted so it's not straight on. So when I put the HDMI port in, it doesn't make contact. I've actually got to pull it so it's like bent so it actually causes signal. So that's the problem. So the camera is gone, it's done for. But this should at least work for now. But like even if I look at it the wrong way, it turns off. But yeah, so the camera is definitely done. I tried looking online on like the Canadian version of Craigslist, and the cheapest. They have this one. Somebody's asking like $500 for it, but I've already had problems with this. I'd be worried buying a used one that it would be the same thing, so I don't really want to buy this camera. But I looked up my TikTok camera, which is like the most budget-friendly one that's out there right now, and it's still like $850 used. Like, that's a lot of money. I don't want to pay that much money for a stream camera. I'm not looking forward to that. I had mentioned the Canon camera that I was looking at. That's like $400. They don't sell it anymore. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm a little bit stressed out because right now the only cameras that are available that I know can do this is the ZV-E10, which is $1,000 here, or other Canon cameras, which some of them do not work without turning off after half an hour. So they don't work in the way that I want, and the ones that do work in the way that I want are like $1,500. So I'm a little bit concerned. And I was trying to look at webcams, but I don't like the way webcams look. And I can't justify spending $400 for a really nice webcam when I could get a used mirrorless camera for a couple $100 more, and the quality is going to be head and shoulders above it. So like, tech issues suck. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. The HDMI port is dead. Right now, I have it set so like it's in between both my monitors, and I have the HDMI port sticking out, and I've kind of like twisted it so it's being pushed on by the monitors. So the HDMI port is actually like bending, so it makes contact with the pins, because it doesn't make contact anymore. If it's not all twisted and everything, it doesn't work. But by twisting it, I'm putting pressure on it, which is eventually going to wear it down and break it too. So I need to replace it, but they're so expensive. They're so friggin' expensive. I really don't want to have to, but I might have to. It might be able to be repaired. Like, I'm assuming it can be repaired. I just don't know if anybody is within the price range to repair it. Do you know what I mean? That would make it worth it. Because, like, this camera used is going for about $450, $500. So if the repair's like $300, not worth it for me. I might as well just buy another one. They don't sell it new anymore, though. It's an old camera, which makes it less worth repairing for me. Because who knows what else is going to fail on it. It already has and this is another reason that I don't want to repair it. The zoom knob at the top doesn't work. If I zoom it in, I can't zoom it back out, which is like incredibly frustrating, because sometimes as I'm like working on the camera, I'll knock the little zoom button and it zooms in, and then getting it to zoom out is almost impossible. So I have to like hope that I can reset it by unplugging it and stuff, and eventually the reset kicks in and the zoom doesn't do anything. But it's like it's problematic. It's problematic. It's okay, man. I don't even want to fix it. Just because it's already faulty. You know, I don't want to put good money behind bad money. You know. Hey, Homelander, how's it going? Welcome. It's just I don't want to have to spend the money, but I have to. I'm gonna have to. Actually, while I'm here, let me look, because I've only been looking on my tablet, and sometimes, for some reason, things that show up on my tablet aren't the same as what shows up on, like, the big computer. Best Buy. Let's see. I'll even put it on screen so you guys can see it. That's not the one that I want to put on the window. I'll just do it here. And then if I, what am I trying to do? I don't even know what I'm trying to do. I'm still feeling a little bit dazed. I'm sorry, everybody. Okay. So here's the Best Buy site. Let's see what we can see. It's called the Canon M200, I think. Yeah, sure, use my location. Yeah, see, sold out. It's $629. It's gone up in price. It used to be $400. Well, it used to be $499. Everything has shot up. It's so stupid. ZVE10. Jonathan, thank you for the roses. How are you? Welcome. Pokemon, how's it going, man? How are you? How's life? Yeah, see, look, $8.99. Once you include the taxes, and we also have like an environmental tax here in my province, which is like usually 15 or 20 bucks, it brings it up to $1,000 for this camera, which is the one I already have. But I know I really like it, so I wouldn't mind buying another one, but still. Jonathan, thank you for the roses again. Thanks for the rose. I'm doing really well. How are you? How are things going? Yeah, it does suck for us poor people, Weeman. It does. Like, man, $9.99. $8.99 for this one, but I'm assuming this, it says available to ship, so I'm assuming this isn't actually from Best Buy, maybe? I don't know. Or is it because it's white and the black one is the new one? I don't freaking know. I'm guessing just because it's black. Oh, that's why, because it's body only. Yeah, see, this is what I want, because I've got lenses. I don't need another one of the exact same lenses I already have, but $8.99 is a lot of money for a camera. Like, a lot of money. Let's go to shop. Cameras. Mirrorless cameras. Not even by brand. Price low to high. And pick it up at nearby stores. $1,010.99. Exactly. Exactly. I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. Jonathan, I'm on all of them. Thank you for the rose again. But yeah, like the M50 does like can be used, but there's something about it that I didn't like. I can't remember what it was though. I can't remember what the issue was with this camera that I didn't like. Is it that it only does 720p? I can't remember. There's something about this camera that I didn't like, the M50, the reason I didn't get it. And why I went for the ZV-E10, which is this one. But see, it goes straight from the M50 up to the ZV-E10. Like, that's a huge leap in price. That's a huge leap in price. When I bought this one for $500 and I bought the ZV-E10 for $800. The ZV-E10 I bought just like a year and a half ago. And it's gone up in price instead of down in price. It's so stupid. My camera's broken, Jonathan, so they wouldn't take it on a trade-in if it's broken. How about Henry's? Henry does cameras. Henry's. Photography. I love that. You can tell photography companies are still stuck in the 90s because they call them digital cameras. And like, that's just such an old-fashioned way to categorize them. I get film cameras are still a thing, but it's just a very old-fashioned way to categorize them. All right, see you later, Jonathan. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I don't even know. The ZV-E10, $999. $6,700, $2,400. Like, damn, man. Here's the M200, $629. Oh, man. And with the M200, I would still have to buy a battery because I have battery packs for the Sony cameras. I don't have battery pack for the Canon camera anyway. Out of stock, yeah, see? And it wouldn't be able to be here until October. Holy crap, man. I'm just out of luck. I'm just completely out of luck. Well, it's working right now, so that's all I can hope for, you know? It's working. Really, really disheartening, to say the least. What's Amazon look like? Ooh, I'm feeling a little bit weird. My ADHD meds have... Wow, they've hit me really weird today. Well, there's an M200 right now that would be here in a week at Best Buy, and it's $5.99 instead of the $6.99, so it's actually $100 off. But I still need to buy the battery. Yeah, the ZV-E10 is $8.99 here as well. It's really disheartening. It really is. Oh, Michael Jackson, you have no idea. I'm like obsessed with cameras. I could spend hours and hours looking at cameras, watching reviews on them, and like I love cameras. I love cameras. Man. Yeah. It's really sad. For me, not for anybody else. Nobody else cares. Only I care. Only I care. Yeah, I don't even see an A5100 on Amazon. Sometimes they have like other sellers that sell them. There's even a ZV-1 which doesn't have interchangeable lenses. It's just the built-in lens. But I don't think that would do what I want. At that point, I might as well just get a regular thing, you know? Oh, man. Oh, well. So back to stream content. I don't know what I'm going to play today. I'm feeling really, like, out of it, which I don't know why. I don't know what I want to play today. Yeah, I don't know what I want to play today. Let's see. I'm like super distracted. A6000? No, A6100. Do they have any used ones of those on Amazon? Do. I like this song. Tummy's hurting. My tummy is hurting. Yeah, it's only got 200 viewers today. It's more than we have had lately, though. Maybe I'll do. I bet you it is, man. You should live stream it. You should live stream it. You'd be so famous so fast. You'd be a famous streamer like in like a day and a half. You'd be such a famous streamer that it would happen in reverse time. You would have been a famous streamer yesterday if you started today. No, it doesn't even. Do I want that or do I want that? I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm torn right now between Subnautica or continuing with The Forest. What do you guys think I should do? The Forest or Subnautica? I don't have anything Nintendo hooked up, Michael Jackson. I got nothing Nintendo hooked up to my computer right now. Sponsored. I'm so sick of Kijiji. This is the Canadian Craigslist, basically. Everything they post now is just sponsored ads. There's no actual like regular ads you can ever find. Yeah, all of it sponsored ads. A5100, nothing. All sponsored ads. ZVE10. There's one. $849. Mirrorless camera. But is it just the body? I think it's just the body, and she wants $849. It's $899 for it brand new. Why would I buy it from you for $849? When I can get it for $50 more with the warranty? Why wouldn't I get the warranty for $50 extra from Sony? And 0 shutter count rather than a low shutter count. Approximately 1,000 shots. It's been owned for 1 year, so there's no protection. And no lens. And you're $50 cheaper than the actual price at Best Buy. For those $50, I could just get it brand new. Some of these people are the dumbest people when they're trying to sell things. I had a lady, I was looking to get like a desktop setup for my editing because I've been using a MacBook Air. But a 13-inch screen is really uncomfortable to edit on. And because it's the MacBook Air, it doesn't have a fan, so it would throttle a lot when it got hot while I was editing. And so I wanted a desktop setup so I could edit a little bit easier, and that way I didn't have to worry about it overheating, and it would just be a smoother process for me. So I was looking between a Mac Mini or an iMac. And I found a lady who was selling an iMac in my region, and she was asking $1,500. And she's like, $1,500 solid price. So I messaged her back. I'm like, I'll give you $1,200. And then she's like, I paid $1,900 for this computer. I'm like, yes. I'm like, but Apple has a refurbished one for $1,400. And then she's like, no. And then she sends me the screenshot to Apple's website saying, you know, $1,899 or whatever. And I was like, yes, that is a brand new one. Like, but the refurbished one, and I sent her a screenshot back. I'm like, it's $1,400 with a 1-year guarantee, and it's been refurbished, and Apple doesn't just like clean it. They're not DK oldies. They will actually like take it apart and replace certain parts. Like, so it's practically brand new, and they're $100 cheaper than you. I'm like, so I'll give you $1,200. And then she's like, no. I was like, exactly. You're an idiot. You're asking more money than the company itself is. I'd rather just get it from the company itself. Why would I spend more money with somebody that I don't know with no warranty? Like, you're an idiot. And this was about 2 months ago. Her ad is still up. She still hasn't sold the thing. Some people are just stupid. Like, they just don't understand how to sell things. And it's the same thing here. For $50 more, I could just get it brand new. Why would I spend almost the same price and not have a warranty when I could just spend $50 more and get a 1-year warranty on it? So dumb. So dumb. Sea of Stars? I've never even heard of Sea of Stars. What's that? I don't have that installed either, Michael Jackson. Sorry, dude. I'm going to say this, Michael Jackson. I'm going to assume every game you're going to suggest, I'm probably not going to have installed. I don't have very much installed on my computer right now. Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, I'm actually not a fan of Apple. There are things about Apple that I like. And not even like Apple, but the way that they've done it that doesn't have the exact answer on Windows. And that isn't as well refined on Windows. Because if there's one thing about Windows that I hate is how buggy it is. Like, it doesn't matter how high-end your computer is or how low-end your computer is. You're going to have random crashes. You're going to have random things stop working. Like yesterday, my C920 wasn't working at all. My just waiting camera wasn't working at all. Wasn't being recognized. I like switched the ports and everything, and it finally kicked in out of nowhere. Today I turned it on. It's working fine. So I don't know why. And when it came to video editing, the big thing was that my computer would just randomly shut the program down and it wouldn't save what I was doing. So then I would sometimes be like on a 1-hour streak of like editing without thinking and saving, and then all of a sudden it crashes, and now I have to go back and redo that one whole hour. Whereas like my Apple stuff, when I'm using Final Cut Pro, I've been using Final Cut now for about a year and a half, I think. And in that year and a half, I've maybe had 3 crashes. Whereas when I was using DaVinci and when I was using Premiere, which is Adobe's video editing thing, I was getting a crash once a week without fail. And like, I'm using a 2070 and a Ryzen 7. Like, I'm not using a low-end computer. It's not the highest end, but I'm not using a low-end computer. 32 gigs of RAM, and it would still crash at least once a week, which became really frustrating. And then the other thing is the AirDrop. I really, really like the fact that I can just AirDrop things back and forth without having to think. And, you know, somebody said, well, just use the Google thing, the Google box or whatever it's called. But that entails me having to upload it and then download it again. And if I want to switch things back and forth multiple times, it's a pain in the ass to have to upload, then download, then upload, then download back and forth. Whereas AirDrop, I just push a button and it just sends. So it's like that convenience is what has made Apple the choice for me. But Apple itself, not a big fan of how they do things. You know, it's really expensive. It's very limiting because at least with PCs, I know that I can buy stuff now and then down the line upgrade it, and I know I can keep up with time without having to spend an arm and a leg. Whereas Apple, I buy it now and I'm stuck with what I've got now until I replace it. And that really sucks. Although Apple's very good at making things future-proof, so like that mitigates it a little bit. But yeah, when I see somebody that buys it, like when I was in college and I was watching these other nursing students come in with like MacBook Pros to take notes. Why do you have a MacBook Pro? You're taking notes. You're not actually like editing. You're not, programming. You're not doing anything on it except for taking notes and watching YouTube. Why buy a $2,500 laptop for that? You could buy a $400, what are they called? Ultrabook or whatever. And it'll do the exact same thing at the exact same way. Like, you're not getting any benefit just because it's got an Apple symbol on it. Whereas for me, the big part was just like the ease of use when it came to editing. Like MacBooks come with like one of the nicest screens on laptops, so the video editing color calibration is great. But yeah, it's I'm not a huge fan of Apple. I like using them, and I own a lot of Apple stuff because once you kind of go into the ecosystem, it's just easier to stay in the ecosystem. So like I have my MacBook, I've got an iPad Air, an iPad Mini, I've got my Mac Mini, I've got my Apple Watch, and I've got my iPhone. So like I'm in the ecosystem, but like the watch I had to get because regular Android watches don't really work well with Apple, so it was just made more sense to get the Apple Watch, so I had all the functionality. And I got my iPhone only because when I was going in to renew my contract, they didn't have anything that was like up to date. The free Android phone they had was the generation before the last, so it was like 2 generations old. And then they had the brand new iPhone 13 and it was free. So I was like, I'll just get the iPhone then. And so like that kind of sucked me in. But then like I got the iPad because it's a good way to like be on the go to edit and stuff. And because I'm already using a Mac, I know I can interchange things pretty easily that way. If I come home and I'm mid-edit, I can just switch it over. I've got the MacBook still only because I haven't been able to sell it because it's got a cracked bezel. But like I just stuck with it because it's just easier for me that way. But yeah, I'm not a big fan. I will say though, their tablets are pretty impressive. They are very limited compared to Android when it comes to like customization and stuff, but my Apple tablets just work and I don't have to worry about anything, which is really nice. It's the only thing I could really give Apple that I can say, yeah, that is head and shoulders above everything else. Is it just works, and it works well no matter what, which is what I like. Fantasy Dude, hello. And they hate each other. Yeah, and that's the problem, Fantasy Dude, is like going cross-platform is a complete and utter nightmare. It's the problem I run into now, where like if I have an issue with my PC and I need to download something and I'm on my Mac, trying to transfer it to my PC can sometimes be a complete nightmare because they don't recognize each other properly. And so like if I take a portable hard drive that I've set up on my PC and I plug it into my Mac, I can see the files, but I can't write onto the hard drive, so I can't transfer anything back. But then if I transfer things with a hard drive that was set up on my Mac, the computer can't see it, so I can't transfer that way either. Like it's I hate it. So that's why I try to like stick to one ecosystem. So like for streaming and gaming and stuff, all PC. But for everything else, I've stuck with Mac just to avoid the headache of having to like convert files or hard drives. And I hate it. I hate it so much. Like it's such a dumb obstacle. And that's how Apple gets you. And it really sucks. It really sucks. And that's it, right? Like when they offered the free iPhone, and I wasn't really willing to go to iPhone. I really liked Android. I was fine with everything that I had on it. Especially when the power is so much more for the same price as what you would get with Apple. But at the time I was just starting my TikTok and I was like, you know what? I'll do it. First, it's free. If I want Android, I'm gonna have to pay, and I don't want to pay. I just want to get something for free, or free at the time anyway. So I'm like, I can do Apple, and it's much more optimized, so you can record right on your phone to the app, and the quality is going to be much higher than it would be on Android. So I was like, you know what, it's worth it. And so that's kind of how I started. Like I said, if you're in the ecosystem makes it worth it because they all interact with each other really well. And so transferring files over and, doing things from one to the other is very cohesive. So you don't feel like you have to relearn things between different apps and different platforms. But it's limiting. It can be limiting. Having Apple is rough sometimes. Even the editing process, there's a lot to be said for how powerful Apple is, but you have to consider how much power it draws. That's what makes it worthwhile. When you look at like the M1, the M2 chip, and soon the M3 chip, it's powerful, but a lot of Windows people will be like, well, Windows is far more powerful. Like any PC stuff is way more powerful for the same price, and it is. But you're also consuming way more electricity. So if you want to have a portable thing like a laptop, your PC laptop is not going to be able to perform at the same level as the MacBook and have as much battery life. You might be able to edit for an hour on a Windows laptop using the same amount of processing power as you can get 10 hours out of a MacBook, because they're just so much better at power draw. That being said, they're legitimately weaker than PC components are, because you can get a far more powerful PC for the same price as a MacBook. They've got their ups and downs, right? They've got their ups and downs. The big thing for me with editing is, although the power is weaker than what I could potentially get out of a PC, it's way more stable. So it may be weaker, but it never crashes on me, and it edits behind the scenes as I'm working. So it feels like it's faster because it's able to compile while I'm working. So when I finally go to export, it's halfway done already. Whereas PCs are not as streamlined. So by the time I go to export, I've already crashed 3 times. And then the export's starting from scratch. So now it's going to take 20 minutes to export instead of the 3 minutes it takes me on my Mac. So it's like, yeah, the power's weaker, but it's just so much more refined that it's an easier process for me. But then you can buy like a PC, a Windows laptop for like $1,000, and it's going to have double the power than the MacBook that costs $2,000 does. So it's like, it's give and take. It's give and take. It really depends on what's going to work the best for you, you know? And poof, it's done. Exactly. There's a lot more user friendliness in Mac when it comes to taking care of problems. Mac feels less user friendly only because it's way more restricted. And so like you can't do as much freely as you can on Windows, but it's almost like they've made it as idiot proof as possible, so that way you don't have to think about it when something goes wrong, which is really nice. That's one of the main things that I like about Mac, is I don't have to think about it. Whereas with Windows, almost daily I have to like deal with some kind of alert or some kind of issue, as I've just been talking about at the beginning, where my internet crashes for no reason, or like my back camera doesn't work, or the front camera suddenly stops working, or whatever. I don't have to deal with any of that on Mac. It just works. But it's not for everybody, and it's far overpriced, like ridiculously overpriced. Although there have been a lot of people that like look at the hardware. Oh no, there it goes. Uh-oh, I'm getting like the unstable internet signal. We might disconnect. There have been people that have compared like apples to apples. They look at the actual hardware and the performance of the hardware and compare it to something comparable on Windows. And the prices are fairly well priced. Like it's actually not overpriced. But the reason it looks overpriced is because when you look at like the dry numbers, where you look at like how much performance they have on paper, most people think of it like, if you think of like 8 gigs of RAM, which is what my Mac Mini has. When you think of 8 gigs on Windows, that's laughably low. And it is low on Mac too. But the way that the chipset is built up, the 8 gigs can outperform 16 gigs on Windows, just because it's done in a much more streamlined way. So then once you start like comparing it much more evenly, the price is there. But it's still expensive. And if you're not going to use it for what it actually has strengths in, then it's completely overpriced. Like buying a MacBook just to browse the internet and answer emails is stupid. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. If you have the money to do it, do it. I like Mac, so I'm okay with it. But it's definitely a waste of money. But if you're like me and you're using it and you're actually pushing it by editing and doing photo editing and, you know, making thumbnails, then yeah, it's worth the money, because it will perform very smoothly and you won't have any major issues, any major hiccups. Right now, the biggest hiccup I have on my Mac Mini is I bought an external hard drive. Like it's a stand for the Mac Mini, and it has a little port for an external hard drive, and the port is really slow, and I edit off that hard drive, so my editing can be really slow sometimes just because the port is bad. And that has nothing to do with the Mac Mini, that just has to do with the dock that I'm using. But I am getting a new one, hopefully in the next few days. which should resolve that problem. But still, you know, I never even have to think about it when I'm editing. I have my iPad Air, and I've got Final Cut Pro on there, and I can fully edit my 4K TikToks and stuff on there, and it, no problem. Like, completely works flawlessly. Only downside is Final Cut Pro is still missing some features on the iPad. Like, color balancing is non-existent on that thing, and that's a nightmare because I like to use log footage, which is like a really flat color image, and then I like to set up the image myself, and I can't do that on the iPad Air with Final Cut. But yeah, it really depends on what your use is, right? It's not for everybody. It's really not for everybody. Your average editing skills are fine on Windows. Yeah, like, you can do it on Windows. For me, it's just the stability. There's a lot more features on Windows when it comes to like editing and stuff. There's a lot more freedom. There's a lot more support. Even like watching people give advice on editing, all of it is done on either Final Cut or DaVinci. Nobody ever, or not Final Cut, on Premiere or DaVinci. Nobody ever talks about Final Cut when it comes to like editing tips and stuff because it's not super popular. But the fact that like I never have crashes, that's the biggest one for me, is I never have crashes. And that's what I like, because I'm editing using 4K footage and I'm using like transitions or overlays and stuff like that, it adds up to the computer. So when it crashes and you've got an hour of editing that's just gone, it sucks. It really sucks. Whereas with my Mac, even if it does crash, on the really rare time it crashes, it's constantly saving behind the scenes. So even if it crashes, the most I've ever had to redo is about 2 minutes of work. So those are the things that make Mac worth it for me, but that doesn't make it worth it for everybody, and it makes it worth it for very few people. It's a very specific niche that needs it. Was that Jonathan with some more roses right now? Thank you, Jonathan. If you like to work on your computer, get a Mac. If you like to work on your computer, get a PC. Yeah, and like, the PC is capable of much more, almost always. It's just not, it's not as stable. That's the big thing. It's the same thing between Android and iPhone, right? The Android fans are very, not all of them, but like the toxic ones are very much like the console wars people, where it's like, Android's the only way to go. If you use Apple, you're an idiot. And then the Apple people are like, well, if you use Android, then you're just a plebe. You don't actually have like the power of Apple, and you didn't pay for the premium quality and blah, blah, blah. They both have their benefits, right? Like with Android, you're getting some of the latest features on a phone anywhere. With iPhone, you're a couple of years behind. But in those couple of years behind, you get the most refined version of whatever it is that Android's been doing for a while. With Android, you're getting a whole bunch of bugs and like unknowns and like not necessarily compatible with everything in the right way. And so it's like you pay for having cutting edge by having less stability. With Android, you pay by having it later behind, but you get like the full stability and support. And with an iPhone, you know that 5 years down the line, it's still going to perform as well as it did in the first day, as far as like being able to just download an app and it works. Whereas with Android, you don't know if your chip today is going to be working in 2 years with the latest stuff that downloads then. So it's like, that's they've got their benefits and drawbacks, right? It just depends on what your need is, you know? In Clip Jam, yeah. You know, I've always been a Windows user. I used Mac a little bit, probably about 15 years ago, where I was in this big tech kick. I was like watching a bunch of videos, and then I started buying some used Mac equipment, and like really old. Like I had a MacBook Pro, but it was like a 2005 MacBook Pro, and this was in like 2008 or 2010. No, it must have been like 2010. So it was a few years old, and I thought it was really cool, but it was old used Mac hardware, so it wasn't really great, and it was still using the Intel CPUs, so they weren't like super refined. And then I was Windows. I've always been Windows. I like Windows. But like I said, I went into Mac because I already had the iPhone, and then I was like, well, I can edit on my Mac and have it on my phone, and like it's easier that way. So then I bought the MacBook Air, the M1, and that's when I was like, okay, this is a far superior experience than the first time I used Mac. And then I just kind of went deeper and deeper into the whole Mac ecosystem, and Out of the two, I prefer the Mac ecosystem for day-to-day use, for like just being able to like browse the internet and whatever. But I still like Windows better because I can do a lot more with Windows and I have more freedom with Windows than I do with Mac. So I'm okay with using both. I'm happy with both. It's just my case is very, very specific, you know? Patrick, I don't care for those games, so I have no thoughts at all. No thoughts at all. I'm seriously considering iPhone. Yeah, it's very hard to change, and the iPhone is very restricting. And if you're the type of person that likes to customize your homepage and like, you know, be able to tweak things and have like an easier way to get like emulators and files and all that kind of stuff, you're gonna really struggle. That was the biggest hurdle I had with iPhone. Was I liked that I could just plug my Android into the computer and it was like a USB stick and I could just like transfer files back and forth, and I could just, if I had movies on my hard drive, I could just put them on my phone, you know, and being able to like customize my desktop was a nice thing, or like my homepage or whatever, home screen was a nice feature to have. I don't use it though. I actually prefer Apple's lack of customizability because then I don't have to think about it. It's just all there. But transferring files sucks. Just recently, about 3 months ago, I hadn't really been transferring files onto my phone for a really long time, and then I had a bunch of audiobooks I wanted to put on my phone, and when I plugged it in, I didn't realize that when I set my phone up, it was with my old laptop, and my old laptop broke, and so when I plugged my phone into my computer, it was like, this is a new computer, we have to wipe your phone, and I had no choice but to do a complete wipe. And not the actual like OS or anything. I just had to wipe the songs and everything, the stuff that was synced between both. And it erased all of my music and all of my audiobooks that were already on my phone, and I didn't have other backups of it. So I lost half my audiobooks. That part sucks. That part really sucks about Apple. That is like one of the worst things about Apple. And I'm not saying it's the worst as in like that's like the only thing. I mean, as in like, the one thing that really makes me hate Apple is that is like something that makes me absolutely detest Apple. And it can be rough. It can be rough changing over. But if you get into the ecosystem fully, like how I have the tablet and the phone and the watch and the computer, it's such a seamless connection between all. Like I've got the AirPod Pros, and I can literally be listening to something on my phone. I can shut it off and turn it on my tablet, and it will continue on my tablet, and the headphones will just swap over without me having to think about it, which is really, really nice. Whereas like I have Sony headphones, and to switch them between like my phone and my tablet and my computer and my TV, I have to like go into my app, have that load, which can take up to 5 minutes sometimes. Once it's loaded, click the connections, disconnect one of them, manually connect the other, then it's got to go and run through the process of connecting, then it finally connects and it's good to go. And if I have to do that every single time I want to switch, it's a pain in the ass. Whereas with my iPhone stuff, it just switches without me even having to ask it, which is great. So it's like the ecosystem is what makes it worth it, but it's really hard to switch over because it's so different. It's just such a different experience. No, not at all, Patrick. Not at all. I think the PlayStation Portal is going to sell as well as Sony expects it to sell because of the Sony fans. But I don't think it's actually ever going to pick up with anybody else but the Sony fans. I think it is a very stupid product, and if anything, it guarantees that we're not going to get a PS Vita. It's going to do the opposite. It's not going to bring it back. It's actually like putting an extra nail in the coffin for the Vita and the PSP. So it's doing the opposite of what you're asking, because it's literally something that nobody wants. It's not a product that's worth it in any way. If it was cheaper, then yeah, I would say that at least opens up the possibility. Or if it was more powerful, that it could do some stuff like just play PlayStation Now at least, so you don't need a PS5. If they could do that, if it had PlayStation Now, no capability of playing anything on its own, just if it had capability of PlayStation Now, so you could buy it without a PS5, buy a PlayStation Now membership, and then you could have PlayStation 5 games in the palm of your hand, even though it's limited by needing Wi-Fi and not being able to take it anywhere because it doesn't have anything built in. Just by having that capability, it would not only make it worth it, that would actually up PlayStation Now sales. I don't understand why Sony didn't think of it that way, because that little feature, it's already got Wi-Fi built in, so it can't be that hard to get it on. That little feature alone would bring in people who maybe don't have the money to spend $1,000 on a new console or $500 on a new console, whatever it is. And they could just spend $200 on a controller and have access to the PS5 category, PS5 catalog. And then it could, like, you know, give people that little bit of an itch of wanting to buy the console. It's a really stupid business move, and I don't understand what they're thinking. But I also know that they know their fans are going to eat everything up that they put down. The same way Nintendo knows the exact same thing. Nintendo can be so anti-consumer, so completely predatory. They are complete and utter bullies. They are the bullies of video game companies. But they put on this, like, Disney-esque family-friendly image that their fans will, like, not only defend them tooth and nail, but will attack anybody who calls out their predatory behavior. And Sony knows they have the same type of fans. And so they know they can sell this piece of trash, and Sony fans will not only eat it up, but they're going to sing its praises as if it is the best thing in like the latest and greatest video game thing. It's nuts. It's nuts. Xbox doesn't. They had an AR system. I didn't even know that it came out on sale. Apparently it did. And it didn't do very well. Xbox doesn't really support VR stuff. While ordering the new one. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea, but like they're really missing the mark on not adding the Wi-Fi capability. I don't understand why they don't, because it's got Wi-Fi built in. That is how it's connecting to the console. So why not just allow it to connect to the internet and have like a PlayStation Now app and literally just have people be able to sign up to PlayStation Now? It's such a gold mine. Like if Xbox had that, if Xbox had like a $200 controller that they would sell with a screen that plugged into the Xbox cloud system, it's easy sales, right? That's why Xbox has allowed their Xbox thing on pretty much everything, because it's just easier sales for their Xbox Game Pass. Why doesn't PlayStation do that? They're releasing this thing. This thing, it looks pretty cool. Like, honestly, I think it's pretty awesome. And I'll probably end up buying one eventually. But why not include it with the PlayStation Now capability so that at least you can play those games without needing a PS5? It's so weird. It's so weird. I should probably order one of those too. Yeah, you probably should. You're just going to have this nice controller. It just sits there. Look, it turns on. Does it do anything? No, it just looks cool. Mr. FOV, how you doing, man? How are you? Why do I need a Sony Wii U? Exactly, we win. Exactly. What's one thing that I would change about any console of my choice? Xbox having more first party stuff. PlayStation being more user friendly when it comes to like cross-platform support. More VR support for PlayStation. Nintendo not being stuck in 1995 mentality with gaming and maybe coming into the current century and understanding that live streaming is a very powerful way to promote their games and a very powerful way to grow a community and get more support and more money, instead of attacking and bullying any creator that likes them. And maybe using hardware that's not almost 15 years old. No, it's like 8 years old. But not using hardware that's old and decrepit and limiting in every single way. And as far as PCs go, PC Master Race. No, I'm kidding. As far as PCs go, it's hard because a lot of it has to do with just how many variations there are. There's no limit on how you can set up your PC. So it's very hard to like get anything to work properly. And that's just the way it is. PC Master Race confirmed. Heck yeah. I'm still waiting for PC 2. I know, they've been around since like the 70s. What is it, these guys? Oh man, just got home from work. Nice. How was work? No, I haven't figured it out yet. I'm in between either Subnautica and starting a new Subnautica game or continuing with The Forest. I haven't really decided. What game would I want to win Game of the Year this year? This year has been such a garbage heap for me that I actually don't know what games have come out this year. I can't think of any games that came out this year. I mean, Baldur's Gate's the only one that I could think of. And I don't know if that will win because there is such disdain within the gaming community towards CRPGs that I don't know if it has the support to win Game of the Year, but I think it should. Because when I announced Baldur's Gate, I did a video on Baldur's Gate. I didn't announce it, but when I made a video on Baldur's Gate about how it's not going to come out on the Series S and X because of like hardware issues, half of them were attacking me, calling me an idiot, saying that I'm stupid, thinking that some devs not being able to code was an Xbox problem. They missed my point completely. And the other half was going, what the hell's Baldur's Gate? Because nobody had any clue. If you don't play CRPGs, you would have never heard of it. And it's only because it's done so well that it's like on people's radars. But when I posted that, a lot of people were like, I don't even know what Baldur's Gate is, which I was shocked about because I thought Baldur's Gate was like a really big deal. But that's probably the only one I can think of. Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, maybe. Thank you, Ty. Yeah, I couldn't think of any of those. I would say it's probably going to be between Zelda, Hogwarts, maybe. Hogwarts did really well when it was released, but there's a lot of contention with that because of the creator. Is Spider-Man out this year? I don't remember when Spider-Man is out. I'm still yet to think if Starfield is going to be within contending, like if it's going to be a contender for Game of the Year, because who knows? It's Bethesda. It could be a complete and utter pile of trash. Or it could be absolutely amazing. I'm hoping for the latter. But as it stands right now, I'd probably say Tears of the Kingdom is up there. Resident Evil 4 is hard for me to say, only because I hear it's fantastic and one of the best remakes ever. But it's a remake, so I don't know if that would really let it win Game of the Year. Tears of the Kingdom and Baldur's Gate are two of the ones that I think, and maybe Diablo. Although Diablo, they really screwed up with these latest updates, so I don't know. Plucking your witch hairs. I shaved, right? I'm all clean shaven. I was looking in the mirror today. I missed a couple of little scragglies right by the top of my lip. Drives me crazy. But now I've got like a little bit of stubble, so if I go and like shave, I'd have to like fully clean shave again. And although I like how I look with no facial hair, it seems like a lot of people don't like me without any facial hair. You straighten your hair? Yeah, sexy with a straight, beautiful, luscious hair. Oh yeah, Jedi Survivor. I forgot about that. I've never heard of Sea of Stars, so I have no idea what that one's about. Dave the Diver, I think, will win Best Indie Game. I don't think it's going to win Game of the Year for sure. Jedi Survivor, not even in contention because of how broken it still is. Pikmin 4, I think only Nintendo fans would think that that would be a Game of the Year. Although I heard it's really good, but it's such a niche game, I don't think it would win anything. Yeah, I think Tears of the Kingdom is going to be up there. I think Baldur's Gate has really given it a run for its money. The reviews have been much higher. I mean, much higher. When you get to that level of review, much higher is like by 1 point. But Baldur's Gate has been better reviewed than Tears of the Kingdom has been. Because the big limitation Tears of the Kingdom has is that non-Nintendo fans were really upset that it was still very, very similar to Breath of the Wild, because it was basically the same engine, it was basically the same map, so people were not super stoked on that. Whereas Baldur's Gate is buggy, but it really presented a very well put together game. So that brought that game up, and then the engine brought Zelda down, so they've gotten really close. I don't think they would have been as close had Baldur's Gate not done as well as it has. I think Tears will probably take it, but Baldur's Gate is giving it a run for its money. It's really giving it a run for its money. You know what I mean? It just came out as a JRPG. Oh, okay, I have to look it up. I love JRPGs, so. Thoughts on the Pokemon games? I haven't played Pokemon since Pokemon Red on the original Game Boy. So I have no thoughts on the Pokemon games. Outside of they release them every year and the quality's gone down year by year, which is not a good thing. But I'm just not a fan of any company doing that, not just Pokemon. Spider-Man 2 will probably be up there. I don't want to say anything just because I haven't been following it very much. But I wouldn't want to jinx it, because the last two Spider-Man games were so absolutely fantastic that I wouldn't be surprised if this was a complete garbage heap because of how how gaming companies tend to kind of like sit on their laurels when they have a couple of successes. But I would think it would probably do really well, and it'll probably be a contender. I haven't played Final Fantasy 16, so I can't talk about it. I haven't looked anything up because I do want to play it and I don't want to know anything about it. But I haven't heard much talk about it. So it's the only reason it doesn't go on my radar, not because I actually think it's a bad game or like I don't think it's good enough to actually pass. It's just I'm going off of what I've heard, and I don't hear anything about Final Fantasy. So it just feels like it's kind of been overtaken by these other games. Do you know what I mean? Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were the best ones since Pokemon Black. Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. What about Kingdom Hearts? I only ever played the first one. I played a little bit of the second one. I couldn't get into it. And then I played one of the handheld ones, the one with like the 3 different characters. I don't know what's going on in the story, so I've never been able to get into it. I do want to play it. I do own like the story so far and Kingdom Hearts 3. It's just I know that if I'm going to play them to understand the story, I'm going to be investing like 300 hours, and I just don't have the time right now. But yeah. I think it's a good year for gaming, you know, with Ty reminding me of all the different games that came out this year. Now that I think about it, yeah, it's been a good year for gaming. I've been dealing with so much in my own personal life that I haven't really been keeping up with all the games that have come out. But there are some really heavy hitters out there, like really, really heavy hitters that have come out this year. It's really disappointing because I feel like Jedi Survivor would have been a game contender had it not been so broken. Because from everything I've heard, the game itself is phenomenal, but the physical, technical game sucks. And that really sucks because I hear that it's phenomenal. It could have been a contender, but it's what happens, you know? Yeah, we'll see what happens. Dave the Diver, I think, has a very good shot at winning like Indie Game of the Year because it is such a funny, quirky game. So from everything I've seen, Diablo 4 launch was phenomenal. The reviews were out of this world. It was supposed to be like exactly everything that people wanted. And then they did an update about a month ago, and it nerfed a whole bunch of stuff. And so like the Diablo fanboys came after me for calling it out, but the Diablo fanboys were all like, well, they nerfed it so it would be more even, so then no matter what you chose, it was worth it. But instead of upping the weaker characters, they lowered all the good characters. So people who had a lot of progression and had built up a way of using the system were now all of a sudden unable to use their system because the game nerfed everything that they were doing. Instead of upping everything else to keep up with it, they lowered it. So people were really upset about that. It got completely reviewed bombed. Like it went from being like a 9 out of 10 down to like a 1 out of 10 because it got so severely review bombed because of how bad the nerfing system was. Apparently it has to do a lot as well with like kind of forcing the microtransaction side of it. And so like they really screwed up the game. So when it launched, it was really good. And now it's very, very well hated by a lot of the community. You just looked at your games to see what you bought this year. See, and I haven't bought anything because 1, I haven't had the money, and 2, I just haven't been in the mindset, you know? I haven't been really interested in buying anything. I'm hoping this next year will be a better year for that. Although I'm probably going to be broke for forever with all these new replacements I have to do. Like, I don't want to have to buy a freaking camera. I really don't want to. But yeah, no, that's exactly it, Mr. FOV. It would have been a decent contender, but they screwed it up. And it doesn't help that not Diablo, Activision Blizzard is already under a lot of scrutiny for everything that's happened with them, all like the workplace issues, especially when right before this nerfing happened, Bobby Kotick had an interview where he said that the people he personally paid that have always worked for him to do the investigation, the non-biased investigation that he paid for from people that he's always hired, that are known union busters, they said that nothing wrong had happened and that it was all lies. So that proves that it's all lies. And then he walked back everything he said when he was talking about how he would do anything possible to like keep this work environment safe, and that like, you know, he wouldn't stand for it, and anybody who was doing any of these horrible things, they would be fired, and he would stand behind any of his employees that had dealt with harassment. He walked it all back and basically said they're all liars. That didn't happen. Our company's amazing. We aren't to blame for anything. We never did anything wrong. Spitting in the face of all the victims. So he did that, and then they nerfed it. So it's like, they really just, like, I picture them sitting there with their long ass cape and the twirly mustache with like, you know, like they're trying everything they can to prove how absolutely disgusting of a human being Bobby Kotick is, allegedly. I don't want him to sue me because he is a scumbag, allegedly, and would do that. That Diablo doing this just kind of adds to it, you know? It's gross. It's gross. I'll buy the old one at the repair costs. Oh man, I've got another one. It's got a dead motherboard. You can buy that one too. No. I mean, if you want to talk to your buddy, but like I said, it needs the zoom button as well, because that doesn't work. And then obviously you would need the HDMI. The HDMI port shouldn't be a huge deal. It would just be more the issue of like finding somebody with the skills and the tools to be able to resolder it, because that's all I think it needs, is just to be resoldered, because it's loose. Yeah, I think. It's not like DK Oldies. You know, and I don't even think DK Oldies is that evil. It's just scummy. I don't think they're actually an evil company. They're just scummy because they're lazy and trying to get the most money for the least amount of effort. You know, it's kind of like how GameStop is. GameStop was really scummy for a while, but I think now they're getting a little bit better because they're desperate because nobody buys stuff from them anymore. But like it's not like Blizzard, where Blizzard is actively making their games worse just to make a few more dollars, and Blizzard actively is silencing people who are being abused in their workplace. Do you know what I mean? I don't think DK Oldies has ever done anything like that. They're just greedy and kind of scummy. Allegedly. Which is what your friend does. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk to your friend. Yeah, Mr. FOV. And I think this whole Activision Blizzard and Microsoft thing, I don't know. I keep hearing like, it's gone through, and then you listen to the video and they're like, well, there's still these issues. It's like, did it go through or not? I don't know. But if it has gone through, I think once Microsoft takes over, there should be a very big change. Now it's more about the issue of, are they going to do what they did with Rare, where they buy this company that has all this pedigree, that has all this great IP history, and they're going to just release like World of Warcraft nuts and bolts? Is that what's going to happen? Is that what they're going to do? Because if that's what they're going to do, then goodbye Activision Blizzard. You know what I mean? But that's, I don't know. I was going to buy Diablo, actually. I was like, well, now that the Activision Blizzard thing went through with Windows, or with Microsoft, I'm like, I might buy Diablo once it goes on sale. And now I'm like, no, I'm not going to buy it. Not going to buy it. No way. All right. I guess I'll just play a little bit of The Forest, because I honestly, I'm not in the mood for anything. I'm not in the mood to play anything. All I have installed is The Exorcist, which is in VR. Baldur's Gate, Cold Fear. Cold Fear is like an early 2000s, late 90s style, Resident Evil style game. But I don't really want to start that right now. And Baldur's Gate, I'm not in the mindset to pay attention to the story, so I don't want to play that. Subnautica, I'm tempted to, but I personally really like it in VR, so I feel like I won't enjoy it as much on flat screen. I don't know. I might just play The Forest. I think I might just play The Forest for now. Yeah, Starfield is the only one that is a very big question mark in my books. I think Spider-Man will probably be a contender for Game of the Year. It just depends on whether or not it's going to be like a home run, out of this park, phenomenal game, or if it's just going to be a fantastic game, but not quite as good as the other ones that have come out this year. Starfield is the only like full, complete question mark in my books, mainly because it's Bethesda. And Bethesda has Skyrim, which has come out on everything ever and is still considered a phenomenal game. But Bethesda also did Skyrim VR, which was the laziest VR port ever, and Fallout 76, which was basically a walking simulator. So like, is Starfield going to go the route of Skyrim, where it's revolutionary and mind-blowing and amazing? Or is it going to go in the route of Skyrim VR, where it's just like a lazy reskin of already done ideas? Or is it going to go Fallout 76, where it's like a complete empty world with empty promises and they'll have to fix down the road? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't trust Bethesda right now, just because Fallout and Skyrim VR, like Fallout VR, Skyrim VR, Fallout 76, like these things have all come one after another and they've all been complete and utter cash grabs. But I'm hoping with Microsoft kind of being there, they will make a game of the year. I'm hoping. King Arctic, how's it going? Welcome. How have you been? How's life? How are you? Live Violon, thank you so much for following. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I think Starfield is a question mark. I'm hopeful it is going to be amazing because the stuff I've seen looks really good. Starfield is not necessarily my type of game. It's kind of the same as Skyrim. I know Skyrim is like out of this world. And when I played it in VR, despite being broken, that made it tolerable for me because it was in VR and it was cool being able to like climb mountains and stuff. But when I tried playing it beforehand, when it was just on flat screen, I just didn't like it. Western RPGs are not my thing. I would much rather play a JRPG, a turn-based RPG, versus something like Skyrim, where it's RPG, but it's still hack and slash, and it's just, you don't feel like you're actually making contact or damage, or like you don't feel powerful in Skyrim like you do in something like Dark Souls, or even though you are weak, when you hit something, it feels like you hit something. Skyrim just didn't feel that way for me. Or like Fallout, where there's like a randomized effect to your shooting, so you never feel like you're actually using your own skills. A lot of it is luck-based. Not a fan of Western RPGs, so I don't know if I'll love Starfield, but it does look really cool. So I'm really hoping it'll be amazing. Xbox needs this. Yeah, that's also a very weird thing to hear. And it kind of gives the vibes, Ty, of like, for those on TikTok, Ty just said that they say that Starfield doesn't pick up until after you beat the main story. It really gives the impression of like, guys, the story sucks, but we promise after the story, the game gets good. What? That's not a good thing. That's really not a good thing. I don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I am going to hope, with all the hope I can give, that what they meant, and it was just worded wrong, was what they meant was the story is phenomenal, but there's still so much more to experience afterwards that the game really comes to life once you're free to really do whatever you want. I'm hoping that's what they mean, and not so much the, I'm sorry, our story sucks, but afterwards it's fun. I really hope that's not the case. If that's the case, although I wouldn't put it past Bethesda, but if that's the case, Starfield is in trouble. And Microsoft needs this, like, desperately. I just watched a video that somebody sent me of a guy, one of these stupid console war man babies who's like 30 years old, but still talks like he's 12 years old in his school playground. Talking about how like the PlayStation fanboys are putting on their clown makeup because they're making fun of Starfield. But Starfield's like Xbox's only game that's come out so far that has any potential of actually being amazing outside of Halo. And Halo sucked. So like, Microsoft needs this. They really need this. Yeah, I'm hopeful, but I'm not holding my breath. Because Bethesda's kind of shown us that they're very hit and miss. They're not a consistent company. Not anymore, anyway. which is kind of it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. Okay. I guess we'll just play this for a little while. But we'll see, you know, they could come out of left field and all of a sudden this game is like better than Skyrim was when it was launched. And it's like mind-blowing. Graphically, it looks really pretty. I'm really hoping they'll take advantage of the Xbox. I'll deal with some buggy gameplay if the graphics are good. You know, I'll deal with that. I'm a big graphics whore. I'll deal with graphics. I'm good with that. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to say that I think it will be the next greatest thing because I don't trust Bethesda. But I do want to say that I'm hopeful it has the potential to be the next greatest thing, you know? Although Spider-Man, I know Spider-Man's going to be good. It's just whether or not it's going to be Game of the Year good or just like one of the best games of the year. Because I loved the other two Spider-Man games. Exactly, Ty. And that's it, right? Like I'm a Sony fan. I actually have always been a Sony fan. Nintendo for me is more of the nostalgia aspect. I love Nintendo because I grew up with Nintendo. When it was Nintendo and Sega, I was a Nintendo kid. I was not a Sega kid. So I have that nostalgia connection to Nintendo, and I've always bought every Nintendo console, mainly because they always release my nostalgic games, and I want to play the latest one. I also know that they're like Apple. Everything is very, very well refined. Everything is optimized to the max, so you know you're going to get good quality out of their games. But for my taste in games, Nintendo doesn't really deliver. PlayStation was where I really grew into the type of games that I like. And so I'm a big, big, big PlayStation fan. I love Sony. But they do phone it in. And my biggest gripe with Sony that I've had over the last few years is how bad their customer service is and how bad they treat their customers. Because I've mentioned this before. I had my account stolen and Sony just said too bad, so sad when I called them to, get my account back. They basically said somebody had just switched the main system to their own system, and I had to wait 6 months before I could switch it back to mine, even though it was a stolen account. They just refused to help me. That really left me with a sour taste in my mouth for such a company that I love so much. Xbox, on the other hand, I really want Xbox to shine. I like Xbox, but I like Xbox because I am a big PC gamer. And I like that anything that I play on Xbox, I can play on PC. And to me, that's a really nice feature that I like. I just wish Microsoft would do something about it. Make it worthwhile, And exactly what Ty said. If they don't, Sony can just phone it in. And although their first-party games aren't phoned in, everything else about Sony is. And so, they released the PSVR. No real support. Games are overpriced compared to every other platform. They released this PlayStation Portal. It's one of the dumbest ideas when it would take a couple of really basic features to make it worthwhile. They don't do cross-platform. It's really dumb stuff. Even the PSVR 2, they should implement PC support because they're now selling PC games. Why not have PC support for the PSVR 2? And then all of a sudden, people who bought the PSVR 2 would have access to all these Steam games, let's say. And people who are looking for a VR headset would be more inclined to buy the PlayStation VR headset because not only can you use it on the PlayStation, but you can also get Steam support for it. It would make it worthwhile for a lot of people, right? Because the biggest criticism people have about the PSVR is the price. Well, if it's $500 and you still can use it on PC, now the price isn't so bad. So it's those things are really phoned in by PlayStation. And so if Xbox falls off, they can just continue to do that with everything. Because Nintendo's not really a competitor to Sony, so it doesn't motivate Sony to do anything. So I want Xbox to succeed for the same reason, Ty. The same reason, If you grew up as a Sega kid, you're probably in jail right now. That's funny. That's so funny. Oh man, King Arctic, I'm just hanging out. You know, I'm having a bit of a brain fart day. My brain is just in brain fart mode the whole time right now. I'm not very like alert at this point in time. And I'm having a lot of tech issues. I was going to play VR today. I was going to actually do Resident Evil 8 in VR and continue with that. But my internet has been disconnecting a lot. And so I talked to my service provider, and they confirmed that, yeah, my router, my modem is dead. And so I have internet right now, but I didn't want to go into VR and then have the internet disconnect and not notice it because I couldn't hear that it went off, or I didn't see the little signal thing that was off. So I decided to just play flat screen, which kind of threw off my whole idea for the day. So I'm having one of those days where I'm just I feel like I'm having a major brain fart the whole time. But outside of that, I'm doing really well. I have some heartburn right now. But yeah, I want Microsoft to do well. I personally prefer the shape of the Xbox controller. So if I had a choice between both controllers, I would rather play on an Xbox controller. But yeah, Microsoft is just not really... They don't understand what gamers want. It very much feels like Microsoft is like that Steve Buscemi meme. How are you, fellow children, or whatever that meme is? That's what I feel like Xbox is when it comes to the gaming world. Where they think they kind of understand what people want, but all they're doing is just bringing in features that nobody asked for or nobody cared about, and the things that everybody wants are like, no, you guys don't actually want that. So, but we do, though. That is what we want. I mean, ideally, I would love to see Nintendo actually step up. I would love to see Nintendo go, hey, we need to come up with at least PlayStation 4 Pro graphics. And we need to come up with some more third-party support. And let's add a bit more of an adult branch to our consoles. And maybe support our streamers. If Nintendo did that, they'd be laughing. They would be looking... They were already kind of looking at PlayStation and Xbox in their rearview mirror when it comes to income. If they had that on top of it, they wouldn't even have to look in their rearview mirror because they wouldn't even... have any competition. Yeah, Nintendo's now they're releasing 2010 technology. That's what's happening. Ghost, how you doing? How are you? I'm sorry that I confused you more with my video. I feel bad. But if you are choosing between the two, I would say Steam Deck. Go for the Steam Deck. Unless you're a bit of a... I don't know if I'm using the right word. Is it a masochist? Is that the person that likes like self-torture? Unless you're one of those people, like I am when it comes to technology, then get the ROG Ally, because I bought it. I picked it up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't get to actually launch a game until about 10:30 at night. Because that's how long it took for all the updates, for the whole setup. Then the download process was ultra slow. And even now, I still have to tweak things. Like, I'll randomly be playing, and out of nowhere, my game will just stop responding because the ROG Ally decided that now I've decided I'm going to play with mouse and keyboard. Even though the whole time I've been playing with, like, the controller emulation. And so it just stops, so I have to, like, quit the game and then restart it for it to pick up the controller again. It's very, very glitchy. It's a really cool console. And overall, it is very powerful. Like, I'm blown away by how much power I can get out of that thing. But the Steam Deck is like a console. It's just plug and go. And if you want to put Windows on it, you can. If you want to use it as a PC, you can. But it's like, it's the initial setup. And once you're set up, you literally just click the game and you're good to go. The ROG Ally, you install a game, you still have to tweak it every single time just to make sure it runs exactly how you want it. It's kind of messy. The Steam Deck, on the other hand, is much, much smoother. It just doesn't have as nice of hardware as the ROG Ally has, but really, who cares? It's a handheld, you know? I'm so torn. Yeah, the Steam Deck is honestly a better purchase. The ROG Ally, the only reason I got it, it's not the only reason, but like the main thing. Hold on, I'm just resetting my capture card here. The main reason I got it is because I'm impatient. I wanted the Steam Deck. I was looking at the Steam Deck, and I'm in Canada, and when I looked at Steam, it was like, oh, it could take between a week and 2 weeks to arrive. And then I looked at the Best Buy website, and the ROG Ally said I could pick it up now. And so I was like, I could just go get it now instead of waiting 10 days. And then feeling guilty that I bought it and I don't have anything in my hands, I could just buy it. And when I bought the ROG Ally at Best Buy, it was $50 cheaper than it was everywhere else, and I don't know why. And so I was like, yeah, I'll just get the Ally. I also just like the having a little bit more power, but I know how much of a headache it is, and it's a big headache. The only reason I would suggest the ROG Ally to anybody who was looking at the two is if you don't have a home PC, the ROG Ally is a PC. Like from everything that I've read, the chip that's inside of it is actually a laptop chip. Like it's not just a portable chip, it's a laptop chip. So it's a fairly beefy chip inside, which is why it runs Windows 11. And so you're basically getting a laptop. So if you don't have a PC, that can work as a PC alternative. You just plug it into one of the little dongles with a display on it, and then you hook it up to a monitor, and now you've got a full-blown PC on your hands. And it is capable enough to do some decent PC gaming on a big screen. But if you have a PC, then that capability isn't really worth it for anybody, and it's not a selling point. The Steam Deck, on the other hand, has all the community support. Steam has even said the next one they release isn't going to be more powerful. It's just going to have a nicer screen and a better battery. That's the only thing they're thinking. Oh, God. It's the only thing they're thinking about upgrading. Which is really nice to know that if you buy it now and they release a new one tomorrow, it's going to be just as good. Whereas the ROG Ally, if you buy that today and then Asus or however you say their name, all of a sudden announces, hey, guess what? We're releasing a new one in 3 months. You know it's going to be far more powerful, and now the one you have is no longer relevant. And you don't have to worry about that with the Steam Deck. So I think overall the Steam Deck is a better purchase. You know what I mean? Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. But it is quite powerful. Like I'm running most of, like, I don't mind resolution because the screen is so small. I've been running most of my stuff at 720p. I think they're dead. I've been running most of my stuff at 720p. And almost everything on, like, high or ultra settings. And it all runs 30 to 60 frames a second, somewhere in there, almost always. So it is quite a powerful little machine. But when you're running it like that, the battery is not even a consideration. Like, I'm lucky to get an hour out of it in those settings. If I turn down the resolution and turn down the settings and everything, then I can lower down the performance, and now I can run the game for, 3 hours maybe. So honestly, I didn't bring food. Honestly, the ROG Ally is really cool, but the Steam Deck is probably a better purchase, honestly. Marin, I think is how you say your name. I am using the HyperX Cloud 2s. They're pretty decent headphones. I don't mind them. I don't want to wear them anymore, but I lost my earbuds, so I have to wear them right now. Mainly because I have a really big head. Like, a lot of people say I've got a big head, and they're being sarcastic, but I have yet to meet a person who says they have a big head, and then I try on their hat, and their hat is bigger on me than any hat I own. Almost every single person whose hat I've tried on that says they have a big head, they always have a hat that doesn't fit me because my head is so big. I have a very big head. And these, they're stretched out as far as they'll go. They will not open up anymore. And I they're pushing on the bottom of my earlobes because they don't actually, I have to pull them down for them to cover my ears properly. Because they don't fit me. It's gotten worse now that I have hair. When I didn't have hair, they did fit, but and now that I have hair, they don't fit. So I need better headphones. I have Sony headphones that actually fit me well, but they're not, I don't like them for the streaming. But these are pretty good. The only thing is I kind of stepped on them. So look at that arch. Look at it. Can you hold on, put it in front of my shirt maybe. You see that dent right here? Look at that. I kind of wrecked them. Oh man. Earbuds never fit you properly. See, I have small ears. I don't know if they're tiny, but I do have small ears. But earbuds slip out all the time. I have you're going to be so attracted to me, everybody. You're all going to like find me irresistible now. I have an excess of earwax. And so like if I wear earbuds, within like half an hour they start to fall out because the earwax makes my ears slippery. I also sweat a lot. Like I'm so attractive. This is why all the peoples want me, because I'm so attractive. And so like earbuds fall out of my ears very easily, and it really sucks. I got the AirPod Pros because everybody's like, these ones never fall out and they're amazing. I'm like, great. And I can last with them for like an hour before they start falling out. It really sucks. That's why I have to always go with over the ear. But for streams, I prefer earbuds just because, one, I end up with like a dent from the stupid headphones. Two, because I wear a hair system, these can wreck my hair system, and I don't want to have like a bald spot on the top of my head. And three, I wear over-the-ear headphones at work all evening, and wearing them all day for the stream, I end up with like a jaw pain from the pressure. So I'd rather wear earbuds just to make it a little bit easier for myself. Still love me because I am so attractive. I know. It's shocking. When I tell people I'm single, they're like, how? You are the epitome of sex appeal. What the? Ah! Dudes, no, wrong button. Dudes, no, it's cool. It's cool. We don't need to fight. There's 3 of you. Oh, God. Dudes, stop it. I don't want to fight you. Whoa. Did you just kick me with your smelly foot? Do you hear how they giggle? They chuckle and giggle. That's really, really creepy. I stabbed you when you were on the floor. How are you still up? I'm still gonna get banned from TikTok for like violence or something. Or they're probably gonna pick something random like threats. No need to fear. I am here. You should have been here a few seconds ago and helped me with these naked people, Mark. How are you doing? How's life? But yeah, these headphones are pretty decent. I like them. They're not too bad. As far as like gaming headphones go, I'm pretty happy with them. You know? Are you dried now? Yeah. Reads Mark's comment and ignores everything else. What did you guys say? I wouldn't be single if I listened to people in my chat. Wait, why? Hey, Big Head, change the scene. Oh. So not only am I full of sex appeal, I'm also really good at realizing that you were all just staring at me and not the gameplay. I'm telling you, everybody, I am like a catch. I am such a catch. Holy crap, man. Even I am attracted to myself at how amazing I am. Oh, this is what it's like to be a professional streamer, everybody. I am indeed a professional streamer. Yep, I'm awesome. Oh man, I didn't even like clue in at all. And I had looked at the screen and I had seen my face multiple times talking about the headphones. And I didn't clue in that you guys couldn't see the game at all. You're here for the game. You get here for the game, but you stay for the earwax talk. Heck yeah. I'm telling you, man. You think if I told my TikTok crush all about that, she would instantly like fall in love with me? You think? I'll be all like, you know what? We're nothing alike. We don't like any of the same stuff. But like, I've got an excess of earwax. I'm also very sweaty. But like, I don't know if I could handle being so attractive to somebody. I'm already in love. Doesn't count anymore. Okay, good. Good, I don't have to worry about it, guys. Don't worry. Merle's already in love with me. We're perfect. Oh, thank God. I was all stressed out about it. Start making my own candles? Heck yeah, I should. I should. Yeah, it's it really sucks. Again, and the thing is I get so paranoid about it because is the bird literally standing in fire? How is it not dying? How is it not you're just like chilling in the fire? How am I not getting free meat from that? I get so like worried about it too because I notice things like that. Like when somebody hasn't cleaned their ears and you can see like the earwax sticking out of their ears, I get grossed out. And so like I worry that happens with me all the time. So I'm constantly cleaning out my ears and stuff. But I'm a bad boy and I've used Q-tips. And when they tell you don't use Q-tips, they're serious. I haven't caused damage, but when they tell you don't use Q-tips, they're serious because of me using Q-tips to try to keep my ears clean. I actually ended up like pushing the wax inwards and I covered my one ear. So I went completely deaf in one ear. And then I ended up having severe vertigo, like severe vertigo. I didn't realize I had been going deaf in one ear because it happened so slowly. But the vertigo hit me really hard. And it was to the point where like I'd be standing and suddenly I would get so dizzy that I would almost collapse. So I'd have to just stop and sit down. And so I went to the doctors because I was worried that I was suddenly going to have vertigo. There was also a different illness, and I had just been diagnosed with high blood pressure, and there was a different illness which also comes along with high blood pressure sometimes. And that was a much more serious event. Like that one ends up getting to the point where people can no longer work because they cannot stand and there is no cure. And so I was really worried it was that. And then I went to the doctors and he's like, let me look inside your ear. He's like, oh, my friend, let me take care of this. Then he did a deep clean of my ears. And it all went away. It was wonderful. All of a sudden I could hear out of my one ear again and I wasn't dizzy all the time. And oh, it was such a nice feeling. Such a nice feeling. I'm telling you guys, I'm so attractive. I'm telling you all this attractive stuff about me. Like everyone uses Q-tips. I know, but that's the problem. Is that you can cause stuff like that. Cause yourself to go deaf or, you know, vertigo, or you could actually puncture your eardrum. That's not good. Oh. Okay. Did I pick up the bones or did they just disappear because I walked away? They disappeared because I walked away. Lame, man. What? Lame. Lame. I was out there hunting. I was trying to find more food. Okay, so we've got some food. I'm going to eat one of them. I'm going to take the other one with me, and then we'll go spelunking some more. Damn it, I'm never going to live it down. I'm never going to live it down. All I was trying to do was get some armor. All I was trying to do was get some armor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I need 6, I think. Yeah. Oh well. Okay, let's... Well, I don't need to eat it now, but I could take 2 of them with me. And is my water thingy full? Yes. Let's do it. Let's go spelunking. Been live for an hour and 50 minutes. Not bad. Hey, Preston, how's it going, man? You missed our whole Starfield talk. We had a really long talk about Starfield. Okay, let's use this one now. I don't have a lot of batteries, though, so I'm a little bit worried I'm gonna, like, run out of batteries. It's already starting to curl again. I love curly hair, though. Have I seen... I don't know if I've seen you with straight hair, Merle. Like, I know I've watched a lot of your videos. I just can't clue in if I've seen you with curly hair. Or is it that I've always seen you with straight hair and rarely seen you with curly hair? I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember. It's one thing I was always jealous about. Yeah, this is the area I was looking at before. One thing I was always jealous about with, like, the women in my life. Mostly when I was, like, a teenager. So, like, the girls in my life. That a lot of the women that I dated, they would have, like, either wavy hair or curly hair. And I loved the fact that they could, like, do something different. Like, they could straighten their hair, but they could also have curly hair. And, you know, they could try different hairstyles. They could do all that stuff. And it's like, man, I wish I could do stuff like that. I mean, now I can, but I couldn't before. But, like, I was always jealous about it because, you know, you can completely change your look by just slightly doing a different hairdo. You know, like, I dated this girl for a while who was a redhead. And she had, I dated quite a few redheads. And she had very curly hair. And she would, like, randomly straighten it. Or she would, like, let it go really curly. Or she would, like, soften the curls so they were more, like, wavy. She could look completely different just by slightly changing her hair. I was always so jealous. I was like, man, my hair is exactly the same all the time. And if I change it, I have to, like, take that into account. That I'm going to be wearing this hairdo for the next, like, 2-3 months until I get another haircut. That's probably my favorite thing about the hair systems is that I can do different stuff. Like, I've been tempted to try, like, a curlier hairdo just to try it, but my hair is so straight that it would look really ridiculous. I would have to have some kind of hairdo that would be able to hide the fact that the hair is different than my own hair. You know? And you let it dry in its own curls. Does your personality change? Which one am I dating, Merle? Which one am I dating? Which one's the hotter one? We all know the sweaty me with no hair is the hottest version of me. Stop it, dude! You took almost all my armor! You jerk! You jerk! You took almost all my armor! Well, I was able to get a lot of it back, but still. Work hair, Merle. She has her own curls. In a half updo. I like the half updo. There's so many of these guys here. Preston finally beat God of War. So I'm ready for Starfield now. I got your message. I don't know if you got my response, but I got your message. That's disappointing that the ending was disappointing, but I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway. I'm looking forward to Starfield. I can't wait. You know, just to see if it really is going to be everything that they promise. %, dang it. Okay. My favorite for some reason has always been bangs. I love bangs. Like the Zoe Deschanel look. That hairdo. I like that hairdo. I'm not gonna tell. You just have to find out for yourself, Ty. Oh, I saw your wedding picture on Instagram. You and your wife looked so good on your wedding. That's such a great picture of you guys. That's such a great picture of you guys. I've always envied people who look good when they're all dressed up. I don't look bad when I get dressed up, don't get me wrong, but I've never had something that fits me properly as far as like a suit goes. So I've never really seen myself looking good in that way. You know, I think I dress okay sometimes, not all the time. I don't have a lot of nice wardrobe right now. But I think I dress okay sometimes. But I've never, ever been able to wear, like, a suit or dress clothes and be like, yeah, I look good today. She really does. I actually had no idea what your wife looked like until that picture. That's the very first time I've ever seen your wife. I still don't know what she looks like. But that picture, I saw. But that was such a great picture of you guys. Okay, so I think this is all new stuff I haven't been to before, right? Yeah, I didn't mean to go over here, though. No, I've been here, haven't I? I don't know. I'm really confused where I am. Me and my stupid sense of direction. Okay. Our stats are all full, so that's a good thing. Oh, this is the wall I need to climb. This is the thing I need to climb up, and I don't have a pickaxe for it. Or a rope or anything like that. Right? I haven't picked anything up? I don't think I have. It doesn't look like I have. I have a chainsaw. Can I, like, dig a hole with a chainsaw? There's dynamite. There's air canisters to go into the water, I guess. When you can't see my face as much. Oh, man. Okay, so where the heck am I going? I've got an air canister. Can we, like, use those to breathe or something? What are they for? Oh, I need the rebreather. I don't have a rebreather. Okay, okay. No, it's dark. I can't see. Not good. Not doing that. We're not doing that. Lame ones try to hurt you for. I'm actually not insecure about the earwax thing. Because one of the things that I am very, very picky about is my own hygiene. Like, I'm very, very particular about my hygiene. I cannot go without showering. You know, like, you know how there's, like, all those videos of, like, if you have ADHD, you might struggle with these things. If you're autistic, you might struggle with these things. And almost all of them have the self-care as part of it. Self-care, like the physical self-care, not like taking rests or making sure your mental health is okay. I'm talking like showering, brushing your teeth, combing your hair. Almost all of them have that. That is the one thing I cannot not do. That is the one thing that I don't understand how people can do. And I don't mean it in like the, they're just gross, they're lying. I mean like, I can't do it, so I don't understand how other people can, because I'm grossed out by myself if I don't shower. So like that's the one thing. So I'm not actually insecure about the earwax thing. It doesn't bother me because I do clean out my ears on a regular basis. So I know you can't see anything. It's more of a, my earbuds just slip out all the time. I gotta make sure that I, you know, clean them off after I use them. No, the things I'm like that I have any insecurity about would be like my acne, my skin, and my scarred up nose. Because those are things I can't control. You know, I've been doing a really deep regimen with my face over the last couple of months, and it seems like it's done a pretty decent job at softening my skin, but I'm still getting pimples, which kind of sucks. But like my face is full of scars, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. And you always get those dumbasses who make comments, but they make comments attacking the wrong part of it, because they'll be like, "You got a pimple, bro. You should wash your face more." It's like, it's not actually a pimple, it's a scar. Like this thing on my nose, this big red mark is a scar. I've had it since I was about 13 or 14 years old. I've got these that look like pimples at the bottom of my lips here, and they were pimples, and they just never went away. And since like you're making fun of me, but they're scars, dude, at least make fun of them for being scars. They're not actually pimples. That, and then I'm not really insecure about it because obviously I make videos about it, so it doesn't really make me feel insecure. But my hair system, my wig, whatever you want to call it, it's not that I'm insecure about it. I am nervous about when I start dating. Because the hair system is something that, although to the average person, it may not be super obvious when you're dating somebody. Touching it, it feels like real hair, but if you go to run your fingers through my hair, you'll feel where the seam is. So I can't really date somebody and not tell them before we start, like, even, like, holding hands and stuff, because if they decide to run their hands through my hair, they're gonna know, and I don't want them to think that I'm, like, living a lie, because I'm very, very open about it. But I'm nervous about dating because there's, like, these ideas that men who wear wigs are wearing it because they're insecure. Whereas, like, I'm wearing my wig because I like to have hair and I wish that I could do my hair, and I couldn't when I was completely bald. It was really nice to be able to finally do my hair again. But how do you explain that to somebody that you're just starting to date and you're just starting to get to know? You know, how do I, like, bring it up? My big head that can't change scenes. I'm proud of my big head, all right? You know what? It's a benefit, okay? Because when I do musicals and I have to wear a hat and we're all wearing hats, it's very easy to know which one's mine, because mine's always the biggest. Okay, I'm like wandering around and I'm not leading anywhere. This is really hard to figure out what to do. Dark and the sound of water. Not my favorite combo. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Ugh. Okay. Oh, did I change my... I don't think I changed... Did I change my info on Twitch? No, I didn't. I'm still on just chatting. Exploring caves. The forest. How about YouTube's? How about YouTube's? I don't know how to change scenes, and I don't know how to change what I'm actually doing on stream. Splorin the caves. Maybe I should change my Twitch title to Splorin the caves, and then have some really butthurt dude come in and be like, "That's not how you spell sploring." The forest. For those who don't know what I'm referencing, I was doing a Resident Evil stream and I said spoop in the title, and someone came in and they were very angry that I said spoop because that's not how you spell spook. And something about the pronunciation, something stupid, I can't remember what it was. Because apparently they've never been on stream and they don't realize that spoop is a way that a lot of streamers say spook. Because it's haha funny. It'll be a different type of audience. We've already got plenty of those. We don't need more. Is this... I've seen stuff that I'm supposed to blow up, but I haven't run into any of it. You know what? Let's just start using my lighter because I'm worried that I'm gonna... Okay, so this is a dead end. Is there... Oh, right there. Haha. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Down arrow. Bing bong. John Vargas, thank you. Welcome back. How are you? Ho 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 ho. Okay, did we make some progress finally? We made some progress finally. As I friggin' starved myself one time. No, TikTok, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about my character in the video game. I am not suggesting anything. Oh yeah, absolutely, Gutterbird. Absolutely. It's not even like I would... Oh. What does that mean? Old gun ammo. Okay. I've gotten very, very good at just being like, you know what, if you're not interested in me, you're not interested in me, it's fine. I think the part that I struggle with, which is kind of funny because how do you tell somebody this and have them believe you, is when I've been rejected, I don't care that they rejected me. Thank you for the rose again. Sad people take everything so serious. Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea how seriously they take some things. It's not even like I'm worried about being rejected and like, oh, you don't like me. Oh God. It's more of like the what happened that I did wrong, because if I was misunderstood, I would like to correct it, not for this person, but correct it for next time, you know? And make sure that I don't say it that way next time, or make sure that I am more clear next time. I would like to be able to do that. Or I would like to know how I'm perceived, because I don't know how I'm perceived. I see myself differently. They will, but that's a little bit different. That's not really about things being taken seriously. It has more to do with there are younger kids on the app, and a lot of people use language like that to bully other people. So TikTok's trying to stop people from bullying because it's so prevalent on the site. That's all it is. But yeah, I would like to like just clarify what it is that I did or said. That was so loud. Thank you for the follow, Michael Jackson fanboy. I would just like to know what I did that was awkward, or like how I came off that maybe I didn't mean to come off that way. Because if you don't like me, you don't like me. That's fine. Whatever. There was a woman that I spoke to. Thank you for the roses again. All right. See you later, Jonathan. Oh God, I'm gonna fall off. That I had spoken to, and she asked me what I did for a living, and I was like, oh, I'm a subcontractor, and then she blocked me immediately. And so for me, it's like, okay, if you blocked me because you're like, oh, that's below me. She was a school teacher, so it's not like she was a millionaire, but it looked like she had a rich family from the picture she had up. But it's like, if it's because, oh, you're not good enough because your job is like labor, then whatever, you're a scumbag. I don't really care. But my question was more like, okay, was she mad because she assumed that when I said that, what I was referencing was like, I don't have a job, I just kind of do odds and ends? Or was she like avoiding me because she was a scumbag? Or was she avoiding me because when she saw subcontractor, she thought I was just lying and that I don't have a job? Or like what is it that was perceived? That's the only part that I'm like, I just wish I knew, just so I could know how other people see me, right? Because I know the way I see myself is not very accurate to how the rest of the world sees me. You know, and so like that's the only part I care about. But I'm very, very good at like, if you're not interested in me, you're not interested in me. That's fine. You know, it sucks sometimes because sometimes I'm like, no, but I'm a pretty decent guy. It would be really nice to like get a chance at least. But at the same time, I'm like, no, if you don't like me, why would I want to be with somebody who doesn't want to be with me? And I'm not going to pretend to be something that I'm not just so you can like me. But I learned that quite a while ago, you know? Do you see me? Do you see me? No worries, Michael. No worries. The Turtsa with the 7 cops. Hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you? Welcome, raiders. Before I go down, I don't want to get killed in the middle of greeting everybody. Welcome, raiders. How are you? My name is Luis. This is Retro. For the first time, I am... whoops, wrong one. I am a variety streamer, and we are playing The Forest right now. I stream every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. So I do 5 days a week. We're still kind of on the fence on what we're playing, but I've been playing The Forest for the last little while just because I don't know what else to play, basically. How was your stream, Turtsa? How was everything? Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. Before I go any further, Turtsa, if you need to go, please feel free to go. I know after streaming, resting is very needed. So after saying hello, now that you have, please do not feel like you have to stay at all. Feel free to go. We were playing Guess What Scene I'm on. That's what the game is called. No, the game is called How Long Will It Take Me to Notice I'm on the Wrong Scene. But yeah, I am a variety streamer. I stream 5 days a week. I am just getting back into actually putting some effort towards growing the channel. And I play a variety of stuff. I am a variety streamer, but I'm not full-blown variety. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do variety in. Right now I'm doing survival. I'm definitely going to continue with horror. But I kind of just play whatever I feel like, really. And I'm also on TikTok. I'm live right now on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. So if you like any of those platforms, please feel free to follow me there. Retro for the first time on all of them. I'm most consistent on TikTok. I post a lot of like game facts, gaming news, fun facts, sketch comedy. And yeah, that's me. I really appreciate all of you who came by. And if you did come on the raid and you're just not interested, that's totally cool too. Thank you for stopping by anyway. Still 4 hours? Jeez. How was your stream? What did you do? How did it go? Okay. I remembered this time, Ty. I remembered. I hope it was a good stream. I finally found a new area to go to. I'm gonna sneeze again. But I'm trying to kill that dude down there because I'm going to get overwhelmed and I don't want... Oh, wait. What if I do this? Does this work? Does this work? I might regret doing this, but does this work? Let's see if this works. I mean, I killed the little guys at least. Oh, something happened to him. Go down, go down. Can I kill him before he gets up? Oh, he is down. Yes! It worked. My idea worked. Hardcore run. Nice. What's ready or not? The only ready game I know is Ready Once You Switch. I already have one of these. Why do I need a new one? We found it! Yes! Yes, we found it! Why don't I take this? Do you know how helpful this would be if I had this at my base? Dude, we found it! Boom. Nice. Oh, that makes me feel better. Oh, a SWAT simulator? Okay, okay. I used to have SWAT. Was it the original SWAT? It might have been the original SWAT. I also had SWAT 4, but I think it was the original SWAT. If you don't know what I'm talking... if you don't know what I'm talking about... Oh, crap. Oh, crap. The original SWAT was a SWAT game. Obviously, but it was done with FMVs, like those full motion videos, and the way that it did it was, it would show you like a video scene, and then you could move the camera around to look around for like whoever you were going to take out, and it was one-shot kills. So like, if you were standing in the wrong position, you would instantly die, and it slightly randomized where like the person was, but you would have to plan like your SWAT approach to whatever it was that you were doing. Like there was a hostage situation in the house, and you would have to deal with it, and it was all done in live action video. I remember I bought that. I used to play it for hours, and I could never get anywhere because it was so hard. And then they released SWAT 4, and then that was like a proper first-person shooter. Yeah, that was my guess, Ghetto Bird, which is hilarious because I was in school for nursing. I was almost done, and I actually make far more money as a subcontractor than I ever would have as a nurse. I'm not rich by any means whatsoever, and I mean as a practical nurse, not as a full registered nurse. But I make more money now than I would have as a practical nurse. So it's just funny that she would have taken it that way, because I'm actually far more stable than I would have been. But whatever. But yeah, the SWAT games, they were fun. They were fun. Okay, so we've made some progress. I got my butt handed to me, but that's okay. Although there's some fish down here. Maybe I can catch some fish and cook some fish, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Maybe I should put in my profile, I'm a Twitch streamer. I bet you all the women would want to date me then. What do you do for a living? I play video games on camera. Come on. Climb up, dude. There we go. How strong is this dad? He is climbing while holding a lighter using one hand and only an axe. Like, that's pretty powerful. This guy is like, yo, the MCU is sleeping on this guy. This guy has some real strength here. I want them to show me one other MCU hero who can climb a wall with one hand while holding a lighter. Ew, these are hearts. Gross. All right. We've explored a whole bunch of stuff, and now we've got an axe to climb. Can I use that axe to climb down into the well? Huh. Huh, maybe. Well, not the well, the whatever that's called, the big ass hole. The big hole in the ground. I can't start that with big ass because the next word is hole. Alright, this is another cave. Can I build a marker? Where's the marker? Where is the marker? There. I don't want it to be yellow. Can we make it green? Let's make it green. Wouldn't it be amazing, Preston? One of my friends just posted a video. It was not a positive video because they are not in a good position right now. But they were talking about how much they earned and as a streamer. And the first year they earned something like $45,000 as a streamer. The next year they were up to $60,000, and then they were projected to earn $100,000 by this year. And just the way things have gone for them, it's looking like they're going to actually earn less than even the first year that they were streaming. They were projected to earn something like $28,000. which is like a gigantic drop off, but their viewership has gone up. So that was what the video was about, was how like their viewership is growing, but their money is actually like lowering. But saying all that, if I was making like $20,000 a year as a streamer, I wouldn't be able to quit my job, and I'd be fine with that. But $20,000 a year doing this would be, oh my God, that would be amazing. I would still have to work, and I wouldn't be able to like say I'm a full-time streamer, but 20 grand a year to spend on video games and cool cameras and stuff, because now I don't know if you were here when I was saying that, Preston, I gotta buy a new camera. I'm not happy about it. But like, that would be awesome. Not even to imagine like 60,000 plus a year. That's not like, you know, Ninja level or XQC or any of those guys, but like 60 grand a year for a dude who's on his own. That's a comfortable enough living that I'd be okay with that. I'd be 100% okay with that. Wouldn't that be so cool? Like, damn. Yeah, streamer equals homeless and smelly. Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, where I am right now in my streaming path, that is the persona I would give off. Because I'm not really making money doing this. Like, with the money I'm earning as a streamer, I'm going to be lucky to maybe make $1,000 this year. Which is not an income. It's not it's nothing. It's chump change, right? Like, my last payout was from YouTube, and it was $23. From Twitch, my last payout was about 2 months ago, and it was, I think it was like $45. And I'm not in line to get a new payout for a little bit. So like, I'm not making very much money doing this. So right now I would give that persona off. But if I was making, 60 grand doing it, they would see me and they would be confused as to how I'm saying I'm a streamer and yet I'm living an okay life. You know what I mean? Right now, I'm not making enough money to be able to say, yeah, I'm a streamer and I'm making this much money. I still have a full-time job. Now, when they see me with my full-time job and they see the car drive and stuff like that, then it's like, oh yeah, he's doing okay. But it would be really nice to be able to do that with just streaming. That would be really cool. Exactly. Oh, dude, that's... Actually, no, it's not too bad. My car insurance when I first started, that wouldn't have even been enough to cover 1 month's worth. Right now, with my car insurance, that would cover 2.5 months of my car insurance. That's all it would cover. Not very much. Not very much at all. Having bad driving record kind of sucks. Okay. So we did all this. Now, I know there was a hole in the ground somewhere when I was traveling around before that wanted dynamite. I wonder if I can find that again. Well, let's actually hunt for a few minutes. Once I hunt, I'll get some more lizards. And then we will sleep for the night. And then I think it was that way where the big ravine thing is. Funny enough, it's the punishment that our rip-off car insurance companies do that our government refuses to hold responsible for. I did a bunch of really stupid things when I was younger, like a lot of speeding. I had a couple of accidents and stuff. I had 3 accidents on my record. 2 of them were not my fault at all. One of them was absolutely my fault. Out of the 2, one of them was my fault, technically, but it wasn't caused by me, and there's that gray area where the insurance company just doesn't care because they're just getting money from me, so they don't care. I was driving, and it was one of those lights with an advanced screen where you could turn, and it was one of those that was on a highway, so it was 3 lanes that were turning, and I was in the middle lane, and I was the second car behind the lights. And we were all turning, and it was from one highway to the next. So everybody's accelerating because we have to go from one highway to the next, and the next one is an 80-kilometer-an-hour highway. So you're not going to just like slowly toot your way up to the speed. You're going to accelerate, and everybody was accelerating. And this guy pulled out of a Tim Hortons and cut across all 4 lanes of the highway. And so everybody slammed on their brakes, and my tires weren't great. And I slammed on my brakes slightly too late, and I slid in and hit the guy in front of me. So technically speaking, my fault because I hit the guy in front of me. But more technically speaking, the guy who illegally crossed 4 lanes of the highway was responsible for it, but the government doesn't see it that way. The insurance company doesn't see it that way. So that one is, I still consider it not my fault. And then the other one that was not my fault at all, I was driving on the street and some guy pulled out from the street parking and ran right into me. But I didn't have any witnesses. And when I went to the police station to tell them, because a cop never showed up, when I went to the police station to give my account, he called a buddy of his to show up. And his buddy said that I was driving, coming in from a side street and turned onto the street and hit him. But if that would have been the case, like if he's going straight and I'm turning and I hit him, he would have been at speed. He would have had damage all along the side of his car. And I would have had damage on my front end where I hit him. But the damage was all along my side, and only his front end was hit. And if he's parked and I'm driving by and he pulls out and I'm at speed, I would have hit all of my car from the front bumper to the back bumper, which is exactly what happened. And I got found responsible for it because he had a witness who said I was the one that was turning into the lane when it was him who was turning into the lane, and there was nothing I could do about it. So all of that is what was on my record. It's all clean now. All of it is off my record. Nothing is on my record. But then a year and a half ago, I was driving out in the middle of nowhere. It was in Fort Erie, but like in the farmland area of Fort Erie. And I'm with a Freedom Mobile, which is that company that's like really low end, really budget, but they have very low coverage. And in Fort Erie, they had no coverage in the area that I was in. And Fort Erie, the area I was in, was about a 40-minute drive back home. And I was at my last client's. There was an emergency, so I stayed late. And when I got in the car and was starting to drive home, I looked at the kilometers from my client's house to my house, and it was something like 56 kilometers. And I only had 30 kilometers of gas in my gas tank. And so I typed in the nearest gas station, and it was closed because Fort Erie decides 9 o'clock is like when everything is done. Nobody's driving at night and doesn't need gas at night. So I went to the first gas station. It was shut. So then I typed in a gas station that was closer to my house. And at this point, I had about 20 kilometers of gas in my car. Let me tell this story so you can get it. There was about 20 kilometers of gas in my car. Yes, I'm Canadian, everybody, so I'm going to be speaking in metric. There was about 20 kilometers left of gas, but the gas station was 25 kilometers away. And so I was like, I'm not going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't want to risk not making it. So then I type in another gas station within Fort Erie, and that one's also done for. And at this point now, my gas has gone on empty. It's now telling me 0 kilometers on my gas tank. Like I've got no distance that I can travel. And I start Googling. I'm on the side of the road. I'm Googling to see where the nearest open gas station is. And there's one gas station. At this point, it is now 10:59 p.m. Or no, it's 10:50 p.m. The gas station closes at 11. And I have 0 kilometers, according to my meter, on my gas tank. And that place is 8 kilometers away. And it's going to take me 5 minutes to get there. Driving. Between 5 and 8 minutes away. Like it's like I'm going to be cutting it super close. But I have no phone signal to call anybody. Like the data took me forever to get, but it wouldn't connect with a phone call. And so I start driving towards this gas station and I'm on empty. So my logic was, if I accelerate the car and then I shut the car off, I'll let it coast. And then once I'm about to almost stop, because it's in the middle of nowhere, it's farmland, there are no cars anywhere. Once it's almost stopped, turn the car back on, accelerate again, and then turn it off until I can get to the gas station. And as I'm doing this, I'm in an area that's a 60 and I was going 100. And so the cop pulled me over. And I show him my dashboard. I'm like, look, I've got 0 gas. I'm like, I look at my phone, I've got 0 signal. If my car dies right now, I have to walk to the nearest area. And it's going to take me half an hour to walk to the gas station. They're going to be closed. I've got nobody to call and nobody I know can drive. So I'm just trying to get to the gas station. So he's like, well, I need to write you a ticket because it was the end of the month. So of course he had to get his quota. And then I go and I pull into the gas station, and literally as I go up the little ramp to get into the station, the car shuts off. Like I just made it to the gas station and he had to give me the ticket. And I was like, can you not just let me off with a warning when I'm like, it wasn't me driving like an idiot because I want to drive like an idiot. The car is off. It does not turn on now. It was an emergency. It is the end of the night. Nothing is open and I've got no phone signal. and it's wintertime, and it was like during not wintertime, but it was during that time like we're getting to now, like October-ish, where the temperature drops at night. And when I left for work, it was hot, so I was just wearing my scrubs and I didn't have a jacket. And at this point, it was now like 0 degrees outside, and I'm literally just in scrubs. And so I'm like, I'm gonna freeze my ass off if I had to walk out. I needed to do this to get here. And he's like, no, there's nothing I can do. I got to give you a ticket. So because of my previous record, even though he only gave me a ticket for going 5 over, the insurance company decided I deserve to be punished again. So my car insurance went from like $160 a month to $390 a month for one speeding ticket for going 5 over. All right, see you later, Preston. So like it's frustrating. Very frustrating. I look for and target small channels to subscribe to. I've seen a lot of channels go from 1,000 subscribers to 100K subscribers in over a year or so. Well, I appreciate that, Ghetto. The reason, like, I've been doing this for a while. Like, I've been a streamer now for 7 years. And the reason my channel has been pretty stagnant over the last little while, like, I've been at 4.1K on Twitch for probably about a year now. Probably. And on YouTube, I was actually stuck at 3,000 for a very, very long time. Like, I'm talking years, like 3 or 4 years. I was stuck at like 3.4K, 3.5K. Like, I wasn't growing. But the reason is I wasn't putting in the work. There's no other thing that I'm going to try to say was the reason. Like, it's not like, oh, you know, the algorithm wasn't helping me, or, oh, people didn't like my channel and they weren't supporting me even though I put out great content. None of that. I just wasn't consistent enough. My streams for the last few months have only been like an hour long. And we're only 2 or maybe 3 times a week. On YouTube, I only streamed. I never posted content at all. And that doesn't help YouTube algorithms at all. And even then, I didn't stream on YouTube for almost a year and a half. So, like, that doesn't help if I'm not actually posting anything. So, I just didn't do the work to help my channel grow. And I took a year and a couple of months off from all streaming. So my Twitch just completely went stagnant because I just wasn't live. You know, life got in the way, and I made a choice, and that was my choice, was to take time off. You know what? Let's drink some water, go to sleep, wake up and eat. I should have probably gone to sleep before eating. Wake up, eat, and then we're going to go look for the ravine, see if maybe now I can climb down now that I have climbing equipment. And so, you know, I came back a few months ago to start streaming again, but it was more of just like doing something as an unwind goal for myself. I'm trying to make sense with what I'm saying. Like, the way that I was working and my responsibilities at home, I would end up with like 3 hours where I was just sitting in silence in the morning doing nothing. And I was like, well, I might as well stream while I'm doing that, because at least then those 3 hours are being spent with other people and I'm chatting, and I'm not just sitting here staring at my wall for 3 hours waiting to pick up Nora from school. But now Nora and her mom have moved out. I have an excess amount of time. My work schedule has changed. So I have like a ridiculous amount of time now that's free, and I don't have to worry about things. And so now I'm going to start putting in that effort that I had put in when I first started. When I first started streaming, there was a while there where I was averaging, you know, between 25 and 45 viewers per stream. On some really popular streams, I was doing up to like 60 viewers per stream. So I know I'm capable of getting viewership. It's just I've never done the work to get the viewership. And that's 100% on me. That has nothing to do with like, oh, dang it. That has nothing to do with like, oh, you know, the world is out to get me. It was literally just I wasn't doing the work. And now I have the time to do the work. So I'm going to be doing the work. It's just going to take some time, you know? But that's okay, because I've only been with this new schedule for about a week. Yeah. Yeah. My idea was just like if I'm coasting and the car is actually shut off, because my assumption is and was that all these like fuel economy measurements were based on the car running the whole time. So like if you're going at speed or a little bit below or a little bit over consistently is what they had measured. And when they measured about going fast, they measured it while the car was like they would go fast and coast, but left the car running, so the engine was perpetually using gas no matter what. Whereas like I was fully shutting the car off and everything, like everything was off. And so that way my idea was like if the car is just not running and I'm only accelerating for like a minute and then it's coasting for 5, then maybe it's less gas consumption, was my assumption. But either way, the point was I still got a ticket, and it kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. But that's life. I'm not sure what you're referencing, Kronos. Okay, maybe this isn't where the... No, this isn't where the ravine is. You can see the ravine from fairly close, so it's not this way. Maybe it's that way. Thank you. Or is the ravine that way? No, maybe the ravine's that. I don't know. I don't friggin' remember. I have such bad sense of direction. Does my map show me? Itchy eyeball. Itchy eyeball. Itchy eyeball. If I'm here and I walk this direction. Okay, this is the ravine, I think. I think that big hole is the hole I'm looking for. But yeah, we'll see what happens with... oh, my eye. We'll see what happens with the channel over the next few months. You know, I'm still working out what I want to do with the channel because I've been talking about this the last couple of days. I'm trying to focus the channel. I've always been a very, very eclectic streamer. I mix and match what I play. You know, I never play one specific game all the time or one genre all the time. I've always just kind of done whatever I feel like, but I try to stick it to like every Monday I play this specific game. Every Wednesday I play this specific game. But the downside is my numbers are everywhere. Like there are streams where I'll have 60 people watching me. Not anymore, but I used to. And then it'd be followed up by the next stream only having 6 people watching me. And so it was a really huge mixture, and so it made it very hard to guess what my channel was going to be doing. So I'm trying to focus it. I've been told that my channel is very much like a podcast because I talk and we just kind of chat and it's very chill and you know, low pressure. So I'm trying to find games that suit that very much. And a lot of the games that I have been playing don't really work with it. Because like I was playing Dave the Diver, which has a lot of reading, which cuts into the podcast feeling. But I also played Elden Ring, which is a lot of skill-based gameplay. And because I chat so much, my skill base just wasn't there. And so it also didn't really work very well. But I had played Minecraft a few times, and I felt really, really at ease playing Minecraft because it's so laid back and chill. So I thought doing survival games would be a very good choice for me. Unfortunately, the viewership in survivor games is very, very low. And now, to clarify, I don't believe in the whole idea that the game you choose is going to make or break you as a streamer. That if you choose the wrong game, your career is dead. But I'm also not naive enough to think that it doesn't have an influence on the ability to grow. You know, if you suck as a streamer, it doesn't matter if you're playing the most popular game or the least popular game. You're not going to have people watch you. But conversely, if you are a phenomenal streamer, but you're streaming to a viewership that isn't very big, you're limited on how much you're going to grow. So you have to kind of balance that out. Unfortunately, survival has a very, very tiny viewership. Like this game, as we speak, Last I checked was like about 200 people watching. And right now, we're sitting at 137. So it has dropped about 60 viewers. And the point is not so much, oh, it's not popular enough for me to play it. I'm thinking more of there are only 137 people potentially that will see me even existing right now. And so even if I were to get every single viewer to watch me, 137 would be the maximum of people that will ever see me. And so I'm limiting my own growth because of the game choice. And so I'm still kind of playing with the idea of what I want to do because this suits my stream better, but it very much has a small roof, a ceiling that I will reach quicker than I would like. But we'll see, because my viewership has gone up over the last little while. So I know I am doing okay as far as the entertainment factor goes. Because when I started playing The Forest, I was sitting at around 4 average viewers. Right now I'm sitting at 8, 9. I've seen it jump up to 11 a couple of times today. So I know that there is potential. And this is only my first week. So to get close to doubling my viewership in the span of a week just by being more consistent and having more of a stable game choice, it shows me there's potential. It's just I got to make sure I pick the right game choice for what I want to achieve. Do you know what I mean? All right, Ty, see you later. Enjoy your dinner. I'm kind of jealous. Getting hungry. I had some coffee and some toast for dinner. Did you guys not see me standing here? I'm okay with that. All right, so I can't get down yet. I thought I could, but I can't get down yet. I guess we'll go down to the cave and see if I can find that wall I have to climb again. What did you say? I think decide what you want to do in your broadcast, talk or play. I want to play. The thing is, I don't have the skill set to play at a high enough level where gameplay will be my only saving grace. You know what I mean? Like, if you watch somebody like Ninja, I personally find Ninja obnoxiously boring. I've never been a fan of Ninja. I don't have anything against him at all. If by some fluke I get famous and Ninja sees this and then thinks it's an attack, I don't dislike Ninja. I've just never liked him because he's not my type of content. I don't enjoy watching somebody own people playing a competitive game. It's just not fun for me. That's why I don't watch sports. That's why I'm not interested in esports. Just not my type of streamer. I would much rather watch somebody like Girl Thulu, who is more about like chatting and being goofy, and the gameplay is there, and it's about watching her fail at times as a gamer or try something silly and succeed unexpectedly. I like that. That's the kind of streamer I enjoy. You know, or like Chadley, who is a variety streamer, but he also does cross-stitching, which is not gameplay, but he's like chatting. That being said, I don't like watching somebody like, what's his name? Hassan Piker, I think is his name. Or like Pokimane, where like they'll react to videos, but it's 90% of just them and nothing else. I'm not a fan of that either. So I want to do gameplay, but I don't have the skill set to play well enough to be entertaining in the way that Ninja is. And when it comes to talking, I'm very good at talking, but I get bored if I'm not distracted by playing. And so I wouldn't be able to run a channel like Pokimane or Hassan Piker or whatever. I wouldn't be able to run that kind of channel because I would be bored. So I'm happy with the style that I have when it comes to the gameplay is just in the background. It's a distraction while I'm chatting. Because I do have streams where it is about the gameplay. Where I'm playing horror games, it's much more about the gameplay because I want to be scared and enveloped in the challenge. But I like to be able to just chat and play. and have the gameplay just be a background thing while I'm playing. It's more about choosing the games that I want to play, because when I play something like Dark Souls, my skill set is so low because I'm so distracted that it isn't fun for anybody, because you guys are just watching me fail, and fail in ways that are very ridiculous. Like, I'm not failing like, oh, you put up a good fight, you almost had him that time. It's very much like, a dude, you died doing that? That's really dumb. And that's just not fun for anybody. Get out of here, dudes. Oh, really? Right? And so, like, I know that I want to play and talk, but I also know I need to choose what I'm going to play while I talk. Something that will be entertaining enough for people to watch, the gameplay in general, while still being easy going enough for me to be able to play and not completely be terrible at the game. Like here, I'm not doing horrendous right now. Not doing great, but I'm not doing horrendous right now. Wow, dude, you are tough. And Merle isn't even here. Look at all these naked boobies. You've never broadcast before? Yeah, I've been doing it for 7 years. If I was going to be able to change my interest, I would have done it by now. Like I said, I don't enjoy streamers who only rely on gameplay. I don't enjoy competitive streams. And so I wouldn't enjoy doing it. And I find them incredibly boring. And I'm not saying that in a, like, they suck as streamers. I'm saying, like, that's just how I work. I don't like streams like that. And so I would never want my stream to be that way, because why would I make my stream into something that I personally hate? It just wouldn't make sense. So it's not something I'm even, like, considering learning to practice or interested in learning to practice. I'm happy with the way my stream is. If anything, my goal, and I've achieved it now, was to stop pausing while I was talking, because I had a really bad habit of pausing my gameplay when I would talk. And people hated it. I didn't mind it so much, but people really hated it. So I practiced that, and now I don't really pause my game. I mean, I've been talking for the last 10 minutes without ever hitting pause. But I'm happy with the way my stream is. It's just about selecting the right game that would suit my stream well. Because like I said, right now, the games that I do like don't have a big enough viewership. And the games that I like that do have the viewership aren't really conducive to the stream that I want to run. It's kind of like trying to say that I'm going to go from being a variety streamer to a Fortnite-only streamer. It's not something I'd be interested in. It's not something that would ever work for me, and it's not something that I even want to try. It's just not for me. What I'm trying to do is more like how if you're a Fortnite streamer, you want to tweak how you run the Fortnite stream. That's all I'm trying to do, is just tweak how I'm running my stream. Float some Graveyard Keeper. Graveyard Keeper, I've heard. Car Mechanic, I don't know. But simulators, yeah, I wouldn't mind a simulator too much. Brigador, I've heard of. I don't think I've actually checked it. Costume Quest, I had somebody else suggest that one too. I have someone suggest that one too. OG Doom. Oh my god, can you imagine OG Doom? Yeah, there's plenty of games. It's partially whether or not I own the game, and partially whether or not I feel like I would get bored. Do you know what I mean? Like if I worry that I would get bored. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Because that is one thing, is I have a very narrow scope in the games I enjoy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that also limits me because I'm not very good, not anymore anyways. I used to be really good when I first started. I'm not very good at faking like I'm enjoying a game. 3, 4, 5, 6. And in my own personal life, I don't like to repeat games very much. So it's very hard for me to come up with a game to play that I will be able to enjoy long term. Because as of right now, there's not like I'm trying to play a game that I can play for a while, not just something that I can play for like a day or two. Because there are games that I can play for a day or two and I would absolutely love them. But I also know that after a day or two, I would want to move on. And I'm trying something a little bit different. That's why my stream was so varied before, because I would get bored of games and I just wanted to move on and try something different, or I knew that I would beat it and then it would be over. I'm trying to find something that I could play a little bit more long-term, or at least a genre that I could play a little bit more long-term. Like, I know I want to keep horror going the whole time, and even though, like, I could beat, like, a Resident Evil game in, like, 3 or 4 streams, I can still move on and play a different Resident Evil game, or play Outlast, or play Visage. You know, like, there's a variety of games I can play that are still all horror and will still work within the theme. But I'm trying to find a secondary theme that I can also keep going, just to mix it up a little bit and still play other games within that thing. That's why I like the survival idea, because, like, The Forest is very, like, survival horror inspired. But then you play Green Hell and it's very survival heavy and it's more tension rather than survival horror. But then you can play something like Minecraft, which is also survival, but it's, like, childish and fun. And I can play Dave the Diver, which is also Survivor, but it's much, much more goofy. So, like, there's variety within that genre, and the people who watch one will more than likely watch another one. But if I'm going from, like, Dave the Diver to Elden Ring to, I don't know, Final Fantasy, those genres don't cross over very much, so the viewership won't cross over very much. And even though viewers are here for me, a very good chunk of them like me, and they like how I deliver the specific genre, but they don't want to watch me play other genres. Do you know what I mean? If that makes sense. I don't know, Ghetto. That's the thing. My tastes change on a regular basis. That is why I'm mainly struggling. Like, right now, I am on a very big survival kick. Like, a really, really, really big survival kick. But a little while ago, I was really into playing games like Zelda and Mario. Like, I was in a really big Nintendo thing. Or there was a while where I was only playing, like, RPGs. Like, I switch up all the time. And even though I'm loving playing survival's not doing very well. And so that is more of a business decision than a taste decision. That, me moving away from survival, is more because I know I should, not because I want to. Because I am more than happy to continue playing The Forest. I'm having a really good time playing this. But that's more like... the only reason I'm saying this to everybody is not so much because, like, I need you to tell me what to do. Not you in particular, but, like, I need my viewers to tell me what to do, because sometimes streamers put too much pressure on the viewer to tell them what they want, and then the viewer kind of feels like, then it feels like my stream, and you're not doing a stream, you're just doing what we want. I'm saying it more just like to openly talk about what's going through my mind right now, just so maybe hearing myself talk about it will give me some ideas. Sometimes somebody will say something, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's a good point. And because I am trying to I guess kind of give a heads up about, like, my stream might completely change from one day to the next. You know, all of a sudden I might be like, you know what, we're going to start playing first-person shooters. And that's nothing like a survival game. And so it'll be like, why the big change? Like, he's so flaky. He changes what he wants all the time. But it's not me trying to change what I want. It's me trying to see what will work within the stream for the goals that I'm setting for my stream, if that makes sense. Do you mean, like, why not stream with other streamers? Is that what you're asking? Tara, hello! I know, right? Me playing FPS games, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Although I've been playing a lot of Red Dead Redemption, not really a first-person shooter, but, like, that's nothing that I would really do on stream. But I've been playing a lot of that lately. I'm really liking it. I just don't think it would work for the stream. Get in the water, dude. Clean yourself up. Oh, like with fans. Because I used to do that, and fans completely derail the stream. Not all of them, but the risk is high enough that it quickly becomes a very toxic environment, and I'm not a fan of that. I used to do like fan nights where I would do one specific night a week where I would play a game with fans. You know, there was a while where I was doing like Smash Bros. Or I used to do Mario Kart. Mario Kart was a really big one that I would do with viewers. And it was a viewer day where we would play Mario Kart the whole time, and it was fun at first. But then I would end up having people in the chat moping the whole time because they were losing. And that just really killed the energy. Or you would have viewers that would troll for the lulz, but then they would kind of derail. Like, we would all be voting for levels, and all of us would be like, oh, we're going to vote for this level. We want to play this one more time. And then they would come in and they would vote for a different one just to kind of throw off the whole idea that we had. Or they would go onto voice chat and start, like, saying hateful things. Or, like, I had one guy who used to come and he was really nice until he wasn't. And then he would come on a voice chat and just start yelling at people. And it was just like, it really derailed everything. I've also had people not accuse me, but accuse each other of stuff when we were all playing online. And it got really messy really quickly. So I'm not a fan of playing with viewers. I will end up doing something similar because obviously I want to foster a community, but it's going to be in a very regimented way, not in a way of like every stream I play with viewers or I'm open to playing with viewers. It would be like only subs can do it and you have to sign up to do it. Like, it would be very, very, very refined because it was too much drama, and I hate drama. I hate it and I want nothing to do with it. Horror games are the best. They're amazing. I remember that, Turtsa. I remember that. And, like, that one was nice because I had, you know, people that I knew already filling all the spaces, and you were just one person. So it wasn't like I was taking a really big risk. You know what I mean? It wasn't like... Oh, wait, there's nothing in there. It wasn't like when I was doing Mario Kart where it would be people just bouncing in and out. And so there was a lot less control that way. But for Back 4 Blood, that was fun. That was really fun. Covered in blood, but I don't know where the freaking water is deep enough for me to be able to get uncovered. I think you did, Turtsa. I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think that's what it was. That you gave us a couple of codes too. But you were able to join us for a bit. But like you're somebody that I've spoken to for a while. Like, I knew there wasn't really a big risk of you flying off the rails if we were playing together. Or like this is another example, this ruined the fun for me. It wasn't a big deal for everybody else, but it really ruined the fun for me. I was playing, I think it was Bloodborne. It was one of the Soulsborne games. And I was playing, and some guy, my brother used to be very open to playing with people, and some guy offered to play. My brother was like, yeah, sure. And he joined us, but he was so much more powerful than us. And he knew exactly what he was doing, and it was one of our first times playing this section of the game. And the dude just ran off and killed everybody and then started the boss fight without us. And it was just like, what happened? And then he beat the boss and we got disconnected. It was just like, I was literally still wandering around the farm. I had no idea what was going on, and you just totally took the victory. And his excuse was, you guys were taking too long. I just wanted to help you. But it's like, but you took away the whole game of that section. But it's like, and what can I do at that point? The damage is done, right? So I try not to play with viewers because I want to maintain control on how I want to experience the game and how the viewers experience me experiencing the game, you know? Oh my god, Turtsa. Yes, the stupid R icons. That person was so mad. So mad about that. I still think about it all the time. People get so mad at the dumbest things. He gets so mad at the dumbest things. For those who don't know what we're talking about, TUES actually made my sub badges, which were based around my logo, and it has a very specific R. And Respawn, I think is what they're called. I think it's Respawn. Is it Respawn? I don't know. One of those companies, they have an R that is very similar, like very, very similar. And so somebody accused TUES of having stolen the logo. But I made the logo, and it's part of a much bigger logo. And so he just took one chunk of what I did. There we go. One chunk of what I did and just used that as my badges. But they were so mad saying I plagiarized. But it's like, it's not, though, because my logo is very different than Respawn's logo. It just happens that the one letter is similar. It was ridiculous. People get so mad about the dumbest things. The dumbest things. How have you been, Tara? Are you back in school next week? Is it time to go back? I thought this was where the climbing thingy was. Are you excited, or are you kind of dreading going back, just like having the responsibility again? I mean, I know you're probably excited to like continue with your adventure, but I know for me, even though I was excited to continue with my adventure, I never wanted to go back to the responsibility of homework and stuff. Yeah, that's it. Like it was literally just its own thing. And like even mine, I didn't use Respawn's logo as an inspiration. I literally found the font that I wanted. I don't even remember what font it is now. And then I wrote RFTFT all separate in my font, the font that I chose. And am I dropping frames? No, I'm not dropping frames, right? Okay. I wrote out RFTFT as individual letters in that font. And then I used Photoshop to have different layers for each letter. And I set them up roughly how I wanted. And then I erased the sections I didn't want so they could overlap in a way that I wanted. And like even adding like the random slashes in the FTFT, I added random slashes within the letter. And then I just got rid of the back end of the R to make it look different. So it wasn't just like a font that I used. So it was a proper logo that was mine. So like even mine wasn't inspired by Respawn at all. I had no idea they had an R similar to mine. But this guy just would not give up that it was plagiarized. And it's like, dude, sometimes people have something that is very similar and it's not the same. Hello, Kai. How's it going? That's not good to hear. I'm sorry that you've had bad news today. Excited but nervous about the workload. You'll be able to do it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. The workload is going to feel a little bit overwhelming for the first little while, I'm sure, because you have to kind of get back into that mindset of like school. But you've got this. You've got this. You're doing so well. And before you know it, you are going to be doing your job out in the real world and not having to do it as a student anymore. You've got this. I'm excited for you. I'm very excited for you. Although I'm going to be kind of sad to not see you around again because obviously... Uh-oh. Did I already eat all my meat? Oh, no. Okay. Please hold me off for now. Oh, for the expired sticker. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. That sucks. We were just talking about me getting tickets, so I feel you. I feel you. The second one was for no insurance. See that? I don't have anything supportive to say, so I'm not going to comment on it, Kai. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Yeah, I'm hoping so, Tara. Although, if you're going to be busy concentrating, I don't want you to be distracted by me and all my silly shenanigans. You know what I mean? Well, that's good. At least your boyfriend will pay for it. Am I in a totally new area now? No, I've been here before, but I don't know where the climbing wall is. I don't want to use my flashlight because I've only got like 3 batteries left. Although, these items randomly respawn, so maybe I should go find that boat again to get more batteries. Yeah, that's just them being nice. It's not about not being able to afford it. I totally get it. Hi, gotta go, bye. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying really hard, Tara, so I don't want to say that, no, you're good because I'm going to be evenings all the time. I'm trying really hard to, like, find a way to reverse my schedule for at least one day a week, but it'll probably be easier to reverse it all the time. Because the time I'm streaming now, Wewin and Merle and a lot of the people that used to watch me can't because they used to watch me while they were at work, or, you know, for Wewin and Merle, it was evening time. But now that I'm streaming at this time, even though it's evening for me, it's like the middle of the night for them, so they can't hang out anymore. And they've been here for forever, so I feel really bad not being live at the time that they used to watch me. But it's really hard for me to turn my times around because I come home so tired. Dang it, this is the way out, isn't it? That being said, if I can't change it, which there's a very good opportunity, a very good chance that I won't be able to change it, but if I can't change it, yeah, we'll be good because I'll be streaming roughly around the same time. And you'll be able to at least, like, listen to me in the background while I chat. Maybe keep you a little bit distracted while you're working, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, it doesn't actually make sense for me to switch my times around. It's more like I feel like they deserve to have me at least put an effort in to be able to be watchable for them because they've been here the whole time. Even when there was only like 2 people watching, they were here. And so I feel bad completely shifting to a point where they can't watch anymore. At the same time, because of the way my work schedule is, I'm working a lot later now than I used to. I used to start work at 10 o'clock at night. Now I'm starting work at like 1 in the morning. I used to get home at like 3 or 4 in the morning. Now I'm getting home at like 8. So I am falling asleep closer to 9 a.m. And so I'm finding it hard to get up before even 2 o'clock. And from 9 to 2 is only 5 hours. So it makes more sense for me to start closer to 4 or 5 p.m. because then I can sleep until 3 and have myself, 6 hours if I get home earlier and I get to bed by 8. 7 hours of sleep. But like, I just feel bad. So there is the opportunity for me to switch it around, but that means I have to like fully reset my internal clock. Because I would have to sleep before work and get up and stay up after work. And it's hard for me to do because the only way I can really get it to work is by staying up a full 24 hours. Because like today I woke up at 2:45. And so if I try to sleep now, I slept about 7 hours. I'm not going to be able to sleep after the stream. And then I go into work at 1 tonight. And so I would have to, I'm going to get home at around 7 in the morning today. 6:30 in the morning today. And so what's going to happen is I would get home at 6:30. And if I want to start my stream at like 11, I would have to be up from 6:30 till 11 doing nothing but staying awake. And at 11, I would have been up for 22 hours. And so I'm going to be exhausted. And then a 4-hour stream after running on no sleep would be not a very fun time for me. And so it's a very big effort to switch my schedule around. Once it was settled, I'd be so tired that as soon as the stream was done, I'd be able to go to sleep. But that's a really, really, really big effort. You know what I mean? Preston, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, they've been here forever. So it's like, I feel bad because I don't want to abandon them. At the same time, what I just described is a very big, big hurdle to try to cross for myself. So if anything, I really want to try to see if I can maybe do it on the weekend and have an earlier stream on the weekend. That way they can at least be here once a week. And if I can start my stream slightly earlier, maybe not start at 4:30 like I have been, but start closer to 3:30, which is closer to like 9:30 for them. So that gives them even a couple of hours to hang out if they stay up a little bit late. It gives a little bit of leeway. but it's a big, big change in time. And I'm happy with the way streams are right now, mainly because I can sleep, and I'm sleeping well. But it's my first week, right? Like I'm still getting into the vibe of streaming and streaming for 4 or 5 hours, and then trying to do videos to edit them and post them up, and get into the groove of writing scripts on a regular basis. It's all, oh, it is this way. Oh my god, it was this way the whole time. But it is nice that in the evenings I can have somebody like you hang out who hasn't been able to be around for a while. There's a few people who haven't been able to hang out who have popped in recently because they can finally hang out now that it's late streams, you know? With kind regards, 2:15 a.m. Yeah. I can understand it only because I used to sleep very, very early. Like, I used to go to bed at 9. It was wonderful. But now I work night shift. Now 9 p.m. is when I'm starting my day. Oops. Oh, another piece of the toy. I've got no raw meat on me, so I can't even bother cooking. Can't save at a bonfire either, so... But that's your happy music. That's the music you enjoy. Makes you feel tingly inside. See, I don't mind the nighttime. You know, I'm okay with it. A big thing for me... Uh-oh. Oh, okay. A big thing for me is I work night shift. And so I'm up at night, but nobody that I know is... Oh, I'm going to drown. Oh, I'm going to drown. Nobody that I know is up at night. And because I live completely alone, I spend a ridiculously long time alone. I mean, I work with my brother now, so that's a little bit easier, but I was working alone. But, like, I don't have friends that I talk to on a regular basis outside of Preston, and we win once in a while. And they... we win's a little bit more likely to talk to me because when I'm wide awake, she's usually getting up for work. But like, Preston sleeps, and so then it's quiet. And I've got nobody. I can't talk to my brother, or like, because he's got his family and stuff, and he's usually working if I'm at home. Or I've got, you know, like my parents. I can't talk to my mom because she's asleep too. And so it's very, very quiet, but it's a maddening quiet, which kind of sucks. Like I said, I don't mind the nighttime. I don't mind the quiet, but it's lonely when you have nobody in your life. You know what I mean? I'm up to 1 or 2 a.m. sometimes, but that's when I start getting busy, is at 1 or 2 a.m. Not busy, but, you know, that's when I start doing stuff, is at 1 or 2 a.m. So then you doze off, because we'll talk pretty late. Oh, that stretch made my trachea collapse. But you doze off, but then I'm still up until 5 in the morning. So from like 1 a.m. till 5 in the morning, it's 4 hours of complete silence. And like, it's different when it's complete silence and it's dark outside. If it was silence, but it was during the day, because people are at work or whatever, at least there's sunshine, right? Like the windows have light coming in. I can go out and mow the lawn. I can't do that at 4 in the morning. And I look outside, it's just dark. So like I'm surrounded by darkness. It makes it so much worse, you know? Yeah, no, I totally get it, Preston. And I try not to send voice messages at that point because I'm like, it's probably going to be loud. And he's trying to go to sleep. At least if it's text, he can read it if he wants and he can just fall asleep and not have to read it. But if it's voice, he might listen to it and all of a sudden it's super loud and it wakes him up. So maybe I shouldn't. Did he? I don't think I wrote it. I don't think he wrote anything down, but I'm scared to go in that water. It's so dark, and I'm going to drown. Infected, of course. Exactly, Ghetto. And that's the thing. I don't have poor sleep. I have good sleep. I have very good sleep. Now more than ever. Because I'm sleeping 7 or 8 hours. And it's a solid sleep. It's just I work night shift, so I'm up all night. It's not that I'm up all night because I can't sleep. Oh, God! It's not like I'm up all night because I can't sleep. I'm up all night because I work all night, so my sleep clock is in reverse. The earliest I wake up is 1 p.m. And that's when I haven't slept well. Like, even today, I didn't sleep amazing. I slept about maybe 6.5 hours, close to 7. I know it was closer to 6.5 hours. But I sleep pretty good. I sleep pretty good. All that's left is the hanging cave, which I don't remember which one the hanging cave is. But yeah, and lately, more than ever, I've had multiple nights where I've actually slept like 8 hours, 8.5 hours. It has been quite a nice experience. It's a very nice experience to sleep that many hours in a row without like constantly tossing and turning or anything. Or without having to get up and have responsibilities. You know, it's been pretty nice. Right now, it's again going back to the stream. It's just trying to work out how I'm going to sleep in relation to the stream. So the stream can make the most sense. All of it is just in relation to the stream, honestly. I mean, I was in nursing school, so I'm pretty aware of how to take care of myself for the most part. Everything, all the decisions that I'm trying to make, all the things that I'm trying to decide on is just more in relation to the mechanical part of streaming. Not even the enjoyment of it. It's the how can I make the stream enjoyable for other people and grow the channel in a way that is actually effective. Thankfully, I'm doing pretty well health-wise. Yeah, my health always comes first. If I'm tired, I go and take a break. Like I'll push myself to stream when I'm tired, but it's more like I'm able to do it more because I'm not one of those streamers that's doing 24-hour streams. I'm not streaming 7 hours a day or 7 days a week. You know, I'm not streaming at an unhealthy level. And I also, when I am tired, I will do a shorter stream. I will do like a 2-hour stream, and I'm cool with it because I don't need to worry about what is that? What is E for? Oh, it's a rock. I don't push myself that far, and I'm not worried about having to go for 12 hours. I don't believe that the only way to get famous as a streamer is by streaming all the time as much as you can. But I do know that I do have to have a somewhat large streaming catalog so people can have more of an opportunity to watch me. Like, I know it's all fine balance. So I'm not ultra concerned. I always put myself first. If I'm not feeling well, I don't stream. If I'm not feeling well, I don't make content. I just came back last week after not posting anything on any platform for over a week. And before that, I had taken a month off because my father had passed away and I just wasn't in the right headspace. So I'm very, very aware of putting myself before the stream. In the end, I want to do this, but I don't necessarily have the goal of being a full-time streamer where, like, I want to do this as a career. I want to make this my job. I'm open to it being my job. I would be more than happy to say, hey, I'm a streamer full-time. But my goal as far as monetary goals go would be to make enough money to contain the stream within the stream and not have to pay out of my own pocket for things for the stream. So like if a new game comes out, it's paid for because the stream paid for it. My camera's dead, I have to invest into it today. But I would like to get to the point where like, hey, your camera dies. The stream has enough money that I can just buy another stream or another streaming camera. My lights are failing. I got money in the stream to be able to buy the lights. Or like, oh, this is about to die. I know that if I stream for 1 month, I'll have enough money to pay for it and not have to worry about it. I would like to get to that point financially. But to like say I want to quit my job, be a full-time streamer, buy a house using my stream money, I don't even care. If it happens, cool. But I'm not concerned if it doesn't. I'm not going to be feeling like a failure if it doesn't happen. Even if I only ever, you know, if I plateau at 15 viewers all streams, I'm okay with that too. I'm not going to feel like a failure. I just want to be able to have enough people that they're enjoying the stream, that I feel like I'm actually providing entertainment for people, and have enough money to pay for the stream itself. Those are really the only things I would like to do, you know? But I'm not so dead set on being a streamer that I'm going to give up my life for it. I've got a really good full-time job. And streaming is something I do because I enjoy it. I would just like to see what happens if I put some real effort into it, if I actually treat it like a job. Because up until now, I've been very, very... the first couple of months, I very much treated it like a job. I was very specific. Like, if I was starting at 4, I was starting at 4. And if I was going to be, you know, 5 minutes late, I'd push it to 4:30. If I was going to be past 4:30, I would cancel the stream. Because I wanted the streams to be on time every time. And I had very specific days that I played very specific games. So even if I wasn't in the mood, if it was Wednesday, I was playing Zelda. It doesn't matter if I felt like playing Zelda that day or not. Because I wanted to make everything very regimented. I treated my stream like it was a TV show. And it paid off. I was doing really well. Not financially, because YouTube, especially at that time, streaming was a fairly new thing on YouTube. YouTube didn't have the culture of donating, of, you know, of subbing. That wasn't available on YouTube at all. So I didn't have financial successes, but I was averaging 25 viewers on my slow days, 60 viewers on a good day. I was doing really well. But then I stopped treating it that way, and I stopped putting so much stress on myself because I couldn't at the time. But now I have the ability to do that. So I want to see where things go if I start to really analyze my channel. And that's why I'm talking about like the mechanical decisions I want to make for the channel. It's not about, you know, oh, will I enjoy this? Will this be more fun? Will it be less stressful? I want to see what happens if I go, no, this will give me the best results. This will be the best choice for my style of channel, you know? And to see if by putting in that effort, there is a return. And just to see what I'd be capable of if I actually put in the work. Because I've seen some of my friends, once you find your groove and the types of games you're popular. Exactly. And that's it, right? Then it turns into autopilot to a degree. Obviously, you always have to kind of monitor autopilot because you got to make sure that it's still okay because things change and the way streaming works changes. Things come in and out of fashion. But it would just be autopilot. Like, I know that this is what I'm doing and this is what works. And that would be a really nice feeling to have. And like I was just saying, I have friends who started around the same time as me who have plateaued far below anything I ever achieved. But they never took their channel in the direction of being like a business. Although they wanted to be a full-time streamer, they never treated it like a job. And so that makes it hard to grow. But I also have other friends who never stopped treating it like a business. And now they're like full-blown doing some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen. What the heck is that animal? Oh, I think it was a boar. You know, one of my friends just did an ad for McDonald's as a content creator. Like, that's cool. That's really cool. And you know that they didn't just get paid $50 to do an ad for McDonald's. Or was it Burger King? Maybe it was Burger King. But you know that they got paid well for doing that. But they put in the effort. And they treated it like a business from day one. I haven't done that in a really long time. So I want to see what I'm capable of if I do that. Calculate what games work. Calculate how to get my viewership up. Have that trajectory and achieve that trajectory. And then be able to send out to companies and be like, look what I'm doing with my channel. I am now growing at this rate. I have this many people watching me. And then maybe they'll send me stuff, which will then also bolster what I'm doing and grow the channel more. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I want to see what happens, you know? Exactly. And that's exactly it, Preston. I'm just starting out now. I'm just starting to focus my channel. And so obviously it's not going to kick in today. It's not going to kick in tomorrow. It's not even going to kick in for like a couple of months, really. But I'm already starting to see the return in even just upping my stream times. Because I just mentioned this a few minutes ago. When I first came back, you know, the 3-4 months ago now, when I first came back and I was literally streaming for an hour or two, and I was only doing 3 streams a week at most, and complete variety where there was no dictated schedule in any way. I was averaging 4 viewers, 5 viewers maybe, between Twitch and YouTube. TikTok hit and miss. Sometimes it'd be like 100 people, sometimes it would be 2. But TikTok's hard to kind of evaluate. Now that I've been kicked out of the TikTok thing, I cannot break 5 viewers, but that's fine. But in this last week and a half that I've been very, very consistent and upped the amount I'm streaming alone, that's all I've done, and only been playing the Forest. Right now I've got 8 viewers just on Twitch. It says I've got 13 in total. So if 8 is accurate on Twitch, I've got 5 on YouTube. When YouTube was always at 0, and Twitch was 3 or 4. So like I've doubled my Twitch viewership, and I've gotten a YouTube viewership. So, and that's just by doing the bare minimum of starting to be out there. So if I start to implement things like what game I'm playing, and like, does it work for the channel? And how do I want to like approach variety? That will also amplify that. And then who knows, in a couple of months, I might be averaging 15, 20 viewers. And then next thing I know, I'm at a point where I'm starting to make money as a streamer. And then I can reach out to companies and be like, hey, I stream to this many people. And hey, I post videos on TikTok every day and I'm getting, 10,000 views per video minimum. And then all of a sudden, like, Deity might reach out and be like, hey, we want to send you a microphone. Talk about a microphone. That would be so cool. For Rode or Deity to send me a mic. Oh, I would love that. I would love that so much. I need a new microphone, and I would love it to be a Deity or a Rode microphone. No, Turtsa. It went down, and it was down for over an hour. It was down for over an hour. It was really, really frustrating. I ended up calling them after the stream went down, because it was actively down. So I was like, if I call them right now, they can see that it's down and they could try to do something. And then I was on the phone with them for about a half an hour, maybe an hour, somewhere in there. And then they realized that my modem is no good. And so they're sending me a new one. It's supposed to be arriving today, maybe tomorrow. But the internet didn't actually kick on for over an hour. And then it kicked on and it was really slow for a while. About 4 hours later, it was finally stable again. And I wasn't going to start a stream at that point, so I just never went back. That's why I made the one TikTok video. I don't know if you saw it, but I made a TikTok video where I was like, hey, my internet went down. Sorry, everybody. But since it stabilized last night, I was like, I'll go live today. And if it dies, it dies. But at least I tried to go live, Okay. They didn't have a bonfire, right? Because my guy's getting hungry. But yeah, that was a very, very long way of me saying, well, this is just the beginning. We'll see what happens. I might put in a whole bunch of effort and realize that nobody likes my content and it goes nowhere. But I won't feel bad about it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to feel like I failed. Instead, I'm just going to feel like, yeah, maybe this being a proper career isn't the mindset. Maybe... or not a career, but like treating it like a job isn't the right mindset. Maybe this will only ever be a hobby that I do to unwind. But then I can also like focus in that direction at that point. But right now, I don't know what I'm capable of, so I'm going to focus as if it is a career, like a business. And maybe I can make it work like a business. You never know. You never know. I've seen some of my friends go really, really ahead in the last little while when they amplified their output and the effort they were putting in. Their channel started to like blow right up, and like some of my friends are getting some of the coolest collaborations that they're working on right now. That I'm jealous, but I'm blown away by how much they've been able to accomplish in a relatively short amount of time, and I'm excited to see where they're going to go with it, because somebody like Kadea was in that position about a year and a half ago. And now she's got 500,000 followers on TikTok. She's doing some really, really great collab work that is extraordinary to watch, because she has put in so much effort and it shows, and now it's paying off. And my friends are at that point now where she was, where I saw and I was like, oh man, I can't wait to see where she goes from here. And they're at that point now. And there's a very, very good chance that they will be becoming full-time content creators if they can keep up the workload. You know what I mean? Michael Jackson, I think 5 years. I made a Twitch account a long time ago, but I didn't actually start streaming until probably 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know, actually. I don't even know if I can see it, because Twitch erases your stuff, which kind of sucks. It's one thing I hate about Twitch. One thing I absolutely hate about Twitch. Oh, my dude's about to starve. I guess I should eat one of the snacks. Or maybe I could... Let's just eat. Oh, I'm running out. I want to keep those for emergencies. All right, let's make a bonfire, and then we'll head back. Give me a second here. I'll check in just a second, Michael Jackson. Oh, I didn't mean to put both of them. Dang it. Oh, crap. I don't want to fight you, dude, but if you're gonna fight me, I'll do it. I'll fight you. Get back. Dude, honestly, I'm not in the mood. Whatever. Oh, dang, he dodged it. He dodged it. Did you see that? And it was so smooth, too. It was like, psh, what are you trying, bro? So casual. Was created 6 years ago, 3 months, 14 days. That's the specific. What I was trying to find out is when my first official stream was, because I didn't actually stream. I didn't actually stream until afterwards. So let me see. Do I have any uploads? No, that's 2020. Highlights, maybe? Ha! This will give me an idea. 2019. So 4 years ago. 4 years ago. February 15th, 2019 was one of the first streams. It's the only highlight I've got. I don't think it's the very first stream, but it's right around that time. So 2019 was when I first started streaming on a regular basis. But I made the Twitch only because I was streaming on YouTube and I didn't want to lose the nickname. Because when I first started streaming, I approached JXP. Have I ever tried Sons? I haven't yet. I want to, but I feel like I want to beat the first one first and then try Sons. But anyways, when I first started streaming, I very much, naively, very much was going into it thinking, I'm going to make it as a full-time streamer. I'm going to do a really great job and people are going to love me because I'm going to put in so much effort. And it was going that way for a while, you know? And when I started going from like 0 viewers to 3 viewers to 50 viewers, I was like, I'm going to do something with this. This is going to be huge. Little did I know life was going to get in the way, and then other things would get in the way, and it just wouldn't happen. But that being said, when that was all happening, I was like, well, I'm going to get, famous. I don't want people impersonating me. I'm going to make retro for the first time on Twitch and on Mixer. I don't think I made one on Facebook at that point. But I was like, I'm going to make all these because if I ever decide to go on those platforms, it's there. And if I'm famous, I don't want somebody else pretending to be me, and then when I try to go on those platforms, I can't. You know what I mean? So that's why I did the Twitch account, not because I actually planned to stream on Twitch. I didn't want to leave YouTube. I loved YouTube. And then YouTube decided that they weren't going to support streamers anymore. And then all of a sudden, the algorithm started ignoring streamers. Holy crap, we're freezing. The algorithm started ignoring streamers, and the algorithm started... the algorithm... Like, the way they made the system was hiding the streamer page, so it was hard to know where to put your stuff to start a stream and all that. And so I was getting very, very frustrated. And then I stopped streaming for a while. I was taking care of my grandmother. It wasn't going well. And so then when I finally decided to come back to streaming, I was like, you know what? My YouTube is dead. Nobody's watching me. YouTube isn't supporting streams anyway. It's like starting from scratch. Why not just start from scratch on Twitch? And so I decided to try Twitch because I was like, if I'm going to put in the same amount of effort on either platform, let's see how it goes on something like Twitch where it's made for streamers. And so that's what I did, and that's how I started on Twitch. But out of the two platforms, I do prefer YouTube. I think Twitch has a better community. The people that watch Twitch are much better. Not that like YouTube viewers aren't good. What I'm saying is that they have more of a gamified mentality, and so they're much more interactive. They're much more willing to support financially, but willing to support like the channel in general. Whereas YouTube, I had a much closer bond with the community I had built on YouTube, but on YouTube there was zero financial support. Nobody ever donated. My first big donation was from a guy named Jesse, who still pops in once in a while. He'll still lurk every once in a while. He gave me a $40 donation, and that was like mind-blowing, because up until then I had two donations, and they were both for $1. And so like there was no money there because viewers on YouTube weren't accustomed to that mentality. You watch YouTube and you're watching your video that you like, and you're not going to donate to a video. So that just wasn't part of it. Whereas streaming, that was part of the culture, so it was easier to donate. Like the mentality was just there. There are also a bunch of other streamers on Twitch, which in a way is good, because if you're streaming to other streamers, they understand the struggle and they're more willing to kind of watch you and support you, even if they're not actually there. Whereas on YouTube, not everybody watching YouTube is actually interested in creating content, so they don't understand how helpful it is when they're just watching on a tab instead of actually watching you. So there's a little bit of a loss there. But conversely, everybody on Twitch wants to be a streamer. Not everybody, but a vast majority of viewers on Twitch want to be a streamer. And so they're watching you because they're hoping that they will grow through that, instead of watching you because they just want to watch you. So there's a lot more fake connections built on Twitch, because there's a lot more of, well, if we, what do they call it? We have to network. If we're networking, you know, you might help me grow, I'll help you grow, it'll be great. Instead of just like, I genuinely just enjoy your content and I'm going to watch you because I like your content. So you're always feeling kind of, are they watching me because they like me, or are they watching me because they want something from me? And I feel even more that way because when my TikTok was blowing up, I was getting a lot of people coming to watch my streams, but almost all of them were people that were only watching me because they wanted to grow. And then as soon as that hype died down, they all bounced. And now the people that still hang out here are the ones that actually liked me. But when my average viewer count was 35, and right now it is 7, 28 of them were only here because they were wanting something from me, not because they actually liked me. So that's the part I don't like about Twitch. Whereas YouTube, a good chunk of people are just there for entertainment. So they're going to support you and they're going to like your channel, and they're going to still be around when you're, you know, having a bad time and you're kind of stepping away. They're still there when you come back. So they've got their benefits. they've all got their benefits, you know. Wouldn't that be nice? I wish I was verified. If I ever get hacked, I'd be like, boom, that's the real me. Get rid of that guy. Get rid of that imposter. I would love to get verification. Okay. So I've been wandering around for quite a while and have yet to actually achieve anything this last little bit. I feel like the hanging cave must have another tool that I'm going to need, and I just don't know where it would be. I don't even know where the hanging cave is, you know? And that's it, right? Like I knew that by doing the tips, people were going to come because they wanted more tips, and I was fine with it. You know, I'm not going to be like the people who only came to watch me because they wanted help are bad people or anything along those lines. That's what I was putting out there. That's what they wanted to come see. And that's totally fine. It was just more of the people who were like, we're your biggest fan. We love you so much. You're the best streamer. And then the second that I stopped doing stream reviews, they stopped coming. So it's like, you weren't a big fan. You weren't even a fan. You didn't actually like my stream. You genuinely only cared about what was coming towards you. But that's fine. You know, like if that's what they want, that's what they want. Well, all I'm getting at is that is one of the things on Twitch that I think a lot of streamers end up learning. But by the time they learn it, it's usually pretty painful. You're not learning it as an outsider. You're learning it because it happens to you. And it really sucks sometimes. It can be really painful when you feel like somebody is one of your closest friends and then you realize that they're only using you because they want to grow. And that's why if you stick around long enough, you're going to see it a lot more. It's happened quite a few times on my stream now. But that's why I run my stream very much in the sense of like, I don't mind banning people and blocking people. Before I was a lot pickier about banning people. I would really like give them multiple chances. And if they weren't listening, I would still try. Now I'm like, no, you get one chance. You screw up, I'm banning you. I don't need you here. Not because I'm too good for you, but because I understand that you don't actually care about me. So why am I going to make myself uncomfortable and my other viewers uncomfortable to keep somebody who doesn't actually care? You know? But yeah, they were a good lure. Yeah, and you know, and I feel like I do provide something for people to want to stick around. And I'm confident in that part of me. Oh. Ew. But I also know that I haven't really been pushing my stream. So I haven't, not even like going live. I mean, like I don't really talk about streaming anywhere. Oh, that reminds me. I meant to post that. Oops. How long have I been live? 3 hours. It's not even worth posting at this point. I have a stream clip that I wanted to post and I forgot. But yeah, like I don't really talk about being a streamer in my content very much. Like I'll bring it up. I'll like do a stream tip or whatever. But the people who watch me for like my news and game facts and stuff, most of them don't know that I stream. Or they come and see that I stream and they think that I just started, like that I'm a brand new streamer. And so they're not in the loop to realize that, no, I've been doing this for a long time. I started as a streamer. And so that's on me because I'm not promoting the stream. And I need to do that more. Because I'm sure if I did promote it more and I had more people coming over to my stream and seeing me stream, they might be more interested to see a bit of a different angle on me versus the news sarcasm side of me. You know what I mean? Even the pause didn't make me go, yeah, stuck with you forever. You're kind of like one of my pimples. It comes and then never goes away. I thought they didn't go in the water. Wait, they go in the water? I thought they didn't go in the water. That reminds me. A warm suit. I need 4. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of hunting that I need. I've got the rags. I've got the bunny thing. 6 deer. What's the last one? Is that fish or something? I don't know what that last one is. Kevin, that's okay. That's okay. Homework is important. Homework is important. I won't be live tomorrow, but I'll be live on Friday and Saturday, so you can catch me one of those days. Do not worry. If you have responsibilities, take care of your responsibilities. They come first. Responsibilities are important. You know? Did I grab food? I didn't even grab food. I wandered all the way out here without any food. All right. See you Friday, Kevin. See you Friday. But yeah, we'll see. You know, the truth is, I don't know a whole lot. Is that the... No, that's not the same deer. I thought it was the same deer that I shot before many, many times. The truth is, I know a lot about, like, the real basics. I know a lot about the mechanical side of streaming when it comes to the lighting, the sound, getting certain things to happen on your stream. I know how to do a lot of that stuff. But I'm not very well versed on, like, how to grow your channel outside of just make sure you're entertaining. Like, that's the biggest thing, is make sure you're entertaining. And I try to find different ways to phrase that so maybe it'll make sense to different people. But I'm not one of those people that's going to be like, oh, this is how you analyze analytics. Or this is how you get, like, this really secret way of getting this cool thing to happen on your stream. Instead, it's more of like a... You want good lighting? This is the settings you might want to use, or these are the settings you're going to work with and tweak them to make them work for your lighting, you know? And so, like, let's go in the water. I think they don't go in the water. I don't know. I'm not running. Why won't I run? Oh, my stamina's gone. That's why. Sorry, I don't mean to yell. I'm sorry. I'm just cerebral everywhere. Merle, this is what happens when you're not around. All the naked people are attracted to me instead of you. You're not allowed to miss streams. Come back here. I only say it because I know Merle once in a while watches back. So she might catch me saying that. But yeah, like, I don't actually have any, like, secret tips that are going to all of a sudden make you this phenomenal streamer. What I know is the things that will make your stream quality go up with, like, certain settings, certain lighting. I'm very much a budget person, so, like, don't spend money on stupid equipment that you don't need. But that's pretty much as far as my stream tips can really go. And so I kind of stopped doing the stream tip thing. And even now, when it comes to, like, analysis and crap, where's my spear? Where's my spear? I'm still learning what I need to do. What the heck? There we go. I'm still learning what I need to do, and I'm going to be testing new things because I genuinely do not know what is going to make my stream grow. I know some of the really, really basic ideas of what I need, but I don't actually know how to read my analytics. Because, like, that's one of the tips I get from a lot of my friends when I question them when they're doing really well, and I can see that they really understand what it all means. I'll ask them. I'll be like, you know, how do you, like, what do you do to know when something's working? And they're like, oh, well, you just look at your analytics. I don't know what the hell that means, right? Like, my analytics are, oh, I had 25 people watching me today. This game must be good. I don't know how to actually analyze it to know it wasn't the game, it was actually this thing, or to know. What? I thought that I could get, I thought because they were big, they were going to give me skin or something. You know, to actually know, well, you know, at this hour they dropped off. What happened then? To go back to watch my stream at that point and be like, oh, I did this and that's why people left. I have no idea how to analyze that stuff. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm learning all that, right? But I'm trying to take a more analytical perspective so I can look at that stuff and be like, okay, I understand why that didn't work. Yeah, and that's a big thing, and the sad part is most people who are falling for that are the brand new streamers who don't know any better, who do think that there is, like, a secret recipe that you can use and that's how you're going to grow. And they don't realize that a lot of that secret recipe that the streamer is telling you about might have worked for them, but it might have been for a very specific reason. Like Ninja, he ran his little, I don't know if he still runs it, but he ran his little, pay for tutoring on how to be a streamer. And a few people that I watch followed it and paid for it and took some of his courses. And it was literally everything that's free online. Like it was, make sure you set a schedule. Setting a schedule is really important. Make sure that you're good at the game. Select a game that's popular, and that's what's going to make you grow up, like blow up. But Ninja, that worked for you not because you picked a game that was popular. It worked for you because you were a first-person shooter gamer who was quite skilled and were playing at a time when nobody else was playing that game. And you just got in before it was popular. And it blew up, luckily. But it doesn't necessarily mean you actually chose it knowing it was going to blow up. You chose it because you thought it was going to be fun, and it happened to blow up. You were also streaming at a time when the bar wasn't as high as it is now. The bar is insanely high for streaming now. You have to have fairly decent quality now to even try to compete with some of the pros out there. Whereas when Ninja showed up, everybody had a cheesy webcam with no lighting, a Blue Yeti as their microphone. There was no, lighting settings that they were using. It was just go live to go live. There was no entertainment value to it. So his advice isn't going to work for a streamer now because when he did it, that did make you special. It doesn't make you special now, so it's not actually a benefit. But they'll say that, and they'll be like, well, I grew, I blew up. Yeah, but you stayed big because you got big, and you got big when it wasn't as competitive as it is now. If you started now from scratch and did all of your own advice, speaking to like somebody like Ninja, you wouldn't go anywhere. Nobody would watch you because your skills are good, but they're not so mind-blowing that you would stand out compared to another person that has the same level as you. And with how quickly Ninja fell off, and not only fell off, but like lost a lot of the Ninja appeal, that's proof that he's not very good at business either. Like it wasn't like he was some business genius and that's what caused him to grow. He really hampered what people liked about him. So like it's that advice that those streamers give of like, no, there's this like secret stuff you can do to make your stream better. It's either super generic and it'll be like, make sure you're entertaining. Cool. But how? Or it'll be like, make sure you're consistent. Okay. But that doesn't actually help anybody. There's a guy, I had to block him because he was really annoying me. He runs a one-on-one tutoring session, charges $25 an hour. And one of my friends called him out. And my friend tends to like drama. And so he takes breaks often from TikTok because he gets bullied quite a bit because he pursues the drama, but his takes are solid. He's just willing to call it out for what it is and not willing to kind of concede that people are kind of wishful thinkers and this guy's going to continue to succeed because he's surrounded by wishful thinkers. But the guy was running this one-on-one tutoring session and he 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 1, 2, 3 he was saying, you join my Patreon or whatever and you pay me, I think it was $25 for an hour one-on-one tutoring session or $10 for my paid generic lessons. And I've seen this guy's instructions online. They are generic. They are everything I've said. They're everything that Catliente says. They're everything that Girl Thulu has said and has said. Like it's very, very generic information that isn't going to help anybody in any particular way. It's just, it's stuff that you should know, but you shouldn't have to pay somebody to know it because it's just obvious, right? And so he's giving this information out. So my friend called him out, basically saying like he's a scam artist. And the guy like got super defensive about it, obviously, because he's trying to run a scam. And if he gets called a scam artist, he's got to act like he's completely offended by it so people will believe like he's being genuine and he actually isn't trying to rip you off. And my friend called him out. And the dude was being like all, I'm so offended by it. And then my friend brought in his stats as the proof. And he's like, dude, you live stream to an average of 7 to 10 viewers per stream. if your advice is so good, why are you stuck at 7 to 10 streamers per stream or viewers per stream? Your advice isn't that great, right? To be charging people as if like you're this savant that knows all this stuff. And the dude's response was the most laugh-worthy, pathetic excuse of a response that any person who is actually a scam artist or a scumbag always has as an excuse. I don't want to be a full-time streamer, so I don't care about my numbers. But that's what you're telling people you're good at. So shouldn't you have the numbers to back up that you're good at it? Imagine if I said, I am an amazing chef, I'm going to teach you how to cook, but I don't want to be a chef, and I'm not going to show you how I cook. And the meals that I cook were mediocre, but that's because I don't want to be a chef, not because I actually don't know how to cook. I would be laughed out of the kitchen if I did that. Or if I was a painter and was teaching a class on painting, but then when I show you my paintings, they're pretty mediocre. And then I respond with, well, I don't want to be a painter, so I'm not going to make good paintings if I don't want to be a painter. That you can't use that as an excuse, and that's what this guy did. He was saying he didn't want to be a streamer. He just knows how to be a good streamer, but he couldn't get his numbers up. But he's a scam artist, and he's charging $25 an hour to give generic information. And the sad part is that new streamers who don't know any better, they're not doing it because they're stupid. They're doing it because scam artists know how to manipulate people. And they get taken advantage of. And then they give all of us bad names, because when I was giving advice, I would get called a scam artist. I would get told that I was trying to like take advantage of people for views. It's like, guys, I'm giving you this advice all for free. All of it. All of it's for free. There is nothing that I'm putting behind a paywall. I'm not requiring you to follow me on Discord to do it. I'm not requiring you to come to my stream to do it. It's literally all free information. And if you ask a question, I will answer. And that's it. But these scam artists were using it for that. So that's why I pulled away from tips, because I was getting lumped in with the scam artists when all I was trying to do is just help people find the advice that I looked for when I started. And I wasn't even doing it to bring people to my stream. That was more of like an afterthought where I was like, well, if people are watching me, hey, I do stream. You can come watch me if you want. But it was guys like that that ruined it for everybody. And it's so sad. It's so sad to watch because none of the information's actually any good. If this guy's charging $25 an hour, and I would say, okay, that makes sense. And he's not a big streamer, but he is a good business guy and stuff. For $25 an hour, I am expecting him to edit my clips so I can post them, give me hands-on answers to my specific analytics with my specific stream setup and my specific issues. So he can be like, hey, at this hour, your stream was doing this. I think that this is why it happened. This is the revenue that you have. I think that you need to change these things, and these ideas would help your revenue go up. Not just, you need to come with incentives for streaming. Here are some generic ideas of how you can get people incentivized to pay for you. No, for $25 an hour, I want you to tell me exactly the thing that I need to do for my specific stream. I want you to tell me the exact meaning of my analytics. But of course he's not going to do that because he is a useless person who doesn't actually know how to stream. But he sure as hell knows how to take advantage of people. And that's what he does. And the sad thing is he's going to make money. And he's going to use the money to fill in as this is how successful I am because I made all this money. But you only made money because you ripped people off, not because you actually were good at what you did, because you scammed people. It's like those guys that do like the... Are you tired of people giving you business advice? Do you hate those? There's one guy in particular that I keep blocking and he still comes up. Do you hate those guys that dangle their Ferrari keys like this in front of you and he's holding Ferrari keys? So he's doing literally what he's judging other people for doing. I can show you how to do it because you can get drop shipping to work. Dude, you're not driving that Ferrari, or you didn't rent that Ferrari or buy that Ferrari key because you drop shipped. You have the money to buy those things because you scammed other people by telling them you drop shipped. But you didn't do it through drop shipping. You did it through scamming them by saying you know how to drop ship. Because those guys will not make money dropshipping with your course. They'll make money if they get wise and realize the course is what makes you money. And then they'll start their own course, which will make them money. And that's what these streamer dudes do. And it's really infuriating. Because you got somebody like Noctwolf, who works very hard at giving advice. And he gives very good advice. And somebody else is using that same advice and putting it behind a paywall. And so Noctwolf is getting the raw end of the deal because his advice that he's putting the work in and doing for free, somebody else is monetizing and ripping people off for. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Night Owl, how's it going, man? How are you? Yeah, exactly. Everything that he does is the generic dull information and the dull information that doesn't work. Like doing stuff on stream will only do so much, and it is a very low plateau. It is a very, very dead end. And sure, it might help your stream in the sense of like having people retained at your stream. Like, you know, you might have your viewership stay stable at the stream. You might be able to convince people to give you donations at the stream, but that has a very low roof, a very low ceiling. If you want to grow your stream and bring new people in and have new incentives and then have sponsorships, because that's where the money lies, your donations are only going to go so far. The sponsorships are what's going to give you money. The collaborations are where you're going to get the money. The merch is where you're going to get the money. That is all business dealings, and that is all offline. The stream is the way the stream is like the meet and greet you have with your favorite actor or your favorite voice actor or your favorite artist. The stream is that, where you get an opportunity to connect with the people who like your stuff. But the actor and the artist and the director, they're not making their money off meet and greets. They're making their money off the work they put on before the meet and greet, and the meet and greet just supplements that. And even though they get money from meet and greets and you would get money from streams, the real work is everything else that happens outside of the stream. And that's what these guys don't know anything about because they've never been able to achieve it. Exactly. And that's exactly it. So like for me, I can give advice about lighting and sound, and that's going to up your quality. That's not going to make anybody watch you. It's not going to make a better streamer out of you. You know, you can have all the best stuff. You know this already. You can have all the best stuff in the world and still be the worst streamer on the planet, and nobody will watch you. And then there are streamers that are literally recording with a potato, and they have huge viewerships because they are entertaining and they know how to reach out. There's a guy that Girl Thulu is a fan of. I don't mind the guy. I don't really watch him, but I don't mind the guy. I think he's pretty entertaining. When he started, he had like almost no viewership on TikTok. He was already established on Twitch, but he had like no viewership on TikTok. Now he's got like a gigantic following on TikTok, and it's almost all stream clips, but he's got the persona for that to work. But his quality is nothing to write home about. Like the actual physical recording quality, not that great. You don't look at it and go, wow, I want to look like that guy. Some of the stuff looks like it was filmed on a potato, but he has huge viewership because he is a good streamer and he is a good businessman. He knows what he's doing to get people to come to him. And that's the thing that guy will never, ever, not the streamer, but the guy that I'm talking about will never, ever teach you because he doesn't know any of that stuff. He doesn't know how to do any of that stuff. He knows how to talk. That's all it is. And Night Owl, I was actually talking about you a little while ago. Dontavis, hello, welcome. No worries, no worries. I was actually talking about you earlier, that I was saying that right now, we were talking about like what I'm going to be doing on my stream and how I'm like trying to have more of an analytical look at my stream right now, because I feel pretty good about like the setup and the lighting and all the tech stuff, even though I'm having major tech issues. You'll appreciate this. I have to buy a new camera. I have to replace this camera, and I'm so distraught because camera prices have skyrocketed in the last year. When I bought this camera originally, I bought it brand new. When I bought it, it was $500. And now they don't make it. It's the 5100. Now they don't make it. And used, I've seen it for like $1,500 because nobody's really selling it. And then I was looking at the ZV-E10, which is the one that I use for my TikToks, that I don't want to use for the stream because the HDMI port on this is dead from me unplugging it and plugging it in so much. I don't want to break my ZV-E10, so I want to buy a secondary camera so I can use it for the stream. And the ZV-E10 is $1,000. When I bought it, it was only $700, and it's now $1,000. It has skyrocketed in price for cameras, and there is nothing available that is within that $500 range anymore that is a mirrorless, in my area anyway. I was looking at the Canon M200 because I was like, at least that's a budget camera, and I don't see it anywhere. I found one, and it was like, it'll be available in October, and it's still $800. Like, I'm so heartbroken. I don't know if you can see kind of the whoops. It's going to be blurry because of the camera. Damn it, don't look at me. I know I'm pretty, but notice how the cable is all like wound up because I've had to bend it so it's bending my HDMI port so it makes contact. Because as soon as it's in straight, it turns off and it doesn't work. So like it's dead. I'm so frustrated. I can't find any ZV-1s in my area either. No ZV-1s in my area. It's disheartening. It's really disheartening because there's no ZV-1s in my area. Any of the cannons that I see that are a marginally better price, you know, $700 or even $600 used, they're the ones that don't have the always on. Like they'll turn off after 20 minutes, so I can't live stream with them. It's like it's starting to look more and more like the only choice I have is to spend $1,000 on the ZV-1 or buy a used ZV-1 and hope that it's gonna do what I need without it dying. But disheartening, seriously. But yeah, the HDMI port is dead on this thing. It's working right now, but like my cable's all like coiled up and it's bent, so it's pushing on the pins, so it actually works. And the zoom button is broken on this thing. I can zoom in, I can't zoom back out. So if I accidentally, sorry, I'm trying not to burp. If I accidentally like move the camera around and I hit the zoom button, it's now stuck and I have to like unplug it and plug it in a bunch until it resets. Kind of gets frustrating. It gets frustrating. Thank you, Night Owl. Yeah, my tech has been a headache lately, but it's because it's been years, right? A lot of this stuff is really old. It's time to replace. It just happens to all be happening at the same time as I'm starting up again. It's probably been happening for a while, but because I wasn't streaming consistently, I hadn't experienced it now. But thank you. I've been working so hard at like tweaking my lighting over the last year to try to get things to where I want, and I'm finally happy with how it looks. Like I look at my screen right now and I really like how my lighting looks. I feel like it's still kind of dull right here, but I really like where my lighting is. I like how things look on camera. It feels gamery, but it still feels very well lit, so it doesn't just feel like add a bunch of lights just for the sake of it. I feel like there's lights, but it's tweaked to look good. But now it's just getting the tech to behave. Like I'm getting the new router soon, or modem soon, so that should fix my internet issue. I'm still iffy about the motherboard. I'm hoping that that's not going to be a concern for a little bit anyways, but like I got to get the new camera. My Go XLR is acting up, although it's been pretty good lately. And for some reason my Stream Deck won't turn on. But that doesn't really, I don't need that necessarily. But man. So hard to get it all to work. Yeah, so I've been trying the whole like set it to the background and then sit up and then use my lighting to set it to me. The biggest issue I've been running into is these walls are a little bit better than where I was before. The biggest issue I'm running into is my walls, because those walls back there are like a chocolate brown, not a super dark chocolate, like a milk chocolate brown. They absorb a lot of the light. They don't reflect very much of it. And then this wall is all wallpaper, and so it doesn't reflect very nicely either. So it's been really hard to level it because all my lights in the room, everything in the background is at 100% except for the neon light. The neon light is at the minimum because that thing is friggin' bright. That is insanely bright. Like, I do have it here. I think it's this one. Look at this. Look at that. That's maximum. So like it gets really, really bright. So I turn it down to the minimum and it's like the perfect brightness to just glow and not actually, like I could even probably go up 1 and that would be okay. I don't know. What do you think? The minimum, or do you think 1 with a little bit of like a hair of blowout? What do you think? You've got a better eye than I do. Let me know. But yeah, all of them are at 100%. But with all of them at being 100%, it's still kind of hard for my, like I've got my lens completely opened up. And my ISO is actually not too bad. It's at 320, so it's not too bad. But where I was set up before, my ISO was at like 1,000 because I couldn't get it lower than that without it actually dimming those to the point where they weren't visible. But yeah, all the lights are on max, and I've turned this one up quite a bit now. Now it's sitting at 80%, so it is pretty bright now. But I feel like the room being so small has helped a lot with that. But yeah, it's been a really long work in progress. I finally feel like it looks good. I was really anxious when I first started recording TikToks in here because I was worried. I really liked how my TikToks looked in the other room. But here, because everything's so much more congested, I was having a harder time kind of separating myself from the background. But I think it's looking okay. I think it's looking all right. Yeah, the reflection, and this isn't even on purpose. This wasn't even done on purpose. This just happens to be the way that it worked, because what I did is, let me take a couple of pictures real quick, because obviously I can't show you. So what I did is I had bought a softbox on Amazon to go around my LED panel, my Godox LED panel, very similar to like the Elgato key light panel, that shape, but it's a bit bigger. So I bought that softbox, but the softbox is only, I'm gonna guesstimate that maybe 15 centimeters deep. So it didn't really soften because the light was really close up. And so I was using that, but I also felt it was really small, so it wasn't softening the light enough, and it was a bit of a sharper point, so it added like harder shadows. And because of the shape of the light, I couldn't really buy a bigger softbox, and it wouldn't really fit in this room anyway. So I ended up picking up, I ended up grabbing my old reflectors that I bought for when I was doing photography. And you know how they always come with like the softening sheer white thing in the inside on the ring? I took that and I've actually hung it from the ceiling. And so it's hanging from the ceiling, and then I kind of hung the bottom to the stand I'm using for the light, so it's tilted. And then I've got my light behind it at a bigger distance, and the light's actually like flat. It's not tilted down towards me, only the softbox is. So I feel like it's added an insanely soft light on me, and it's so much bigger that it's a smoother light. It doesn't have as harsh of a shadow. I think it looks pretty good. And then I've just got the one ring light back there to just highlight. And I feel like it's been a really nice compromise to keep it soft. And the great thing is I can use this exact light with these exact settings to record my TikToks. And all I have to do is just have my ZV E10 at like 850 ISO, because I am further away from the light, and it still looks great. So it's made my life so much easier. So much easier. Yeah, those reflector things are amazing. And I had it, and for a little while I used it as my like background light, but it was a real hassle to like focus the light where I needed. And because I was using behind me, it was just messing with my lighting. But now that it's in front of me, and because I'm now using it for two different setups, the fact that it's bigger and wider hasn't really caused a big issue. I think it looks good, and it's not really bouncing off the walls too much. It's just adding enough that you can see the walls, but not actually making it so bright in here that it feels unbalanced. I think it looks okay. Mandarin, how's it going? Welcome. How are you? Go girth, not length. Yeah, it's I'm pretty happy with my lighting. I'm pretty happy with my lighting. You know, it's been a huge hassle for me because I've been so particular about what I wanted for my lighting. And I'm still tweaking my color correction when I'm editing, because I'm still struggling to get that totally right. You know, I still haven't found a look that I like for my videos. I'm very much into like the high saturation. I like the really like deep colors and the high contrast. I like those poppy style looks, but that poppy look I feel doesn't look like a professional video. And so I'm still kind of messing with how I want things to look on my videos, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. What I do find has been helping to make it a little bit easier for me now is one thing I struggled with. This is something, if you guys don't do content, you're not going to appreciate this, but I know Night Owl will. One of the things that I really struggle with is because my face is so parchy, like it's got the red blemishes and stuff, color correction is so hard for me, because when I am lacking certain colors and I boost them up, it messes with my face, because my face isn't just like an average skin tone. Instead, I've got like the olive color. I've also got the lighter skin color, but I've also got the reds because of all the blemishes. So pumping certain things will make those reds even worse. So it's really, really hard for me to get the color calibration right. But over the last few months, I've been really working on softening my skin with like doing a whole regimen. Like I'm moisturizing every day. I'm doing like an acne treatment at night, an acne treatment at mornings. I'm still cleansing my face. I've been doing that for quite a while now, but I've changed how I'm cleansing my face. And it seems to be doing pretty well. Like I've had a couple of breakouts over here, but they're nothing drastic. My nose is still a mess, but my nose is going to be a mess forever. But I feel like my skin overall has really like smoothed out a little bit. And so that's helping a lot because now when I boost certain colors, I'm not getting a bunch of weird splotches all over my face. Instead, it's just my nose, but like the rest of my face looks kind of smooth. That really helps. Yeah, I've been really considering a diffusion filter to get a bit of that softness going. You know, a little bit of that softness I think would help. You know? It's going. As always, a pleasure. With a brohawk. It's starchy. But yeah, it's, you know, I'm slowly getting there. Like my nose still gets really red. It's really red right now, but now it's because I'm itchy and I'm messing with it. But I'm working on it. You know, I'm getting there. I'm starting to get things where I want. Wait, what happened? Why is it telling me I've got no activity? I'm live. I've got activity. It's right here. TikTok was like, we've had no activity. We're gonna disconnect you. Why? I'm here. Is it because nobody's around? Is that why? I did. I verified. Make me go live again. What is going on here? That's weird. But yeah, I'm trying to up my quality now that I have the time and I have a lot of time to do nothing. I'm trying to see if I can up my content. The video I did yesterday about the ROG Ally, remember how I was telling you that I want to take a bit of inspiration with how you've been doing your videos? That was kind of my attempt at it. I'm still working on it. I'm really bad at B-roll. I'm really, really bad at B-roll. It always comes out really shaky. I never know what settings to use. Sometimes it's out of focus because I forget to do that when I'm doing it, or the exposure's off. So I'm working on it. The quality, as far as like that part, not so good. But the editing style, that's kind of what I was aiming at, is like inspiration from you while still kind of keeping my own thing. Because I'm really hopeful that I can start working with businesses now that I can now that I can dedicate more time towards that. I'm hoping that I can start reaching out to more businesses, get my numbers up a bit higher, and then start doing some collab stuff. Because I want to get my content going. You know, I've seen how much you've been getting from the work you've now put in. Because I remember when you were first starting to get into it, you were kind of like, I don't really know what direction to take the channel. I don't really know what to do with it. And you were just coming back after taking so much time to yourself. But in perspective, it was a very short amount of time from then until where you are now. And it's been a very huge influx of quality that has come your way. Not that like your channel is all of a sudden, like it was nothing and now all of a sudden it's huge. The content is exactly getting the attention that it should get because you have been putting in the work and it's finally getting attention. The work was always there and it should have always had the attention, but now you've kind of found that groove that is really working for you. But I'm seeing the return now. Now you're getting contacts from these like big companies and doing some really cool reviews, and like I see that from you and it makes me so happy to see that from you. And now I want to see if I'm capable of doing something similar. You know, not like do your idea, but like the growth and the final having a return for the work I'm putting in. I'm hoping that I'm capable of doing something like that. Hello, Girl Thulu. You're trying to fix the ZV-1. My Sony A5100, the HDMI port is dead, so I gotta buy a new one. And it really sucks. You can't get it to look good? What's wrong? Like, what's happening? Because both Night Owl and me are here, so we could try to answer something. See, and like oh, you're overexposed. Now, I'm camera illiterate. Now, the thing is, I don't know. Can you send me a picture of how it's looking? If you're there, if you're not there, then don't worry about it. But if you're there, can you send me a picture? Because I've always found your A6400 looks fantastic as a Night Owl. I always found that you sometimes go underexposed quite a bit. It's like you're playing it safe, but then in turn you play it too safe. So it looks a little bit muted. Do you know what I mean? So I just want to see what you see as overexposed. I would like to see that. Yeah, Night Owl has been like doing so many good things. The hooks, go back to the hooks. That's one of the things that I think I do okay. I have okay hooks, but I get a lot of people angry with my hooks because my hooks are very... I don't like saying they are clickbaity because in my perspective, clickbait is you say one thing and then the video is about something totally different. Like if I were to say the best RPG, the one video that I just did, the best RPG ever is just released and nobody's happy about it. And then I went on to talk about like No Man's Sky. That would be clickbait because I'm not talking about the RPG that just released and I'm not talking about people being mad about it. But I did say that. And then I went on to talk about how devs are mad at gamers and gamers are mad at devs. Sure, not every dev is mad and not every gamer's mad, but a little bit of exaggeration is okay. But I get accused a lot of like being clickbaity. I had a guy comment and he's like, "This is why I'm not going to follow you anymore. I lost a follower because you catfish with your hooks." But I talked about Baldur's Gate, which has just been reviewed as one of the best RPGs of all time. And a lot of main AAA devs are mad. And AAA is kind of like the owners of the gaming industry, so that can be seen as everyone. And the gamers all think that this is how games should all be, and they're all mad at the devs for not doing that. So everybody is mad. So like, what do you mean I'm catfishing? I didn't not say the things I said at my beginning, although they might have been a little bit over amplified. That's not overexposed at all. That's actually perfect exposure. That's perfect exposure. That's not overexposed at all. That's actually the best exposure you've ever had. Yeah, well, and your A6400 is always underexposed. Sometimes it's like just a hair under, but sometimes it's really underexposed. Like, I'm gonna break the camera. I'm gonna break the camera. The signal's gonna shut off. I know it is, but I have to. Because yours tends to be... Oh god, I'm gonna mess it up. Oh wait, I can just do this. I could just up the down. No, I can't down the ISO because it's not... I can't go lower than this. Please don't break. Your exposure tends to sit about here, a little bit brighter than this. Your exposure tends to be right around here normally. And it's always... Now, I'm darker skinned and I've got the dark features, so my darkness stands out a lot more than yours does. With the lighter skin and the lighter hair, it's much more muted than mine is on yours. But like your exposure is closer to about here. You're perfectly exposed right now. In the picture you sent me, you're perfectly exposed. Go back up. Okay, please don't shut off. Okay, it's on. It stayed on. You're like insanely perfectly exposed. It actually looks really good. Did somebody say hi to somebody? I didn't see. Zebra stripes on the camera help to expose things well. Yeah. You set yours to about 70? Yeah, I try to mess with the zebra stripes and then it just like, I have a hard time understanding them. So I haven't fully caught on. I have a really bad habit of underexposing my videos that I record. They're almost always underexposed. And then when I boost them in post, because I'm not using like, you know, a high-end camera, the boost usually ends up not working great for me. I want to use it to film TikToks. It looks good. Yeah, honestly, I think it looks good. The only thing I do notice is there's no blur. Are you using the built-in lens, like the lens that you got with it? Because that's probably why there's no blur. I think that's what's making it look webcammy to you. It's not so much that the exposure is wrong, it's that it's making it blurry. Like you don't have the blurry background. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like, because I don't have the blurry background with this lens either. It just like this, going from this setting to this setting, it loses that blur, so now it's a bit more webcammy, so it doesn't have that like more professional feeling. And as soon as I turn it on, now it's barely noticeable, but it's just enough to make you go like, oh, that looks better. Oh yeah, it's got just the built-in lens. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So what Night Owl was saying. So what you would have to do, because it's got the built-in lens. I was thinking ZVE 10, the other one that has the one that came out afterwards. Yeah. What Night Owl was saying. What you would have to do. You just didn't want it to be too high for you. Why don't you could switch, couldn't you swap them and use the ZV-1 as your stream camera and use the A6400 as the TikTok camera? I don't know. I don't know what your setup is, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But that could be an option because you would get a better, more like filmy image out of the 6400. The thing is such a pain to move. Yeah, I bet. That's kind of how mine is. That's why I was like so nervous touching it because my HDMI port's all dead. Anyways, yeah, what you would have to do to get the blur, which is what Night Owl was saying, but then you're going to have to deal with, you need more lighting. You would have to zoom it in and pull the camera further away. And with the zoom, you would end up with more blur in the background. But it wouldn't, not digital zoom, like the proper, like it's built in, so it would have it anyway. But you would have to use the zoom, and it's almost always like suggested that you use as much zoom as possible with the lowest f-stop possible, like the f3.1 or whatever, the lowest one that you could use with the most zoom you could use to get the most blur out of it. But then the camera would have to be really far away, and you would need to introduce a lot more light because now the f-stop is getting smaller as it's zooming in, so less light is getting in. Or you'd have to up your ISO, which then introduces a bunch of noise. So like that's kind of the drawback to it. You know what I mean? But if like you, most of that was English, you'd have to just zoom it in basically. I'm doing this because I love you. Okay? Doing this because I love you. If the stream dies, just know I did it because I love you. Okay? Okay? This is all for the love of my friend. Just because using words isn't always easy to portray what you're trying to say, and using full-blown examples can sometimes make it a little bit easier to see. So this is my built-in lens, or the automatic lens that comes with the A5100 is the lens that came with it. Let me turn off NVIDIA Broadcast just so you can fully see what is going on here. Obviously, I'm not in the best spot, but if you look, it's very clear in the background. There is like zero blur now. Obviously, my settings aren't the best, so I'm just gonna expose myself with not the best settings. But like you can see, I'm much more exposed. But look, the background is super clean. It's very, very, very webcam-y, right? Like it doesn't have any of that film feeling that you would have gotten. So one of the options you can have is if you use your ZV-1 as your stream camera and just keep your A6400 off and use that for your TikToks and have it like with a different stand or whatever, that would solve your problem for the videos, but then your stream would be very clean. So then obviously there's the option of using NVIDIA Broadcast. And then if I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast right now, just turning it on added that little bit of blur, and it's at the minimum setting. And now I've got more of that like filmic look just because of NVIDIA Broadcast. So that's one option you can do. But what we were talking about with the, well, I mean, it depends how bright do you use your ring light at? Like what brightness do you set it at? Because like I just showed mine. My light is not a ring light, it's a panel light, but I've just hung something in front of it to where's my photos? To just like deflect the light, diffuse the light, which is basically doing what your husband's shirt would do. But like it's nothing fancy. Like that thing is hanging off the roof and it's just in front of the light. You can still see the light behind it because it's still not perfect, right? I'm not doing anything fancy. It's just more my settings. But now 70 or 80%. Okay. So you do have it pretty bright. You just pointed the wall, but the walls are green, then it made you all green. But if you want to introduce blur, so right now my NVIDIA Broadcast is off. And if you really want to use the camera, the ZV-1 for your TikToks instead of the A6400, to add more blur, I'm going to show you kind of what it does. It's not going to be a great example because obviously it's super zoomed in. try to expose it from this distance, which is gonna be rough. I want to see if I can get something in the background that you can see what the exposure would be. Okay, my logo would give us a bit of an idea here. And then I'm gonna up all my exposure. But to get myself the same size, I don't even know if you'll be able to pick me up on the microphone, but to get myself the same size, roughly, I'm about 10 feet from where I was sitting before. I don't even know if you can hear me, but I'm about 10 feet from where I was sitting before. The camera's not even focusing on my face right now, and my exposure is way off. But if I get a bit closer, let's say, like if I'm here, now it's focused on my face. The background's a bit blurrier, but this is the drawback. Is now you're going to be much more limited in what you can see. Wait, what? Right? So like the zooming in helps it blur a bit more. But it's not ever going to be filmic, really. It's never going to do the same job just because one, the sensor isn't exactly what you want, and two, the camera isn't like the lens just isn't going to be capable of doing that kind of blur because the microchip, the sensor is too small. So you're always going to have a little bit of a limitation, you know? Your camera's right next to a wall already. Yeah, my camera's actually like pretty close to a wall. I don't, I might have like 30 centimeters and less, probably like 15 centimeters from the back of the camera to the wall. But because I have so much stuff, if I push the camera back, then there's a bunch of stuff in the scene that I can't have. So I have to have the camera closer to me. But I do have, I think I measured it. I think my wall from one end of the wall to the other is about 16 feet. So I was about 10 feet back to even like try to get me to the right size. But then that means now I have to bring the lights closer to me. I would have had to bring the lights closer to me for me to be lit properly. But like you can tell, it doesn't add a whole bunch of blur back there. It doesn't really do anything. I'm still zoomed in right now. My f-stop is as high as it'll go. I can't even change my f-stop. There we go. Yeah, my f-stop is as wide as it'll go. But yeah, here my exposure is okay here. It's not great. It's not focusing. There we go. Now it focused on my face, but it's still not super blurry, right? But then again, because it's zoomed in, now you're losing a lot of what you can see around you. And like it's only zoomed in a bit here, but like that's a lot of image I've lost just by zooming in. But like, see, look, now I'm zoomed in. Obviously, you can see all my closeness. But look, the R is much more blurry now. But look how much little space I have. So you don't really want to record a TikTok this close up, right? So that's kind of where the trouble lies. Yeah, I'm looking on TikTok right now, and yeah, the background looks pretty decently blurry, which helps. But now, like, I'm very like TikTok is literally my face. There's like a little corner they can see, and they lose a lot of information. Whereas like if I'm not closer, I'm not that good looking. If I'm zoomed out, you can see a lot more of the room, but the blur is pretty much useless. That's why I actually use in video broadcast to just that little bit, just to. That's it. That's it. Boom. A little bit of brightness. But yeah. Honestly, in your case, I would probably lean towards using the A6400 as your TikTok video camera with its own tripod and stuff. That way it's not in the way and you don't have to constantly be putting it on and taking it off. And then have the ZV-1 as a stream camera, and then use in video broadcast to just blur the background slightly, just so you can get that extra little bit of filmic look. Do you know? That's probably what I would suggest. Because yeah, you're probably not gonna get the blur because your exposure was perfect. I thought your exposure was the best I've ever seen it. It was really good. On a full frame cam. Yeah, see, it's not gonna give you an insane amount of blur no matter what you do. That's just gonna assist with the blur. Know what I mean? Sorry, I'm switching lenses here. It's just gonna assist with the blur, but it's not really gonna add anything. It's kind of like this lens that I use. This is a fisheye lens. Oh, I can't see it. I'm trying so hard not to move my camera. Okay, this is a fisheye lens. You can see there's way more showing on screen. It's also way brighter, but it also doesn't have much of the blur. It does have some blur, but not a whole bunch. Because I made sure that I got one with as wide of an f-stop as I could get, just so I could get that blur in the image. But yeah, it's still not fantastic. That's why I use NVIDIA Broadcast, you know? Okay. F-stop is fine. It's my frame rate. That's what's throwing me off. I was like, my ISO was way higher. Why is it down to 200? Yeah, because NVIDIA Broadcast, if you do it for streaming, NVIDIA Broadcast will honestly add that little bit, because that's what I feel changes between like a webcam look and a non-webcam look. It's not so much the exposure, it's that little bit of blur, right? And it's such a fine detail, because like it's still kind of blurry. Like the R isn't like crystal clear like it was with the other lens. But that just makes it slightly blurry. The problem you run into is you see a lot of streamers use NVIDIA Broadcast and they do this. And this just looks dumb. This doesn't look good, but they think this looks professional because it's so blurry like you would see in a movie. And this is just way too harsh. Like it looks artificial. But this is something that you don't even know it's on. Somebody like Night Owl would notice it because like, you can see right here where all of a sudden it just stops and it's blurry. Like there is no depth like it would be with a real blur. And you've been using the Sigma 16mm lens, right? Like that really nice lens. And that one goes pretty wide. That one goes pretty blurry. Not like obscenely blurry, but it's a pretty blurry lens. So it gives you that really nice filmic view. And you're comparing it to the ZV-1, which is a built-in lens, which is a much smaller sensor. So then the lens itself can't open up as much. And even when it opens up, because the sensor is smaller, it's not capable of doing the blur as easily. The blur gets better with the bigger sensor. That's why you have something like Night Owl just brought up full frame. And full frame is like the size of the sensor, basically. And so this one isn't, I can't remember what this one is, Night Owl knows. But this one isn't a full sensor. It's a cropped sensor. And so even this one, if they were to take this exact lens and put it on a full sensor, the full sensor would be even blurrier in the background than this one would be because the chip is smaller. But then if you put this lens on your camera on the ZV-1, it would be even sharper because the chip is even smaller. And it's just like a weird mathematic physics thing. It has to do with lighting and all that. I don't understand it. Night Owl does. Night Owl totally knows all that stuff. I have no idea about it. I just know that that's what it means. So with the ZV-1, you're never going to get that filmic view. It's kind of the same reason why like things like iPhones have that cinematic mode, but it's all digital. It doesn't actually go out of focus. And that's why when you're editing, you can actually like change it and make it blurrier and less blurrier because it's artificially adding the blur because the sensors are so small, they'll never do it naturally. And so it's kind of the same with the ZV-1. But if you swap them around, you can artificially add it on stream and then you don't have to worry about it because it's just on with your video card. And then you can have the nice blurriness for your, you know, if you do any vlogs, if you do any TikTok videos or YouTube videos, it's already built in. And if you want to sit at your computer with them, then you could always just record with one camera. That kind of depends on what you want to do, right? Yeah, 1.5 crop. So it's just a bit smaller, but enough to make a big difference. But that's also why like full sensor cameras are insanely expensive. Insanely expensive. Yeah, it's like an f2.4, and that's what I remember when I first started doing photography. The big one that everybody talked about, because I was a big Nikon user, everybody would talk about is that you want to use a 50mm lens with f1.2, but set it to like f1.8, and you're gonna get the best blur. but they were always talking full sensor. And when you went to crop sensor, I have 50 mil, is it 50? 25. Is it 25? Maybe it's 25 mil. I think it's 25 mil. Crap, I can't remember. No, maybe it's 50. I think it's 50. I don't know. But I have like a portrait lens, and it's a prime lens, and it does, I think it does 1.8. That's what it is. It does 1.8. Everybody always suggested 2.5 in the videos I watched. And I would do 2.5 and I wouldn't get that really nice blur in the background. But it's because they were using a full sensor. So they would get that really nice melty blur. But as soon as I went up to like 1.8 to get the same melty blur, the focus point was so tiny that like all of it was always blurry, and maybe like the tip of the nose was sharp. And so it was always really hard for me to get the focus just right. And so that was really frustrating, but it's because of that. It's because of the crop sensor difference. But yeah, I hope that would help, Girl Thulu. I hope, because honestly the exposure you got is perfect. Like it is so good. It is so good, and it looks really, really clean. Like there are no hot spots. One of the things with lighter skin is you can get a lot of hot spots. Yeah, see, and I just saw the second one you sent me. The second one, you're underexposed. Like, you're way underexposed in the second one. The first one, you're perfectly exposed. And the lighter your skin is, the more hot spots you can get, which make it really hard to expose because you might end up with a really harsh shadow. And to, like, soften the shadow, you up the exposure. But now you have, like, a really bright spot where, like, the lighter skin is getting reflected. And the A6400, the exposure is just slightly low. All you have to do, if you want to just up the lighting is a part of it, but honestly, all you have to do if you want to up the exposure a little bit, I'm going to assume the setting is going to be reached the same way as pretty much every other Sony camera. On the back wheel, so if the camera is facing this way for you, but like on the back wheel, there's one of the buttons is the ISO. If you tap it, you're going to see the little number pop up where it's like 300, 400. What do they show? I don't know. This one, I don't have a battery in it right now. Wait. I have this one. Haha! I can show you. I can actually show you. I can actually do it right in front of you right now. Nice. Oh, I know. The amount of focus those people have to use. I remember when I was learning film, like for acting and stuff, and they were talking about how like they would have a guy running the camera, but they would have a guy to do like the dolly zoom thing. You know, the weird where like they zoom in, but they also dolly away. I think that's what the terminology is. I don't know. And they would have like a guy literally sitting there, and he would be turning it manually as they were doing it because the focus was so precise, and he would have it written down with numbers because he couldn't just eyeball it. He'd have to use the specific numbers, or she would have to use the specific numbers to get the focus exactly where they needed it so it wouldn't be blurry in certain spots. Although I have seen some movies where they do get the focus off, and then you see that it's slightly blurry for a scene. Okay. So when your camera is on, I'm not going to be able to actually do it so you can see it. Okay, when your camera is on, where's the focus spot? Focus. Oh, NVIDIA broadcast. That's why. I'm like, why is it blurring? NVIDIA broadcast. Boom. Okay, when you're on your camera, if you click the ISO button, you're going to see that come up on the menu. Just make that number bigger, and it's just going to make it slightly brighter. That's all you need to do to get your exposure up. And for the way that your settings are, I would say maybe 1, maybe 2 would be all you would need to do. And it's pointing to the right on your camera. So if your camera's facing the wrong way, just like it would be clicking it on the left, I think. Clicking it left. I don't know. But yeah, if you want to take the camera down and like set up the zebras, I do have the zebras turned on. I just don't know how to read them. I have them turned on. I just don't know how to read them. Can I hold on. If I do it this way, there you go. You can see it on me. Damn it, brightness. Stop auto brightening. Come on. There, you can kind of see them on my nose. I just don't know how to read them. Like, I don't know how to set it based on zebras because I'm really bad at it. I have them on and I know they mean something, and I kind of figure like if I see some zebras, I'm okay, but I don't want to have everything with zebras. I just don't know how many zebras I want to see and where I want to see them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But yeah, Girl Through, if you just do that, just up the ISO like 1, maybe 2 steps, try to get it to look brightness-wise, look at your face, and try to get your face to look the same, not the same facial expression, although that is a very adorable sad face. Try to get the same amount of brightness on your face as you have on the ZV-1 picture you sent me, because that is very well exposed. The other one, what I do notice between the two cameras is the other one is a much smoother gradient in the shadow from like your bright to the shadow. There's a less harsh shadow. I don't know if that just has to do with the camera being able to handle more of a dynamic range, or if it just has to do with the positioning of the camera and the lighting just works better. But honestly, if you just do that, why does it look better going through NVIDIA Broadcast? Because NVIDIA Broadcast, when you turn it on, it automatically has the settings turned on. And it gives you a generic view. Like I think mine, when they're on, it was like around here. No, mine was I think here when I first turned it on. Which I don't like that much blur. That's more of a personal preference that I don't like that much blur. When I turn it down to the complete minimum, that's all I needed to change was just turn it down to the minimum. Can I show this on screen? I should be able to show it on screen. Window capture. NVIDIA Broadcast. Boom. And oh, I'm showing it on TikTok instead of Twitch. Oops. Not sources. I mean, not scenes, sources. Window capture. Boom. Okay. So if you see here, because you can see me, so I'm not going to like double my video. Can you see the mouse? Yeah. So when you're on it, mine was somewhere like around here when it was turned on automatically, which adds a lot of blur. Which if you have 0 blur, this could work okay. Because I have a tiny bit of blur, I honestly just turn it right down. And that's it. It's on, it's just at the minimum, and that alone just did enough. Do you know what I mean? So it could just be that you're seeing the blur, and so that automatically just makes you stand out more, because it's not necessarily that it's making the image better, it's just that it's adding more separation from you in the background, and that is what makes it look better, because you are less prone to focus on the stuff that might not be lit as well. And if you're not lit as well, just by drawing the focus to you, that automatically makes it look better. It's just like a trick of the eye, really. Because honestly, from this to this, nothing has changed. Like my settings are exactly the same. The only thing that is changing is just adding that slight blur. But you're tricked into thinking the quality is so much better, especially if you don't know what's happening. You see the quality and it's like, wow, it's really good, even though it's like, no, I'm cheating. It's nothing fancy. When you're done answering of cameras, how do you deal with stuff you have filmed but you know you will probably never use? Do you save them as artifacts or delete them? I am not a good person to ask that, because I don't save anything. Even stuff that I am going to use, I don't save. I have a very, 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 very bad habit of deleting everything, and then I always regret it. I have a few friends that do like weddings and stuff like that. The Night Owl works as, you know, a photographer and filmographer professionally, so he can vouch for it. I was gonna say the usual go-to is save as much as you can, depending on budget and on constraints, but save as much as you can because you never know when you want to use it again. I delete everything, and I always regret it. But I also am very cheap and don't want to buy terabytes upon terabytes of hard drive just to keep old videos. But then there's somebody like the AVGN who literally has every single piece of raw footage he has ever recorded saved. Because he never knows when he's going to go back and reach back and get the raw footage at the full quality that he had it to use for a new video 10 years later. So a lot of film-based people will say save absolutely everything. I don't save anything, ever. Right? If you have enough space, if you get like a proper system, yeah, absolutely. Because who was the one guy? I don't remember his name right now. Delaney, I think is his name. He does a lot of photography stuff, and he's talking about how like he uses like terabytes upon terabytes just at one event. And I'm sitting here going, I get mad when I'm using 3 gigabytes and he's using terabytes. But then that's when you're looking at like needing petabytes or petabytes or whatever they're called, like thousands of terabytes. because, you know, that's what they do for a living, so they want to save it. But if you're doing it for like TikTok, YouTube and stuff, I would say maybe save the base edit video and get rid of the raw stuff, unless a lot of your stuff is going to be able to cross over. Like somebody like AVGN saves everything because he's playing a character and it's like a TV show, so he knows that he might want to make reference to what he did earlier on and he wants to have that footage. But if you're doing something like what I've been doing lately, which is a lot of like news and like opinion pieces, you don't really need the raw footage because you're not going to re-edit that old piece. But if you save the final edit, you can reference the final edit at least, right? That would be my answer. But yeah, Growth Lulu, back to what I was saying. Your quality is your exposure in that second picture, I think was perfect. I think the big difference that you're seeing is, one, the colors are a little bit nicer, but I think that has to do more with like the sensor just being more capable of collecting better colors, but like better color accuracy, the better lens with the better color accuracy, versus the built-in lens and the smaller chip. You're not going to get the best color accuracy. And just the fact that the positioning makes the lighting a little bit more flattering versus what you were just showing with the ZV-1. But the exposure is perfect on the ZV-1 because your skin is completely exposed. You can see a more natural look, but it just doesn't have the blurry background. I think that's the only real thing that stands out to me. But the exposure is perfect, and none of it is overblown. Like, none of it is showing too much. And when I mean overblown, I don't know if you're still even listening because you might be busy. Oh, you like your video broadcast? I know, it's really powerful, but like overblown is this. Notice how like here, all of a sudden it's like really pale, and you get like this weird harsh line of where like the overexposure and then the less overexposed section is. You don't have any of that. And the lighter your skin is, the more this happens, which is a lot harder to balance with getting the exposure right when you have a lot of shadows. For me, because I'm darker skinned, it's a little bit easier to balance. But then when you get somebody that's much darker skinned, the opposite problem happens, where exposing them makes it very hard because now you're going to overexpose the background because their skin is darker. So like there's different skins have different needs, but you were perfectly exposed in the ZV-1. And if you use that in video broadcast, like I was saying, honestly, it just adds that like hair of blur, which makes the camera look professional. And that's why NVIDIA released it, because not everybody's going to go and spend $1,000 on a fancy camera. They'll have a C920, but you turn on that blur with the C920 and that can start looking more like a mirrorless camera. But I've also posted like 5 times in this and streamed like 5 times. I know, I check every night at like 10. I'm like, in case she's late, I'll check at like 10, and then I check at like 12:30. And I'm like, nope, not live today. I'll catch you one day. Stream more than me at least. But yeah, I think that would probably be the best choice. And honestly, I think, yeah, I don't blame you. Honestly, I don't blame you. I'm in a weird place because I was very burnt out until the day that they left. I was like in severe burnout, like to the point where all I wanted to do was sleep. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't feel like crying, but I felt insanely sad all day long and really frustrated and irritable all day long. And now I'm feeling less of the initial burnout feelings that I had because I'm more free, right? Like I don't have to worry about walking on eggshells because somebody's going to yell at me, or worry about like if I left my dish at the table that somebody's going to turn around and yell at me for having left it there, even though I plan to pick it up as soon as the stream is done, or feeling bad that I've been streaming now for 5 hours and feeling like, oh my God, I should have stopped a while ago. Instead, it's just, I'm tired, I'll stop when I stop. That feeling is gone, but then obviously there's the sadness, the loneliness, the grief, which has made me irritable in a different way. So like I feel negative about things, but not negative in the sense of like life sucks. It's more like things annoy me more, so I have more of a negative outlook in my response to it. Like I went on a whole tirade about Elden Ring yesterday, and part of it I think is definitely what I feel, but I'm also wondering if part of it is just because I'm feeling that part of the burnout, I'm just feeling extra negative about things. You know what I mean? Saves just about everything and films like a terabyte or 2 per video. Yeah. And that's it, right? It depending on what you're planning to do, how you're planning to do it, you may want to save absolutely everything. You don't necessarily have to. Don't be like me and not save anything, because I then run into problems when I try to reference something that I did before and I don't have any proof of it. And then I have to download it from what's uploaded, and then the quality is even lower than when I posted it. And then like I've uploaded it, so it loses quality when it goes to YouTube. I download it, which lowers the quality because it's now lower than what YouTube had. And then I use it in my video, and then I go to upload it again, and it lowers the quality a 3rd time. And so now the quality that I posted looks like it's shot at half the resolution than it actually was. And then it stands out for the rest of my video because the rest of it is shot at the regular resolution, and then that one looks at like half the resolution, and it looks really bad. So don't be like me and don't save anything. But yeah, there's no harm in saving things, right? You could even, like, if it's really an issue of space, you could even set a timeline. You'll save something for 6 months. Every 6 months, you'll wipe things. And that way, you at least have it in case you need it in the near future, but then you can get rid of it and still continue going, right? It kind of depends on what you want. Yeah, the thing. Yeah, you need to just like chill out and not feel guilty about being burnt out, Girl Thulu, because it happens, right? You know what you're doing, you know what works, and you know what we were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were here, and I was meaning to message you to ask you about it, because I am at that point now that I'm streaming and I'm doing 4 or 5 hour streams. I'm streaming 5 days a week. I've got the timeline set up to be the most beneficial, but now I need to do gaming choices. Since you're here, I can pick your brain. You can answer me privately if you want, not answer me on here, it's fine, but just so you know kind of where I'm going. Right now my debate is game choice, and not because you know, I don't think that the game choice is going to make or break a channel, but where I'm debating is I'm trying to find something that is going to work for the channel, for the way that I stream, because I talk so much, because I'm chatty and all that. And so I was leaning towards survival, right? Like doing things like The Forest and Green Hell and 7 Days to Die and Minecraft and Subnautica. Like there was a lot of options, and there's a lot of freedom that I can literally just play the game endlessly without ever having to complete it. But there's also stuff to do, so there's not just a completely open world for me. But the problem I'm running into, and the reason that I'm now kind of stuck, is I don't know whether I should put as much weight into these games when the numbers aren't good for the game themselves. Shut up, Twitch. For the games themselves. Because when I look up The Forest, at this very moment, there are 163 people watching it. That is a very low ceiling for viewership, because obviously not 100% of those people are going to see me. And anybody on Twitch who is not looking for The Forest won't know I exist, because I'm under The Forest category. So they won't even see me because I'm not in a category of a game that has a lot of viewership. And it's pretty much the same story for almost everything. Like Green Hell was the other one I was looking at. Green Hell is sitting right now at 132. Subnautica is at, this one's a little bit higher usually, but right now it's at 114. It was at 1.5K when I started the stream. It's at 114 now. And so I'm like, is it worthwhile streaming something that I thoroughly enjoy and be able to like fully shine as my like podcasty style when the ceiling is so low? Or do I sacrifice a little bit of that like making me shine to go for somewhere where there might be a slightly bigger audience and potentially get more eyes on me? Do you know what I mean? I don't mind. Of course, keep in mind, growth is less about what's discoverable on the platform, but what they recommend out. Yeah, and that's definitely that's also a big part of it. Is like the ceiling is low if I'm playing The Forest, because no one's gonna be searching The Forest, and if nobody's searching it, then nobody's watching, and if nobody's watching, then it won't get pushed, and so it's like it's one of those like spirals, right? At the same time, exactly what you said. If it's something that is intriguing for people to watch, then the gameplay, like the viewership ceiling won't necessarily be a huge deal. And so it's like, that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know what to do. I'm not even I think a part of it is also, because you're right. You're absolutely right. I didn't think about that people don't really search. But I think a part of it is also, I'm concerned that is a reflection of how interested people are in that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if only 114 people are watching Subnautica, is it because there is no interest in that game? So even if no one's searching it and they do see me, they're just not going to be interested in it because nobody cares about Subnautica or nobody cares about the forest. Do you know what I mean? They're not the best thing. Okay, yeah. You stuck around because I'm entertained. I appreciate that, Ghetto Bird, and that's I feel confident in my ability to be entertaining. I don't always get it because I look at my own stream and I'm like, man, I'm not doing anything that all the other streamers are doing to make them fun. Like, I'm not witty. Like, Girl Thulu is witty. Girl Thulu is the kind of person that can like come back with the best comebacks, but not like insulting comebacks. Like, they will be the funniest responses to whatever situation she's in. Whereas like, I'm not witty. I'm kind of an idiot and I talk a lot. So I don't get why people like me, but I'm confident in knowing that people do like my content. So I do feel good about that. It's just more about, how do I judge the game choice for the best potential? Not that I think the game choice will make or break the channel, but like, how can I give myself the best opportunity? It's kind of like if you make a TikTok video, sure, doing something that's viral has the most growth potential, but I'm not a viral TikToker, so that doesn't work for me. My best potential is doing like a skit or like a fun fact, even though that may not be the most popular thing on TikTok, but I know it's the best for me. So I'm kind of trying to figure out the same thing for the game choice for streaming. You know what I mean? This is basically how I've been growing on TikTok lately. I research similar accounts to see what topics are popular and try to cover those because I know there's an audience there. Yeah, I probably could. Yeah, and that's what I'm struggling with, Growth Through Lose. I'm trying to play to my strengths, and I feel like the survival games have been really good for my strengths. Horror games work really well for my strengths too, because I'm a goof and I yell and I scream and I get scared. But for like this, shooting the shit, just hanging out, wasting time, survival games are great because I can spend 4 hours and do nothing in the game while still doing something, because I'm collecting resources, because I'm building, because I'm doing something that is keeping my mind distracted enough that I can talk without overthinking or without feeling the pressure of I need to make a conversation, like it's dead right now, nobody's talking. Instead, I'm just like exploring and I can talk about what I'm doing or whatever's going through my mind because I'm just playing. Whereas when I'm playing like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, this is why I went into that rant, I have to pay attention because already it's a very obscure story and it's very, very convoluted. And so if I'm not paying attention, it's hard to know what's happening. But if I'm paying attention, I'm ignoring chat, so then I don't shine. But if I'm playing and listening to chat, I'm not paying attention to the game, so I'm not enjoying it because I don't know what's going on. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now, is I feel like survival is making me shine. And I've seen the viewership reflect it. Obviously, it's the first week, so I can't really count the numbers and say like it's working, or be like, no, it's not working fast enough, it's not good. I'm just starting. But I'm trying to think ahead so that way I can start forming my ideas of how I want to focus. I really want to take more of an analytical look at my channel versus fly by my seat of my pants and just game and hope people will see me. I'll read in just a second, Night Owl. Hello, Breezy. How's it going? Welcome. Asumaki. I didn't see your hypothetical question, but go ahead and ask. But I'm trying to find that analytical thinking. But I am seeing that even just by focusing, by streaming more often and having a more cohesive feel to the games I'm playing, my viewership has jumped, because I was sitting around 4 to 6 viewers for the last little while, 8 on like a really good day. Right now it's low, but we're just chatting and the stream's been going for a while and I already said I was leaving, so a bunch of people took off. But like there were a few times tonight that I was sitting at 11 viewers for a chunk. And then it like lowered to like 8 at the lowest for a while there. So like my viewership is definitely much better than it was even like 3 weeks ago. So I can see that it is taking an effect. It's just I'm more concerned about, am I considering the gameplay in the right way? Or am I over considering the gameplay? You know what I mean? Because this is all new to me. I don't know what I'm doing. Skits can be super popular if you hit the right audience. A skit also makes people care about you as a creator rather than the game. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. The skits are not daily content. They're definitely every once in a while posted up to get that nice boost. Where I am lacking in my skits, and I know I'm lacking in this, and I'm trying to work on it. I haven't really sat down to do it, but I'm trying to work on it. My skits are so specific to who can relate to it that I'm excluding people that will never relate to it. Right? Because like when I talk about the hey retro, or no, when I'm doing like, hey retro, how's it going? That is very, very streamer based. So non-streamers aren't going to care. So those videos will never go fully viral. I'll never get over 1 million views on one of those because not everybody's a streamer. Not everybody cares about the streamer. Unless it's generic enough that it'll relate to any content creator, it's fairly niche. But then the one video, my first video to ever break 1 million views, and I have it pinned. I don't even remember which one it is. My first video to ever break 1 million views is the character talking about video games, the two kids talking about video games, and it's got 1.1 million views. The first 1.2 million views. First video to ever do that. And it's much more relatable to the wider audience because I'm just talking about generic video games and some kid trying to show that he knows what he's doing better than you do, even though he's completely lying through his teeth. And so even if you don't play video games, you could totally relate because you had a little kid in your neighborhood that when you were growing up would lie through their teeth about everything. So I need to work on making it a much broader, relatable skit while still niching it to gaming. And I have to find that balance. I have to definitely work on that. That is something I have to work on that. Yeah, Twitch Talk is really not a thing. The few who have established themselves as the Twitch Talk people are going to continue to be able to maintain, but it's kind of like streaming with like Fortnite. The few who made it to the top tier in Fortnite are able to maintain, but everybody else is no longer going to have any viable way of growing through Fortnite. So I feel it's kind of the same way. Yeah, that's a big part of it, Ghetto Bird, is I'm definitely not going to play something I hate. Like, I'm not even considering something I hate. Like, I'm not going to be looking at playing, like, Fortnite. I keep going back to that one, but I'm not going to go and play Fortnite. I'm not interested in Fortnite. Or, like, I'm trying to see what other people are playing that I would not have any interest in. Dead by Daylight. I would never go play Dead by Daylight. I would hate that. Nobody would have fun with me playing that. Even though it is a very popular game and it can be very exciting, I would not be a fun streamer if I played that. So I wouldn't be interested in that. I still want to stick with games that I like. It's just I want to stick with games that I like that make me shine. And sometimes the games that I like will not be good for that. Like Baldur's Gate, people enjoyed when I played it, but it's not conducive to make me shine in the best light. Again, I still don't think that the streamer is like the end all and be all. A game is gonna still impact whether people want to watch or not. But it's still, I won't be able to shine as well playing something like Baldur's Gate as I do playing something like The Forest, where I can just talk and nobody cares because I'm not doing anything entertaining. And the things that do happen in The Forest don't need our full attention. You know what I mean? Gamer Fridge, hello, welcome. I quit like a year and a half ago. I came back about 4, maybe 5 months ago. I was planning to fully quit, and then my personal life fell apart, and I had a lot of time on my hands, and I missed streaming. I had quit because of my personal life to concentrate on that, and then things kind of went in a path that I was hoping it wouldn't, and then I ended up with a lot of time on my hands, and I always loved streaming. I just didn't have the ability to do it, and now I'm back. But had everything in my personal life gone the way I was planning, I would have never come back. It just happened to go that way, you know? Yeah, it's definitely also a job at the end of the day. I think for me, it's more important that I enjoy it because I am very, very bad at hiding my disdain for games. I go back to yesterday with Elden Ring. I had a 20-minute rant about how much I hate Elden Ring, despite it being the game of the year for that year, and how I think it's like a terrible game. Not even just like a not fun game. I think it's a terrible game. I have a very hard time hiding stuff like that. And so if I'm not having fun with the game, I'm going to be just a miserable streamer. And I'm already a pretty negative person, so I don't want to do that on stream. I'd rather have something I really enjoy, so that way at least my negativity is curbed a little bit, you know? Earlier today, that some content that works for views isn't always going to be your favorite thing to make. Yeah, and that's definitely something I have learned in my TikTok adventure, because the content that does the best on TikTok is not the content I enjoy doing. I like the news just because I like to tell people like, oh my God, did you hear this? Like I don't have anybody to do that in real life with. So I like to do it on TikTok. At least I can be like, this big thing happened. This is cool. But I don't actually like doing news videos. I don't want to do news videos. That's not my interest. But it's really hard to come up with like the fun fact videos all the time, especially when a lot of it is older fun facts. So finding rarer stuff is harder to do. And then I kind of lost my taste on it. Now, I'm not going to say this person was doing it. And don't take it as in like I'm doing the whole, which I did before, but I'm not aiming at like they stole my content. But it instantly turned me off from doing the fun facts when somebody that I follow and I respect quite a bit, in the same order I did them, did the exact same fun fact videos that I did. In the exact same order I did them in. And so it's just, and they're old fun fact videos. So it's not like it was like something I wrote and I came up with and it was my idea. It was just the inspiration was so heavy that they didn't even bother looking up other fun facts. They just used mine. And I know they were mine because my fun facts don't come from like Matt Centauro or whatever got criticized because he went to one like top 10 chart and then just copied that top 10 chart in video format. I go to different websites all the time, or I'll input specific games to find the fun fact about that specific game. So I got them from all different locations. So it's not like we looked at the same list and we just picked off from the same list. And that just kind of made me go, ugh, it's happening again. I don't want to work on this anymore because somebody else is just going to use my ideas and then they're going to get the growth from it while I'm still sitting here floundering. It just made me not want to work on it. So I started doing the news to kind of fill in the gap while I felt inspired again. And that's the stuff that does better for me. But I don't like doing it. Not because I don't like it, but because every time I do a news video, I know I'm going to get hate comments. I know I'm going to get edgelords trying to be, edgy with what they say or trying to say something to make people mad. And it just ruins my day and then I don't enjoy it. And because I am an idiot and have a hard time not responding to those people, I just make it worse for myself. So I totally am on that page of like some of the content that does the best is not content you're going to enjoy. So you mix it in with stuff you do enjoy. Yeah. I wish you could too. Or like after a set amount of time, be like, okay, no more notifications from this video. The best time I had, even though it was the worst time in my life, was when my dad passed away. I stopped checking TikTok and that felt amazing. And then when Alana moved out, this last week, I just started checking TikTok a few days ago. But for like the first week she was gone, I didn't even open TikTok. I had no interest in TikTok. And it was the best feeling in the world. But I also stopped opening up TikTok because for those who don't know, TikTok broke up with me. They dumped me. I was part of the TikTok Canadian Creators Club or whatever they called it, where like you had direct access to the TikTok help desk and I could email them. They would do like Zoom calls and like have advice and stuff. And they kicked me out of the group. They literally, I did a tweet about it. They literally did the "it's not you, it's me," where they're like, we're no longer going to be working with you. But it's not because your content is no good. It's because we want to give space to up and coming new creators. Oh, but by the way, if you have any problems with your videos, if you have any questions, just go through the app and go through the request forum thing that they have. It was very much like it's not you, it's me, but don't ever call me again. And ever since then, my follower count has plummeted. And I haven't had a complete dip in viewership. Like I've still got videos like 21,000, 12,000, 15,000, 19,000. Like I've still had the videos at the same rate that I normally do. And it's plummeted because I was at 142,000.9 and I'm now down to 142,000.0. Yet I'm still getting followers on a regular basis. So my viewership has completely plummeted. So I have zero urge to check TikTok right now because I can't help but feel like TikTok was artificially boosting my channel. And now that I'm not in the group, they're not artificially boosting me. And what's happening is what actually is the result of my work is that people aren't interested. And I was just lulled into a false feeling of like I'm succeeding. Do you know what I mean? Pretty frustrating. And barely gained like 100. Yeah, it's so frustrating. How do I decide what to post on YouTube? Well, yeah, I can't answer that because I never know what to post on YouTube. I'm horrible at it. I think so. YouTube, one of the things that I've been seeing a lot, because I've been watching some videos about not growth, but like other creators talking about their own channels and like changes that they've implemented and things that they've had to do and whatever. And one of the things that a lot of them have said is before, YouTube used to be about consistency in the sense of like, make sure you post X amount of times a day or X amount of times a week, and that they're at least 10 minutes long because you want to retain the viewers and all that stuff. And apparently the algorithm recently has changed that it's not so much about viewer retention as much as it used to be. It's still important, but not as bad anymore because they're realizing things like TikTok have 0 viewer retention. And they're still doing well, so they want to like pull away from that a little bit. But from what I've heard is a big part of it is actually niching down the format per page. So like if you want to do like I do live streams, but I also used to do my sketch comedy and I used to do video game reviews and then I would do like fun facts or like the tips and stuff. And that apparently is really bad for the YouTube algorithm now. And now they would suggest having like one YouTube page for the video game facts, one YouTube page for my skits, my shorts, one YouTube page for the video game reviews and in-depth stuff, and then one for, you know, the did I say skits? The skits, whatever. But like they're saying that you need to really niche down what the type of content is, not so much like niche down in the sense of like, oh, I'm only going to talk about Elden Ring, but like if you talk about video games on one and you want to do like talk about streaming, totally different page for that now. Or if you want to do shorts, have one page just for shorts and then have one page for the longer form. Like apparently the algorithm really favors very specific content styles over the actual content itself now because it has an easier time figuring out who to send it to when it knows much clearer what you're doing. That's what I've heard. Yeah, you have to think like a viewer more than a creator, and that's a hard thing. I can't do that. I don't have that skill at all. I don't have that skill at all to be able to think like a viewer because I don't think like other people do. And so it's really hard for me because there are things that I look at and I'm like, this is perfect. And then I do it and then people either take it completely wrong or the video completely flops and I'm like, but I have the hook. It's really quick data. And like, I got right to the point and nothing. And I just don't understand what other people interpreted from what I said. Do you know what I mean? And I don't understand why they didn't interpret it the way that I do. It's kind of like a dating profile where like I look at my dating profile and I can be like, I think I come off well. Like I'm feeling like I sound confident and I'm also trying to be kind of funny, but I'm not being generic with like I like to travel. I'm not like most guys. And I think my pictures look okay. I've got a couple of casual pictures and a couple of more like nice, like properly done pictures and not a single match. And it's just like, what are other people seeing that I don't see? Like, how are they interpreting my dating profile that I'm clearly not able to see it in that way? And not because I think I'm perfect, but because I genuinely just don't see that perspective. And it's the same with viewership. I'm like, I don't understand why they think this is cool, or why this is doing well. Backtracking a little bit with what you were saying, Team ADHD, exactly. It's so frustrating. And backtracking a little bit to what you said, Girl Thulu, with the Minecraft and family friendly. I've been toying with that idea to go back to that because I'm trying to objectively look back at when my channel was the best it had ever been. Not just on TikTok, I'm talking YouTube. When my YouTube was the best it had ever been, I refuse to believe that it was just the algorithm, that I hit it at the right time, and that I had no factor in the amount of growth I had in a very short amount of time. but like I went from less than 100 followers to over 1,000 on YouTube in the span of a month. And I went from 3 concurrent viewers to at times 60 plus concurrent viewers per stream. And I don't think that was just the algorithm. I think I was doing something. And so that's where I got like the niching down a little bit more on what I'm doing, because you said it in one of the chats. And then I started thinking about my content in that way. And then it totally brought that into focus, that when I was growing, I was doing all Nintendo stuff. Like I did Mario, I did Zelda, I did Mario Kart. And so all of it was Nintendo, despite all being different games. It all was Nintendo. And so somebody who watches Mario Kart is also going to come back and watch Zelda because it is the same overall feel. But the family-friendly thing, now that you're saying that, I'm thinking, and I've been kind of thinking of that, where like the more family-friendly somebody is, the more widely sellable it is. Because like if I'm sitting here playing The Forest and it's naked boobies, not everybody's going to want to watch that. Or they don't want to watch gore, or they don't want to hear the F-bomb every 5 seconds, or hear about like butt plugs or whatever. And so like that also is something I'm trying to consider. Like, should I do a little, like go back to being family friendly, not like only for kids, but no swearing, maybe not play as violent games and like limit that to a couple of days a week or whatever. Like, yeah. And that's it. That's it. The variety is going to come later. I need to niche down now. And that's what I'm trying to do. I just want to niche down in the best way possible for me. Because, one, I would never, ever be able to niche down to one game, because I would be so bored. So I want to give myself that freedom of niching down to one type, even like a feel of a game, and then play within there, but still stick to the same game for a while until I'm kind of bored, and then move on, but still stick with the same niche. So that way, if I do shift, it's not such a sudden shift. Instead, it's just kind of like a re-snuggle. You know what I mean? OVO Lukey, hello. I can see your comments. Only one viewer because TikTok has decided that I am not moving. So they think that that I'm not doing anything. I got an alert earlier, so I think that's what's happening. Yeah, and that's it, right? And then that was one of the things that I kind of touched on when I first started giving like Twitch tips and stuff. Is variety is great, so you don't burn out, and burnout is a really, really big issue. It takes a very special person not to fully burn out as a streamer. And usually you get those people that come in and will go like headstrong into one style of game, thinking that they can do this because they do it at home, and then after like 6 months of playing the only the same game for 6 months straight for 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, they burn right out. Variety is a great way to avoid that. But variety is not a way to grow, because nobody is going to follow you from Minecraft to Fortnite to Elden Ring unless they really like you. And the percentage of viewers that really like you for you are very, very small. That's why I want to like niche down, but still have a little bit of wiggle room, because I know I get bored of games, and then I don't have fun when I'm bored of the game. And so then it would make me a worse streamer, and in turn actually hurt my channel rather than help it. But I know I need to like focus it. I just got to figure out what I want to focus, you know? Exactly. Because like right now my numbers are what they are because of the people who like me for me, not because I'm doing anything special. My numbers have gone up the last like week because I'm doing The Forest, and a few people have come in because of The Forest, and they've commented that it's their favorite game, and I know they're there for The Forest, not for me. But I also know that the half of that viewership that I've had this week has only been the people who have always been there, like Tara, like Wewin and Merle and Ty, and like Preston, you. I know that those people like me for me, but that's like, if that's all there is, that's like 5 people, and my viewership will never go up. So I need to do something that is more focused on the game and like be more analytical about that. And that's what I'm working on, that I'm struggling with. I was saying it before you started talking, that I'm not setting the goal of making this a full-time job. That is not my goal. I am open to it if that were to happen. If I suddenly hit the right stride and all of a sudden I'm averaging 80 to 100 viewers and I'm making, $5,000 a month, I would be okay with quitting my job. And like, I'll tell my brother, I'm going to take some time off. Let me concentrate on this, see what I can do with it. I wouldn't mind. but I'm not setting that goal because I don't want to set myself up for disappointment. I also don't want to focus in so much that I forget why I'm doing this, which is to enjoy entertaining people and make content and stay creative. But I do have the goal that I would like to have enough of a viewership that there would be money coming in that can sustain the channel, that no matter what happens, the channel is paid for. Like right now, with this stupid camera, I know I have to replace it. I don't have $1,000 to replace a camera. And so I would have to invest it from my pocket, and that would put me in debt. But I don't know when I will recoup that money because I'm not making money as a streamer right now. I would like to get to the point where it's like, okay, I need to pay $1,000. All right, I may not have the money today, but I know that within a month, I could come up with at least half of it. And then in another month, I can come up with the other half. So I can invest it now, and in 2 months, I'll have my money back. I would like to get to that point where I can be like, yeah, if I have to make an emergency purchase, great. But more realistically, it would be like, oh, a new game comes out this month. Okay, I need $100. Okay, the stream can pay for that. My internet paid by the stream. And then that way my work money goes towards my regular life bills and the stream is just paid by itself. That's kind of where I want to, that's my goal for the channel. My non-controllable goal, because obviously I can't control if that were to happen or not, but that's kind of where I'm putting my mindset. Treat it like a business, but a business, that's where I want to, I would be happy if that's what I got to, and that would be successful to me. Yeah, it's the brand stuff. All that is where it would get me to that high money. Now, I am horrible with it. I am horrible with it because I'm so bad with people. I'm so bad with connecting. I'm so bad as a business person because I never know what to charge. And so I overcharge and then I get rejected. Or I way undercharge and then nobody serious is taking me serious because I'm dealing with a bunch of like dropship stuff and I don't get money for it. You know what I mean? I'm really, really bad at that. See, and that's a motivation outside of streaming, which will also motivate you for the stream. CG, hello, welcome. How are you? Thanks for being here. Yeah, and yeah, I think the brand deals would be more for like content, because in the end, the streaming, I was saying this earlier too. In the end, I want to treat my stream, like the donations and stuff to pay for the stream, so the stream is kind of self-sufficient enough. But any like real substantial money or any real like brand deals, I would want to do them for videos, because I want to treat my, I'm trying to think of my stream as kind of like a meet and greet at like Comic-Con, where like if you go and meet Troy Baker, I think is his last name, the guy who does the voices. If you go and meet him, he's not making his living off of Comic-Con. He makes some extra cash doing these things, these events. He gets more money for doing them, so he does them. But it's his way of kind of giving back to the community that has given him a full-time job and that loves him so much, and it's a way for the community to connect with him. I want my streams to, in my like overall scheme of the channel and my brand and all that, I want the streams to be that, where people can come and hang out and chat with me and spend time with me and watch me play, and we can like bond, but have like the true essence of my channel be the TikTok videos, the YouTube videos, the branded stuff. You know what I mean? So that way, if I do brand content, I don't have to worry about the stream and like a game maybe having an issue with it because I'm, you know, Minecraft won't want me working with this stuff, and then I won't be able to move forward. And said, no, that stuff is done in my videos, not on Minecraft. Do you know what I mean? And right now, I wouldn't mind free tech. There's some stuff you've gotten that I'm like, I want that so bad. I would love to do a video on that because I could use that. Not just because it's cool. I could use that right now. Oh, man. The charge loads yet. Yeah. And see, I get offers. Like, they'll be like, oh, we'll pay you. But then as soon as like I put down any number, they'll be like, oh, we can't pay that. Because my numbers aren't sustained enough. They were for a while, but they're not sustained enough right now to merit them paying me. And they never got back to see. And I'm scared to reach out to companies right now more than ever because my numbers just suck. And because my following is dropping, even though following doesn't matter because it doesn't actually reflect how well you're doing on your channel. But a lot of the people doing these deals don't necessarily think that way. And it's not that they're going to think that I'm better because I have a bigger following, but when they look at my numbers and they see, oh, there's a downward arrow, that doesn't look good. So right now I'm not comfortable reaching out to anybody because I know my numbers aren't looking good despite my videos being okay because the following is dropping, which kind of sucks. Yeah, some brands only see follower count. That's exactly it. That my follower count is going down. So a brand's going to look at that and be like, no. Even though my viewership is going up, my brand is going down with the followers. So people are going to be like, no, we don't want to work with that guy. So right now I'm not comfortable reaching out. Although YouTube did have a really big blow up over the last little while. When I was on my break from from everything that happened with my dad, during that time, I had a really weird blow up on YouTube because one video went viral, one short went viral, and I went from 3.8K followers to 6.66. Is that a sign? But like I almost doubled my following on YouTube in the span of like a month and a half because I had one really viral video. So I know I can do it. I just need to actually do it. But that's where I feel like that would be the longer term, the more beneficial growth for me is through that. But I know that the stream is also very important because it gives me the short-term income. It gives me the more tangible income and the more controllable income, because you can make a great video on YouTube and it gets no views and you get no income, and you can do a video that's mediocre but it does great views and you get income. But on Twitch, at least through or in YouTube Live and all that stuff, at least through incentives and having memes and having all that stuff, I can kind of rely on a little bit of money just to maintain the equipment. So it's kind of like that split view that I have. But yeah, I need to figure out what's going to work the best for me. Like, I was doing Minecraft yesterday and I was having fun, but it was a night where it was kind of quiet. The people I had 9 viewers, but it was nobody chatting. And I restarted a new world and I was tired because I hadn't slept well. So I wasn't really feeling creative to talk, and nobody was watching, so there was no bounce back and forth. And so I moved back to the forest because the forest at least keeps my tension up and it gives me something to talk about because there's stuff happening on screen. Whereas Minecraft, I was going to build a house. And when people are talking, that's great. I can just shut my brain off and just build the house. But when there was nobody there and I was already tired, I was like, I have next to no energy to entertain. I need to find something that'll give me energy, and at least the forest gave me that. So I'm still working on it, you know? I'm still working on it. That's kind of how I am, Night Owl, is I'm just posting my shorts on my TikToks on the shorts, and almost all of them do significantly worse than they do on TikTok. Most of them do significantly worse, but if I look at them right now, yeah, like the last one that I posted got 173 views. On TikTok, I got 2,000, I think. The Starfield one, I want to do a direct comparison. My Starfield video. Where is my Starfield video? A Starfield theft. Hey, why isn't it? Oh, it's here. It's a different thing. Got 5,000 views. On YouTube, it got 2,000. My PlayStation Portable got 700 views. On YouTube, 3,000 views. So that was quite a big change in numbers. But then if I look at the ones that did significantly better, let's see if the reverse is true for the ones that for some reason did really well. 5,000 is pretty decent for YouTube anyways. Where's the one that did stupidly good? I don't know where. Okay, my DK Oldies video has 670,000 views on YouTube. How much do I have on this one? I think it's more on TikTok. But that video pretty much went viral because of the hate that it was getting. Where is it? TikTok Oldies or DK Oldies got 1.2 million, double the viewership. But that's a rarity for me. 670,000 views. And from what I heard, there was a guy who kind of tried to show how many TikTok views would kind of represent a YouTube view. And they said something like one YouTube view is comparable to 5 TikTok views, or 1 YouTube follower is comparable to 5 TikTok followers. So at 100,000 followers, you're looking at being closer to 20,000 followers on YouTube would be the comparison. So if we were to look at something like that, 670,000 views on YouTube would be closer to like 3 million views on TikTok. And the 1 million view video on TikTok maybe got me like 500 to 1,000 followers. On YouTube, it got me 3,000 followers. It did much better with a much lower number. So like YouTube shorts are really weird, but they have much more payout than they do on TikTok. Because on TikTok, if you get 100,000 views, you're lucky to maybe get 100 followers. But on YouTube, you get 100,000 views, you might get 1,000 followers. So the payout is way better, you know? Yeah, at 100,000 followers, you are definitely doing it as a job. You're getting an income. You could probably hire people. At 100,000 on TikTok, you're just a micro influencer, as they say. I feel that's generous too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, YouTube is very hard. Now, for long videos, I've never had a very, very, very good long video. My best long video was my setup for cameras, like the lighting setup that I had for streaming, which is here. Don't play the video. Don't play the video. My lighting setup, where is that? My lighting setup has, and this isn't a great number, but it's got 15,000 views. The video is also 4 years old, so 15,000 views in the span of 4 years is not very good. So it's much harder to get that viewership because everything else is like less than 1,000 views. Only shorts have I ever gotten more than 1,000 views, but everything else is less than 1,000 views that I have. Shut up, me. Shut up, me. So it's much harder to get YouTube views for sure. So work from home blew it up. Yeah. 15K is the best on your new channel. Nice. Yeah, YouTube viewership is much harder to build up, but it's worth it much more because one, YouTube has more of an inclination towards community building, where TikTok doesn't. Like, I have viewers that will come to me and comment and be like, wow, you're back. I haven't seen you in a long time. And it's like, I've never stopped posting. What do you mean? But it's because there's no cohesive community on TikTok. You follow somebody, you're just randomly going to see their stuff. You don't really have the habit of going to their page and seeing what they're posting. And you don't get any kind of alert for the content that they make. So it really doesn't, yeah, they care about the content, not the creators. So there's no community. Whereas YouTube is much more community centric, and you feel like you're part of something when you follow people, and you feel like you understand the creator a lot more. So you see them and you look them up and you make sure you stay on top of what they're doing. Like, I watch a lot of Mr. Ballin on YouTube. He's from TikTok originally. Tells short, scary stories and like true crime and stuff like that. And I had seen him on TikTok, never felt the urge to follow him. He would tell a really interesting story, 30 seconds, it was done. Then I started following him on YouTube. Now I follow his podcast because of YouTube, because he was much more interesting on YouTube, and I feel like I know him better on YouTube. And the same with like Ryukar, who's a streamer and a content creator for like Mario content. I feel much more attached to his content because I watch his videos on YouTube than I do to some of the people that I follow on Twitch. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it feels more like a social club. It feels more like you're part of a membership. Whereas like Twitch can feel that way, but it's not the same because you can't just enjoy Twitch whenever you feel like. Even though there's VODs, it's not the same as being there when it's live. And when they're offline, there's no incentive to watch the person. Versus YouTube, where like, yeah, they could be live, but there's plenty of incentive to watch their old stuff. Like, I'm watching all of Mr. Ballin's old stuff right now. Like, I'm watching videos that are a couple of years old right now. There's another guy that I found recently that I enjoy his content, but I'm having a hard time following him because he has a word quirk that really bothers me. And I know I need to change my mentality because that has to do a lot with like classism and like all that kind of stuff. Walkthrough for the game. But that entails recording for 8 hours straight and beating a game. Or 20 hours for the bigger games and beating the game and then posting it. That's a really big effort for one video. The one benefit I will say to YouTube is it's not like TikTok. TikTok, you stop posting for a week and you come back, you're going to have to kind of get that momentum back. But YouTube, it's not uncommon to have a channel post once a month because their effort is so big. Now, there are channels that post once a week, twice a week, and that definitely benefits them a lot more. But obviously, depending on the kind of content, it's a little bit easier to post a video once a month when you're just reiterating news or something, right? They do exist for like every game. It's true. It's absolutely true. Going back to the Let's Plays, a big thing that I find, and I'm only going off this because I watch a lot of Minecraft content, so this may have skewed my image, but from what I see, a lot of the Let's Plays that do well, one, are more kid-oriented, but two, they're more treated like scripted events rather than a genuine Let's Play a game. Instead, they portray a character that has certain character traits, and they'll play the game as that character. So like Minecraft is the one that I go to, but like there's a guy named Green that I really, really like. And one of the things that Green is known for in the Minecraft community is he's a bit of a troublemaker, but not like drama starter troublemaker, and not like actually making people mad. He's a troublemaker in like the sense of like Dennis the Menace. He pulls pranks. He does dumb little jokes. You know, like in one they were playing a game where like if they died 3 times on the 3rd death, then they became the ones that had to attack the other players, and if they died a 4th time, they were banned from the server. And he tried to play a prank on one of the guys that is renowned for dying all the time by bringing up a creeper behind him, and the joke was going to be the creeper would blow up and hurt them, and that was it. But he actually killed the guy, and he didn't mean to, and then he felt so bad, so he became a slave. But that's Green's character, that he does something and sometimes it goes worse than he expected, and then he feels really bad and he does something to make it up. And he plays that character, and that's how you go into those videos, knowing he's going to play Minecraft, and that's what you expect from him. But it's very character-based, right? But that's really hard because then you have to script it, and then you usually have to have other people do it with you so they can also respond to your scripting. So it becomes more of a show versus a Let's Play. And that's very, very complicated. I love Green too. Green's awesome. I didn't dislike Green, but I wasn't really into Green. I started with Mumbo Jumbo. He was the one I really liked. And then he would interact with Green, and Green would always cause problems. But Mumbo Jumbo is very focused on his own experience. He doesn't always interact with other people. And so we would see Green, but it was usually him starting trouble for Mumbo. And so I was kind of like, oh, Green might be annoying. But then Nora wanted to watch Green, so we watched Green, and then I fell in love with Green's content. I think he is hilarious. And he seems like such a genuinely nice guy that his pranks now have a totally different effect on me, because before I was like, oh, he just likes to cause trouble. But now I'm like, oh my God, he's such a nice guy. And now he's doing this goofy thing, and then it usually goes wrong. But yeah, it's hard. Yeah, challenges are another big thing. That's something that I've been considering as well. Like I've been kind of toying with the idea because I have been looking at the Let's Play idea and seeing how I can make it interesting. And I was thinking about doing challenges. You know, like the one guy that I watch is, I haven't watched him lately because he stopped doing Minecraft content. Oh my, Wadzi. Wadzi does Minecraft content, and he does challenge videos where he's like, oh, today I'm going to empty a water monument, an ocean monument. And then he spends the whole video. It's a 20-minute video of him emptying the ocean monument, and it took him a month to make the video because it was like 40 hours of work. But it's condensed to a 20-minute video that you can watch, or he'll split it up into 3 20-minute videos. But it's a cool challenge because I want to see if he completes it. Or he did like where he played Minecraft only going in one straight line, and that's really cool. He played it until he beat the game, and it was multiple videos. Each one was 10 minutes long, but it was a challenge that is interesting. So like I've been toying with that idea of maybe doing something like that. No worries, Growthulu. Do your thing. And yeah, I'm a big fan of Mumbo Jumbo, Green, and I like Good Times with Scar? Fun Times with Scar. Scar. I like Scar, and I really miss, I don't remember his name right now. He's a guy, I think he's from the Netherlands. I don't know. Is he from the Netherlands? He's the one. I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna hit with copyright strikes because this music. Shut up, music. No, I'm gonna get hit. Has anybody else noticed that Harris Heller deleted all of his playlists and kind of screwed everybody who relied on them on YouTube? He deleted them all. kind of not a good move. I guess we have no music. I'm gonna get hit with a copyright thing anyway. Iskal. Love Iskal. Love Iskal with Mumbo Jumbo. I love their interactions. I think they're great. I'm really sad he hasn't been in this Hermitcraft season. I haven't been watching this season. I watched the first 10 or 15 episodes of this season with Mumbo Jumbo, and then I went back and started watching Grian, and Nora wanted to watch one specific season, and I picked the wrong one, and then I started watching it, and I've just kind of been stuck watching it, and so now I'm on episode 40 of season 7, and then I'm going to watch 8, and then I'm going to watch 9. I'm just going to go in order, but I love Iskal. Iskal's great. But yeah, it's hard to decide what to post and how to post it and what works. You also want to make something that, you want to be very vocal. You want to be very reactionary. You have to put on kind of a character. That's one of the things. Nora watches somebody called Afmao. I'm not a fan of Afmao. I don't like Afmao, but she's not content for me. She's content for kids, 100%. Most of her content is, so-and-so wants to be my boyfriend. That's most of it. It's something that a 10-year-old little girl would like. And I'm not a fan of that kind of content. It's just not interesting to me. But if you watch all the people that are in the show with her, they have a very, very obvious persona put on. There's one guy, I don't remember his name. Is it Ian? I think it's Ian. Ian screams at everything, and half of his video, not his video, but his interaction in the video is him just screaming. That's just not good content for me, but it's great for kids. That's also a big part of making videos on YouTube, is you almost have to kind of put on a persona in the gaming realm and work with it. And it can be really hard because you really have to treat YouTube like it's a TV show when it comes to the way that you're focusing your content, because that's kind of the only way it'll be interesting. That's why I like those guys that do the Dark Souls lore and stuff, because they've treated it like a TV show, like you're watching a documentary. In Dark Souls, Big Hat Logan is this and this, and it just, the whole energy is there, and it all feels like it flows with the theme of the game. Whereas somebody like me doing that won't necessarily have the same impact. Yeah, and that was something that I had mentioned that some people got really upset. I had one guy come in, I know, well, you should have seen it. One guy came in and started arguing with me in my chat, saying that I was being ungrateful, that I was blaming my viewers for not watching me, that maybe I should put in more effort, and that blaming my viewers for low viewership is a really disgusting thing to do. Now let me backtrack and tell you what I said. It's really hard for me to do long form videos, because somebody had asked me why I hadn't done one of those long form videos in a while, the ones where I spend 5-6 minutes talking about the history of a game, or 10 minutes talking about the development process. Somebody asked me why I hadn't done that. My response: it's really hard for me to justify, when I only have 4 hours free in the evening, to spend 4 hours making the recording, then another 4 or 5 hours editing to do a 5-minute video, and it gets 100 views. When I could record, in those 8 hours, I can record 12 TikToks and get the same viewership or higher on multiple videos. It just doesn't make sense for me to do all that work for a much slower turnout than it does to do the quicker stuff for a much higher turnout. And he took that as me saying my viewers don't support what I do, so I'm not going to make it. And he got so mad at me for his lack of comprehension of what I was saying. Because exactly what you said, it's really hard to dedicate 20 hours on a video that gets 100 views, when I could dedicate 3 hours on a couple of TikToks that'll get 5,000 views. Even though they're not high, I'd rather the 5,000 views than the 300 views for a lot less effort. You know what I mean? And YouTube is the same way. I post a video on YouTube and it'll get next to nothing. It's really hard to motivate myself to do that when I could post that same level of effort on TikTok and at least I'll get a bit more viewership. Sorry, my battery's dying on my one, but the other one isn't plugged in wirelessly, so it's not getting the viewership. It's not getting the response. I can't see what I'm trying to see. Hey, what happened? Oh, weird. My restream chat is now invisible. I can't get my mouse over it. Anyway, but yeah, I posted a Lord Hair video that took me about 3 hours to do. It's only a 2-minute video. It took me about 3 hours to do. 77 views. I did my Dead Island 2 development video. 45 views. The exact video on TikTok, the exact Dead Island development video. Did I have longer hair by then? Okay, I'm wearing the muscle shirt. Wearing the muscle shirt. Where is it? Dead Island 2, 3,000 views. The same video. I'd rather do the work on TikTok for 3,000 views than to do the work for 45 views on YouTube. So it's very demotivational to try to grow YouTube when the numbers just do not reflect what you're doing, you know? Exactly. When you're limited on time, that's the problem. If you have time, you know, if you have a lot of time, it's a lot easier to invest it. Like now I have the time. That is why I'm going to be able to invest it. But I also know that is a privilege that I didn't have for the last 7 years as a content creator. Up until now, I wasn't able to dedicate 8 hours on a video because I had a little girl I was taking care of. I had a girlfriend who would get mad at me if I spent more than a couple of hours on stream. I had a job. I had to try to find sleep in there. So spending 8 hours to film a video for 45 views, or I can spend a couple of hours to do a few TikToks and get thousands of views, despite it being obvious that it was because I didn't do the long haul, but I didn't have the time and I didn't have the ability to dedicate that time. It's kind of the same situation when you get somebody that comes in and will criticize you without considering any of that. Like, here's an example that relates. Like, it's a good analogy for it, but it's not the exact same situation. I did a video where I talked about the pandemic thing that happened in World of Warcraft, where somebody had like an infection and then it like spread out, and real immunologists were checking it out and then like seeing how it reflected in the real world, and they were able to make certain guesstimates of how the world would react to a real pandemic based on World of Warcraft. That's all I wanted to say. This cool thing happened. Some guy commented really angrily, "You glossed over so much. It was such a deeper thing. You need to do better and actually cover it properly, or don't cover it at all." Ignoring the fact that it was a 30-second video. If I wanted to go in depth, I would have made a 20-minute video where I would have covered everything. It was a 30-second video. All I wanted to do was be like, hey, this cool thing happened. So my response to him was, are you the type of person that gets upset if you ask somebody how they're feeling and they say, I have a cold, instead of saying, I was on the bus, I caught the infection, and then it went into my body, and I had the inflammation? Like, do you want the whole breakdown of the whole disease from the beginning of time? Or is just saying, I have a cold good enough? Because all they're trying to do is just cover what happened. Just like I'm trying to cover that immunologist checked out this cool analogy. That's it. Or an analog. That's it. But people don't consider all the effects. So it's kind of the same with content creation. YouTube is much more of a long haul game. You can't expect to get the same response from YouTube as you would from TikTok. But it is very fair to look at the amount of effort TikTok gets is needing versus the amount of effort YouTube needs and the return you get for that effort. Because if I only got 45 views for 8 to 20 hours of work, or I got 1,000 views for an hour's worth of work, I'd rather spend the hour's worth of work and have that go with me. And then hopefully once that is nice and solid, I can bring it over to YouTube and then start there. But it's not always a possibility for everybody to do that, to dedicate that much time to something, especially if you've got other things to do. You know, it's the same idea as like people who try to guilt you for not growing fast enough. You know, like I've had people that'll comment that like, oh, you're not doing well enough. Like you should stream more. I have a life. I can't. Or okay, here's a good example. Gaming. I'll get people that'll tell me that I'm really bad at a video game. Fair play. I'm not great at a lot of video games. I enjoy them a lot. Hello, Brock. How you doing? Or is it supposed to be Bruce? But hello, welcome. I'm not great at a lot of video games. I'm okay. I'm not a horrible gamer, but I'm okay. And I'll have people that'll come in and they'll be like, you're really bad at this game. And then I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. And then they'll be like, I'm so much better than you. But this will be somebody who lives at home, who doesn't pay any bills, who doesn't have a family. So they have no responsibilities. And then they'll have the excuse of, well, I go to school. But going to school is very different than having a full-time job, coming home, doing the laundry, washing the floor, feeding your kid, going out to pay the bills and groceries and car maintenance. Like, that is very, very different. Going to school, you can screw around at school all day long. You can, skip class. You can come home and not do homework and just game because mom's going to cook your dinner. Mom's going to do your laundry. Dad might mow the lawn. Very, very different situation. So, of course, you're very good at it because you can spend 40 hours a week playing the same game, getting good at it. I have maybe an hour a day where I can just like hang out and play video games on my own. So, of course, I'm not going to be as good as you. There's things. So, it's the same with content creation. I could probably up my quality, and I'm going to, but I haven't up until now because I didn't have the time. It was literally as quick and as efficient as I could. And because I was trying to be as quick and as efficient as I could, I would miss out on a lot of stuff. Like a lot of my videos, a lot of my longer videos haven't done well because Andrew, thank you so much. How you doing, man? How's it going? A lot of my videos are, I think my restream chat is gone because it's frozen. It's not moving. I think it just like completely crashed. Let me open chat over here. Catch up, chat. Catch up. Let me see. Oh my God, it's still when Preston was here hours ago. A big thing is that I forget to record the video in widescreen. I always record it TikTok format and vertical. And then I go to like edit it for YouTube and I realize I have a vertical video. But because I don't have time, I didn't have time. I couldn't set up the camera and re-record for another 4 hours to get the vertical video or the horizontal video. And so then I just upload the vertical, which obviously doesn't look good. It doesn't look professional. So I got to work on that. Okay, so what were you saying? Nope, even Restream over there is frozen. Okay, I'll just go to Twitch. Maybe Twitch. There we go. So the last thing I could see on Restream was I 100% agree, but as Retro was saying, that's the last thing that it froze at. Exactly. And that's kind of what I'm aiming for. Night Owl is one long form video a month. Sorry, I'm really far behind right now. Without missing TikTok days? Exactly. That's also what I'm trying to work on. Yeah, and that's another thing. Being older also does a huge, huge thing. I am doing YouTube Shorts, Andrew. It's not so much that they get decent views. It's that YouTube Shorts, the views have a different reflection than on TikTok. I was just talking about this a few minutes ago. On TikTok, I'll do a video and it'll get like 200,000 views and I'm lucky to get 100 followers from it. On YouTube, I did a video that got 200,000 views. I got like 3,000 followers from it. So the return for the viewership is much more lucrative on YouTube. Not just money-wise, but like people will actually be interested because of the views that you get on YouTube. I have never broken 1 million views on YouTube ever on any short. I've got multiple over 1 million views on TikTok. And since those videos showed up, they've shown up in the last like 4 months, I've maybe gained 10,000 followers. I've never broken 1 million views even once on YouTube. The most I have was the 200,000 followers or 200,000 views, and I gained 3,000 followers from it. So like I got maybe 10% of the viewership on YouTube, but I also got half of the following that I got on, or a little bit less than half of the following that I got on TikTok on YouTube for way less of the viewership. So that's where it works. But getting that viewership is really hard on YouTube because I have videos that don't even break 100 views. So it's really, the algorithm is really different on YouTube, which kind of sucks. But yeah, being a bit older, big part of it. Because I used to be able to, when I first started streaming, 7-8 years ago, I was 30. I had more energy and I was able to go to work, come home, record for 3 hours, go to bed, wake up like with 6 hours under me, and then stream for 5 hours. And it was no problem. And now I'm like, if I don't sleep 6 hours after working and recording and, having to stream for 5 hours, the 6 hour mark, anything less than that, I am a zombie on stream. And it's just, my body is just not keeping up. And like I said, I have other things that I'm taking care of, which also implement a lot of stress on top of life. Plus my personal life kind of fell apart over the last couple of months. So that like all automatically adds a whole bunch, right? And I'm not saying that you're saying this, Bitsy, but a lot of younger creators, because a lot of the platforms are filled with younger creators, a lot of younger creators don't realize how serious some of the problems that you can come into when you're older are compared to when you're younger. You know, your girlfriend broke up with you. Oh, that's sad. I get it. You can be heartbroken. That's fine. It's not the same as losing your wife and your kid. It's not the same. Although they're both breakups, it's not the same because your girlfriend still lived at home with their parents. Your girlfriend was still somebody that you only talked to and hung out with every once in a while. You live with a wife. You go grocery shopping with a wife. You buy long-term things with that wife. So it's a very big difference in like the stress level that you get from something like that. Because then when your girlfriend breaks up with you, she moves on. Your wife breaks up with you, then you have to worry about like any money you owe them, any child support, any alimony, like all that stuff influence. So as you get older, the stresses in real life bleed over a lot more to content, and it makes it a lot harder to balance it. And so all of that plays a role. But what Night Owl was saying is exactly where I'm kind of aiming my focus is I want to try to do one long form YouTube video and not even do like a super long form. I'm aiming for 10 minutes, minimum of 5 for my long form video. Eventually I want to get to like 15 to 20 minutes because that seems to be really popular. But 5 to 10 minute long video once a month, and then get ahead of my TikTok game so I have stuff in reserve, but constantly be putting more into it. So eventually I get to the point where I have so much in the reserve that like I never have to worry about taking a day or two off because I just have a bunch of content. And for when I like have roadblocks and I have nothing to come up with, there's stuff there just in case. And I want to be able to get my reserve big enough so I can post a couple of times a day every day instead of just once a day, 5 times a week. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of they're like 3 minutes. Yeah, most of mine are like 5 minutes at max. But I'm trying to get to longer form because a lot of the stuff I like, which I know not everybody likes, but a lot of stuff I like are like the half an hour long videos because I want to just settle down and watch a video for a while. I don't want to have to keep constantly searching for a new video. So I would like to make long form 20-minute videos, but I'm just getting started and I have to kind of form my thoughts that way. It's also very different editing on YouTube versus on Twitch or on TikTok because I have the TikTok mentality of like cut away, quick, no blank spaces, no dead air. Whereas YouTube, there's a lot of dead air, a lot of transitions, a lot more like slow paced stuff where I could be like, when this game happened, the graphics were really bad. And then I can cut away and just show 30 seconds of gameplay with me not saying a word and then come back. So they had to revamp them. Like I can be way slower in the way that I talk. I have to learn to kind of get that mentality down as well. But there's a lot that I have to consider. But yeah, I'm kind of aiming at the same way as you, Night Owl. Me too. When I get those long, quiet moments, I'm just like, I feel like people are going to be like, hurry up. But that's the TikTok mentality. I tried doing it, and I did it for my Resident Evil video that I did on YouTube, where like every time I was changing the subject I was talking about for the game development, I would show just a random clip from Resident Evil just to have like a little bit of a filler. And it helped because when I did it on TikTok and I didn't include that stuff, the 7-minute video I did on the 9-minute video I did on YouTube was down to 3 minutes on TikTok because there was a lot of dead air that I cut out. But it really helps. And it wasn't dead air to the point where like you're like, okay, he never talks. Instead, there was just so many little bits of dead air that it filled in a whole bunch of stuff. It was really nice. But it's hard to think that way because I do feel that TikTok pressure, you know? Oh, it's not about editing beyond my level. It's about the pacing. It's not about editing beyond my level. I feel as far as TikTok is concerned, or like the social media editing is concerned, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on editing. There are things that I still can't figure out, and it really sucks because every video that's out there is about Premiere or DaVinci, and there's not very many videos about Final Cut, and the ones that are there aren't explaining what I need. They're explaining the really basics, and I don't need that. Like the stupid ramp zooming and all that kind of stuff. I can't get it to work properly on Final Cut, and it's really annoying. No, my video editing skills are at a level that I think is more than enough for what I'm doing. And I actually think that I'm pretty settled for the long term in editing because you don't need to have super fancy editing. I actually hate fancy editing. on almost everything. If you look at Hollywood movies, a lot of the editing is more down to like the color calibration and like the white balancing and like it's that part of it, adding the music and the sound effects. But the actual like cutaways and the timing of the edit, it's really, really basic in a lot of movies. It's there's never any like fancy swipes or any like fancy like effects on top of things. It's really cut and dry, and I like that style. So I think I'm pretty set with my editing. It's more about changing my mindset of the pacing, because on TikTok it has to be constantly in your face and very quick with no dead air. But on YouTube, it's much slower paced. There's a lot more dead air in between. You're going to add a lot more B-roll into it. There's a lot less need for hooks versus on TikTok where like the hook is the thing that's going to get people to watch. And you only have 30 seconds to get all the info out. So on TikTok, there's a lot of getting rid of excess stuff that you don't need to say. On YouTube, you can add all the excess flourish that you want because there's time. That's the part I need to work on, is the mentality of what platform I'm on. It's just like streaming versus videos. Streaming has a very different mentality than videos do. And I've got the skill set for lighting and sound and everything, but I need to make sure that I'm thinking in the right way for the content, which is what we were talking about earlier, making sure that I choose the right game and how it's going to affect me and make sure that I'm not putting too much effort into it, because that isn't as important as like the experience. Versus a YouTube video, the experience is important, but the topic you chose is more important because people are not going to click on your video unless they know that it's a topic they want to hear about. So there's a lot that goes into it, you know? Yeah, I'm the same way. I speak so quick on YouTube and I get a lot of comments. The best is when you get those like haters that will comment, and like one person will be like, he's so desperate to make a TikTok. He talks like 1,000 miles a minute. No, dude, it's just there is a lot to say and people have no more than a 30-second attention span. So I have to have everything said in 30 seconds. It's not that I'm in a rush. I'm in a rush, but it's not like they make it sound like I'm trying to sound smart by talking fast. It's like, no, I'm just trying to get all the info out in 30 seconds. Because if I don't do that, then I'm going to get like the other guy. You miss so much information, man. You don't even know what you're talking about. So do I talk fast and get accused of trying to sound smart? Or do I talk slow and then get accused of missing stuff and being too stupid? You lose one or you lose the other. Like, it's never a win. So yeah, I do the same way. I talk really, really quickly on TikTok. And then I struggle with YouTube because I talk really quickly on YouTube. And I need to slow that down. I need to talk more casually. But then I have the opposite reaction where I talk so slowly that I sound low energy. And then I sound bored, even though I'm not. And it makes me cringe when I watch my older videos. I'm like, man, I sound bored. I need to find a balance. But that's with everything. Practice too. Lots of practice. I'm way more chill and quiet. I feel like you would be. Yeah, I feel like you would be really chill. But you seem like you would be... Like, if you're hanging out with people that you're comfortable with, I feel like you would be really involved and, like, attentive, if that makes sense. Like, you wouldn't be so chill and quiet that, like, you feel like you're closing in and like not wanting to interact. I feel like you would be very, very attentive and very conversational and reactive, and like people would feel like you're really enveloped in what they're saying, whether or not you are. I get the vibe that that's how you would be, but still being very quiet and still being much more reserved than what you see on the internet. I'm very, very talkative once I get going. I'm pretty similar to this right now when I get going. But I can be very short fused, not like temper, like I'm going to get mad at you. I can just be very, like, if I'm on a certain focus and then you come in and you interrupt that focus, I'll be very short with you. And it's because I don't do well interacting with people. So I like to interact when I'm prepared, but when I'm not prepared, I hate it. There's this guy my brother hired I have a feeling he might be developmentally delayed a little bit. I don't know. But he's definitely overconfident in a way, like he thinks he's much more skilled than he is, and he just isn't. He's always in a rush, and he messes everything up because he's always in a rush, and he misses the most obvious stuff, fixating on things that don't matter. Like, he called my brother to complain that he doesn't like that there are so many details he has to worry about working at one of the places. in the same breath, also tells my brother that he went and did a bunch of extra detail work that we're not responsible for. So don't complain that that's too much work, but then go and do stuff we're not supposed to. Do the stuff we're supposed to and ignore the stuff we're not supposed to, because then it wouldn't be too much work. But like my brother messaged him and he's like, okay, Luis has the keys to the place. You're going to have to pick them up in the morning when you head out to the last location. He's supposed to head out to the last location at 4:30. This was at 1 in the morning. At 1:15, he was calling me saying he was at my house and the keys weren't there. I was at the location that we needed those keys for. I was still using those keys. My brother told him to go before he leaves for the last place at 4:30. And this was at 1 in the morning that he was doing this because he just doesn't think straight. He doesn't like cohesively have that ability. And so what I'm getting at with the story is I was really friendly with him when I was first training him and everything, because I went in with the mindset of I have to deal with this guy. I'm going to be super nice. It's going to be great. He's new. I have to be patient with him. At this point, he had messed up a whole bunch of stuff. And when he called me to say that, and I'm in the middle of work and I'm trying to rush because I'm going to have to drive all the way home to drop off the keys to drive back out to go do the next job, because I'm trying to not make him drive all the way out to pick up the keys, I'm already frustrated that I'm trying to get this job done. And then he calls me to interrupt me about that. Okay, now I'm even more frustrated, but I'm still dealing with him. And then he talks like a friggin' turtle. And it's just, I was so short with him. So now he doesn't message me anymore. He talks to my brother now to get a hold of me because I was so short with him. I wasn't rude, but it was just like, dude, I need to get off the phone. I am working. You want the keys? I need to finish. And if I'm on the phone, I can't finish. And he's like, oh, but like, this is the response time. He calls me. Hey, I'm at your house right now, but the keys aren't in the mailbox. Because I'm at the location right now. I'm just finishing up. I'm going to drop them off. They're going to be there at 4:30. I can't go right now because I want to get advanced in the next place, but I'm going to stop at the next place, come drop the keys off for 4:30, then I'm going to head back because I have to finish. So, they're going to be there at 4:30. That's what my brother told you. Oh. Well, I'm going to be at that other place. I know you're going to be at the other place, but I told my brother to tell you at 4:30. So I'm going to be there at 4:30. Oh, so why don't I go where you are to like pick up the keys when I'm done here? Dude, I don't know where I'm going to be when you're done. And at that point, I'm going to just go and drop them off because I don't know how long it's going to be. Oh, well, I just started at the place now because I had a different place and I know I normally start at 10. And so, like, I'm starting now, so it's pretty late, so that's fine. Why are you telling me where you are and that you're late and that you're starting? I don't care, dude. I've got my own job. I've been on the phone now for 5 minutes when all you had to do was wait till 4:30. I'm now 5 minutes further behind than I was. I was livid and I was very short. So that's how I get when I'm with people. So I feel like you would be much better at, like, being super attentive while talking to people. I feel like you would be very, very easy to hang out with. I think. Yours truly, hello, how's it going? Thank you, Andrew. I just saw that message. Thank you. I have to redo the maintenance. It's about time, but I'm going to do it on my day off. It was actually not sitting well. It wasn't sitting well on my head because I had pulled it too tight. And after a few days, the glue starts to soften up, especially once you're sweating and stuff. And my maintenance is due on Saturday. So I'm only like 4 days away. So the glue is starting to soften up. And so now it's starting to like slowly shift back. So I was starting to get a bigger and bigger forehead. So today I like fully took it off and just like replaced it in the right position. But the glue isn't really super sticky anymore. So it's like, it's eventually going to fall off. So I'm glad it looks good. It looks better because I adjusted it. That's the only reason. Yeah, that's a big part, Blitzy. Getting used to new meds can definitely mess with making content. But once you start feeling clarified, you feel motivated to start. So that's good. I'm really glad. See, that helps, Andrew. That helps. This one, the only problem with this one for like the realism aspect of it is because it's so long and the hair is swept back, there's no way to really blend the line. So the line is very neat, which isn't very natural. But that's just a disadvantage to the hairstyle I chose. Normally, I go for the shorter hairstyle, and the nice thing is that the shorter hairstyle can kind of swoop over and break up the line. And because the line is broken up, it doesn't look as clean. Even though the line is clean, just the breakup of having the hairs kind of swoop over it, it helps. That's why I kind of have this. But if I were to do it enough, it now it starts to look messy. So I have to kind of sweep it back a little bit, and it slowly goes in front, but it really exposes the one straight line. But I like it. I think it looks pretty good. I really like it. But yeah, he's the sloth from Zootopia, exactly. And he doesn't understand business. He doesn't understand how things work. He doesn't understand how to focus on the right aspects of things. And it's just frustrating to deal with. Like, he called my brother a couple of days ago complaining that one of the places that he has to clean, we have to clean behind a bar. And, they spill alcohol and drinks and stuff, and it's sticky. And the flooring there is, like, really beat up. So mopping there is a nightmare because the mop gets caught, the mop is sticky, you have to use a lot of muscle. First, he complained to my brother that the mop was too heavy, so my brother got him a lighter mop. Now he's complaining that he has to work too hard to clean up that flooring. And my brother said, there's not much we can do about it. The flooring is wrecked. It's just part of the location. Like, that's just one of the things that happens. His response, why don't you bring in a sander, sand the flooring, and then just add like a new sealant on top so that way it's nice hardwood floor and it looks good. My brother goes, it's not my restaurant. I'm not going to do that. And he goes, yeah, but you could do it like as a nice favor. Tell the guy, like, look what I did for you. My brother goes, no, because he has to pay for his restaurant. I'm not going to do it because you don't want to mop the bad floor. If he doesn't want to fix it, that's on him, not on us. He's like, yeah, but like, you could do it for free. It's not for free. That's thousands of dollars out of my brother's business for no reason. We already have the contract. There's no reason to do it. And he just doesn't comprehend why my brother won't redo the guy's floor in his bar. What do you mean you don't understand? That's that guy's business. If he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't have to do it. There are places that I work that are beat up. That's not on me. I just work around it. And if it's not going to get super clean because it's so beat up, that they know that. I'll do something extra, like I might go with a razor blade and like pick up extra stuff that maybe's been there for forever. Or I might go and maybe clean some extra windows that I've never done, or like mirrors that I've never done. But I'm not going to redo their flooring for free. If anything, I might be like, if they hire me to do the flooring, I might be like, hey, I'll throw in an extra wax in 6 months for free. But I'm not going to redo your flooring. He just doesn't comprehend. He doesn't get it. It's crazy. At the same time, he has been crying to my brother about how he's like up to his neck in debt because he's just purchased a whole bunch of stuff and can't afford any of it. I wonder why. I wonder why. Oh, man. But yeah, needless to say, he frustrates me. He really frustrates me. He was complaining to my brother that he doesn't like picking up the key from my house because I don't call him to tell him I put the key there. The key's there at 9 p.m. Like wherever we put it. The key's there at 9 p.m. You can go pick it up at 9 p.m. It'll be there. I don't have to call you every time and be like, okay, it's 9 p.m. The key is there. And if the key isn't there, you're at my house. You can knock on the door. If worst comes to worst. But the key will be there. Like, the dude just doesn't have the ability to, like, think in a streamlined way that makes sense to make things easier, Oh, I have zero patience for that. For that, I have zero patience. I have patience for a lot of stuff, but if you hit me on the wrong night, I can be pretty short. And I'm never rude. At least I never try to be rude, but I'm never rude. But I can be very... one-word answer, don't really expand. Or sometimes I will be upfront, but I'm going to be very much like, I'm going to be honest with you. Please don't be upset with me. But you've pushed me to this limit. Let me be honest with you. And then I'll say it. Stuff that the average person would never say. Even if they're upset, unless they're trying to offend you. But stuff that they would never say, I will say it. And not because I'm trying to offend them, but because I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'm going to tell you the truth then. Because I guess normies will still lie even when they're telling the truth. And for me, it's like, no, I will be very, very nice. But if I'm going to tell you the truth, I'm going to tell you the truth. It kind of happened with somebody that asked me to give them a critique on something that they did. I don't want to go into details because I don't want them to know what I'm talking about. And I don't want anybody else to even put it together if I ever bring it up again. But somebody asked me to do a critique and I did. And I was honest, but it wasn't like an honesty of like, that's the best thing ever. But it also wasn't like, this is crap. It was very much, these are like the structural things that are wrong. Not wrong, but like that need some refining. And this is the reason why I think that would matter. They don't talk to me anymore. Even though their exact words were, Be brutally honest. I'm okay with it. They weren't okay with it. And I tried to be super, super nice about it. Like I wasn't trying to be mean, and it wasn't like I was trying to be nice and like, I gotta be really mean, but I'm gonna be nice. No, it was just like, these are the things that are gonna make it even better. And they didn't like that. Oh well. Too bad. But yeah, it's yeah, I have a hard time with that. But I can do really well. I'm very good at masking, so I can do really, really well in short bursts. I don't do well long term. And now the problem that I'm running into, this is the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going to get going because I want to eat and then I got to go to work in a bit. The problem I'm in right now is I spend a lot of time alone, and I have been for a couple of years. And so I haven't really been socializing and masking too much. And so I'm having a hard time going back into masking. But in the theater world, if I want to make it happen, I need to mask, and I need to mask now. Not only mask, but I need to mask better than I ever have. I've always been a pretty decent masker, but I still haven't put in enough of a mask to make people like me long term. And I need to do that now so I can start to get some work, because I've auditioned for 3 shows and I've been rejected for 3 shows. So obviously my skill set isn't fully there, but I need to get the personality part back. And I'm not socializing, so I don't have the practice at all. Ugh. And that's exactly where I am, Night Owl. I did healthcare for so long that it was all about being extra friendly. Not because everybody that I dealt with was a jerk or anything, but because it's really hard when you're dealing with somebody who just pooped all over the bed and it smells really bad and you're completely grossed out and you want to puke. But they're not doing it on purpose. They're not doing it because they're gross. It's a human function. And they are in a position where they need you there, but they don't want you there. So you have to learn to be like, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Even though inside I'm going, please don't puke. Please don't puke. Don't even gag. Just, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. And outside you're like, don't worry about it. I've seen worse. And you try to joke about it to make them feel easier, even though inside you're going, this is the most disgusting thing I've seen all month. So I got pretty good at it, but now I don't have patience for the masking. And I know I need to, because the biggest part of acting is the butt kissing, because you're not going to get work if you're not kissing the right butts. And I'm not good at kissing butts, and I've never been good at it, but I'm even worse at it now. And before I at least was talented, so they would deal with it. But obviously with 3 auditions that have rejected me all out, it's very clear my talent isn't there anymore either. So I need to learn to butt kiss while my talent comes back, because it will come back, but it's got to come back. Because before, I was always on the line for the lead characters. And now I didn't even get the characters with like 1 line, because my talent is out the window. So I got to learn to kiss butt real quick. Real quick. Yeah, I'm the same way. I dread ever having to leave the job with my brother, because I don't want to have to do it. Like, I've done those auditions, and the auditions are very much like an interview, but it's even more because it's so casual. So it's easy. Not that it's more difficult with a job because you have to be so professional. The problem with an audition is it's so casual that it's easy to say things that will give you a bad impression. And so, like, I have to work really, really hard at masking when I'm at an audition because of that, but I don't have any patience for it. I really, like, right now, I have an audition in 3 weeks. 3 weeks tomorrow, I think. And skill-wise, I'm a little worried because I do have to sing, and they want me to dance, and I can't dance anymore. But I think I can kind of squeak by. But I am really, really considering canceling, because the anxiety I feel when I think about having to deal with the answering questions and auditioning and trying different lines and auditioning with other people, running into people that I've known for years that I don't necessarily want to see, I don't have the energy for it. But I also know that if I keep saying that, I will not surpass this, and I will never get back into acting. And I really want to now that I have a chance. But yeah, no, I'm the same way. I'm too honest too. I'm too honest too. And I'm really trying hard. Like, I'm not embarrassed about wearing a hair system, right? I don't care. But the theater world, especially community theater, because that's what I'm doing right now to try to get myself back into it before I even consider trying anything audition-wise for professional stuff. But the theater world is very much like high school. There's a lot of gossip. There's a lot of talk. And I really don't want to talk about my hair and let people know that I wear a hair system, just because there are some people in the theater world who do not like me. And they would like more than anything to make fun of me. And I know they would make fun of me for the hair system. Not that I care. But it's more of like you know, when you see your ex, you really hope that they're dating an uglier person than you, just so you could feel better about it. Even though you don't care, you just want to feel better that that guy's at least uglier than me, or that girl's at least uglier than me. I feel better about it. There was a downgrade. Even though they might be a way better partner for them than you ever were, and they might be the most perfect person for them, and they're so happy they've never been happier before, you still feel better going, at least they're uglier than me. And so it's like that aspect of like, you know, I was super talented as an actor. I had a lot of skills. I was very cute. But now it's like I've got all these scars on my face. My nose has really gotten deformed. I look older, so I've got like the bags under my eyes. I'm always tired, and I'm bald. And so like I put on a wig, and then it's very much like, oh, he's just trying to like hide it. He's in denial, midlife crisis. And I don't want to deal with that. So it's like I got to make sure that I don't talk to people about my hair. And that if they ask questions, I have to like figure out how to answer without really answering. You know what I mean? Because one of the women that works at this theater, I don't know if she still does, is my ex-girlfriend's mom. And she really likes to bash me. And if I have to run into that woman, I need to have like my head up high. Especially because this last month has sucked. I can't let them know that I'm at my lowest point in my life right now. You know what I mean? Just to have that like get past that hurdle. So I'm really anxious about this audition. I really want to cancel it, but I know that if I do, I will start canceling everything. So I need to face it head on. Although I'm still pretty freaked out about it. You know? Exactly. None of it should matter. It's the stupid behind the scenes drama, right? Like I was really, really self-conscious for a while. When I got really big, I was really self-conscious for a while. I never got like morbidly obese. So I don't want people to think that I look at my old images and think that I was like this completely huge guy. But in comparison to what I've always been, it was the biggest I've ever been. And when I was at that size, I was like, I never want to run into somebody that I know, because I feel so ashamed of how I've let myself go when I was always so active and I was always super thin. But I'm in a place now where I've lost so much weight that I feel good. I'm still chubby, you know, I'm still not thin, but I've lost so much weight that I feel good. I feel like my body is at a decent shape. You know, I'm not fit. I don't take off my shirt and you're going to see any kind of muscle definition. But when I'm wearing clothing, like my shoulders look nice and broad. My arms aren't like defined, but they don't look flabby. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I look good. My skin is the clearest it has ever been in the last 15 years. I've got a hair system that I think makes me look so much better. I feel like I look a lot younger. I see some of my friends that are around the same age as me and they look way older than I do. So I feel better than I have ever felt about my own appearance. But it's just that stupid little thing on your shoulder that you don't want other people to think negatively of you, and these people already do. And if I run into the ones that really do, it's not going to be fun. That's what happened with this last audition. I don't feel so bad about this last audition. There is some level of like self-doubt because I still did get rejected, and that kind of sucks because my talent was always good enough that even if somebody didn't like me, they would concede and give me a role because I was so good at it. And this is the first time that didn't happen. But I'm trying to remind myself, this woman never liked me. Her first thing she ever said to me, she saw me perform in a show where I had spent the whole run being told how I stole the show. Even though I was a minor character, I sang one song and it was like the song that everybody loved. And I was told that I was like stealing the show because I did the show so well and I was so funny on stage and blah, blah, blah. So I had all these accolades about everybody loving my performance. And then I met this woman afterwards. You know, you come out and people want to like talk to you, and some younger kids want you to sign because they want to be actors and whatever. And she comes up and she's like, "Hi, my name is whatever." I'm not going to say her name. And then she shakes my hand. And then her first words out of her mouth, "You know, if you take some vocal lessons, I bet you could probably become a really good singer one day." I was touring with my band at this point. I recorded a CD. I was performing in front of thousands of people with my band. as the lead singer. And your criticism was that if I take some vocal lessons, I might be a singer one day. This is who this woman is. She just has never liked me. And I don't think it's because I rubbed her the wrong way. I genuinely think it is a jealousy of talent. And nobody in the community really likes her. Every time I've gone anywhere that she's there, everybody looks at each other and goes, oh, God, she's here. They're all nice to her, but it's instantly, oh, God. And she's just whatever. But she was the director of the show. And I think she just doesn't like me because I have more raw talent than she does. And people like me more than they like her. And anytime we've done anything together, she has had more like constructive criticism than I've ever had. And then the last time we worked together, she was the musical director of a show. So she had no say whether I got the role or not, but she was the one that was telling me how to sing. And she was avid that I stopped singing for the character. I was doing Frankenfurter for Rocky Horror. And if you've watched the movie, you know that not Stephen Curry. I'm drawing a blank on his name, but Frankenfurter, whatever Curry. He doesn't really sing. He like sings his performance. He has moments where he kind of sings, but most of the time he's just talking the songs. Tim Curry. Wow, why did I go with Steve? That's weird. Tim Curry doesn't like, he can sing. He's a good singer, but he doesn't really sing as Frankenfurter. He's more like, on the day I went away. Like it's so like talked. And I sang. Like I'd be like, on the day I went away. Like I was very like operatic in the way I did it. And she was like, no, don't sing. I want you to just like talk on rhythm. I don't want you to sing. The thing is, I had done Frankenfurter for 5 years in a row in like paying gigs, in long-term runs, like months on end. And we went from having 0 people in the audience to having full sold-out houses because our performances were so good. Like I was signing autographs. I was picking women up. I was getting, people asking me to audition for stuff because I did so well in that role. So I know what I'm doing as Frankenfurter. And she was asking me not to sing. So I didn't. Until opening night. And then I sang. And I sang every show. Because the director was even like, you should sing. Because she's useless as a musical director. But anyways, so I know she doesn't like me. Because I didn't listen to her. And because I've always been kind of more respected than her as a performer. More talented than her. She's a very good singer. And she's an okay actress. But she thinks she's flawless. She's also very irresponsible. So that makes me think that she's less talented than she is because she doesn't actually know what she's doing. Like when she was trying to do the musical director role, like she had a rollout carpet keyboard that she was using. It was like a weird toy that she was using to have us sing to. When normally the music director, if they can't play the instrument, they hire a musician to play the music so they can play it while we're singing. But most of the time, at least in my experience, the musical director can play, so they will play it for you so you can know what they want. She couldn't play the music. So it was just really weird that she was so underskilled for the job she had. But anyways, so when I walked into this audition, which was a few weeks back, she was the director, and I had no idea. I sent out for the audition, everything was great. When I walked in, they're like, oh yeah, she's here. And I was like, oh, is that the director? They're like, yep. Instantly, I was like, I am so not getting the role. And then I auditioned, and I was going for the leads, and she had me read for like the lead multiple times. And I was like, okay, it looks like she's kind of interested. She asked me for a callback. I come for the callback, and then she's written on a list who's reading for what. And then she has me read for the antagonist lead, and she had me written down for the lead, but it was like she didn't give me anything to read for the lead. And then she had me written down for like one of the bit characters who comes in and is kind of supposed to be funny. And I was like, all right, I'll take the funny role. That's fine. We go in. We're all doing auditions. We're reading with each other. She has me read for the bit part often. She has me read for the antagonist a few times, but the other guys that were the antagonists were out of this world good. They were so much better than me. That's 100%. And then she had me read for the lead once. The only other guy that read for the bit role was the guy reading for the lead. So it was me and him between bit role and lead. And I read a lot for the bit role. He read all the time for the lead. So I was like, yeah, it's pretty obvious. She wants him for the lead. She wants to see if other people work with him as the lead. She wants to see how I respond as the bit role for everybody else. And then I got the email. There's nothing we can offer you. Who the hell did you give the bit role to when nobody auditioned for it? Who was the bit role? So it was very obvious she handed the role to somebody who didn't audition for it in order for me not to get it. So it's like I'm trying to remind myself that that's why I didn't get the role. It's hard not to feel like I didn't get it because I just really don't have the skill anymore. But we're working on it. We're going to get there. I'll eventually be on stream. I mean, on stage. Eventually. Maybe one day. Oh, man. Almost like The Cure. Yeah, that's kind of what she wanted me to do. And I was just kind of like, okay, but like, my biggest strength is my voice. And as Frankenfurter, I don't have the intimidation. You know, I'm not a big guy, so I can't play like a big Frankenfurter that makes you uncomfortable because they're dressed in drag. But I'm also not like super attractive, so you can feel uncomfortable because you're attracted to this like weird person in drag. Because he's not really in drag, he's just cross-dressing. Like it's a weird, this is at least how I've been explained, because I'm not in that community, so I can't fully speak that this is accurate. But this is what I've always been explained as. That Frankenfurter is a guy who will have sex with whatever lives and breathes, but he's a guy. He's not trans, and he just likes women's underwear. It has nothing to do with him wanting to be a woman or him wanting to be a drag queen. He just likes women's underwear because they make him feel sexy, but he's still a manly dude. So it's like that's kind of what I've always envisioned. But I'm not super attractive, so I can't pull off the sex appeal. And I'm not big, so I can't pull off the intimidation. It's really bad when I'm trying to intimidate Brad, and he's like a full 6 inches taller than me. But I was able to do it because, one, I have the energy to play that kind of role. But two, I sang, and through my singing, I made people fall in love with me. And for her to ask me not to sing, I was like, are you kidding me? That was like the one thing everybody loved about my Frankenfurter. You don't want me to sing? But I think it was just because she didn't want me to shine on stage. But anyways, I should stop. I gotta go eat. It's almost 11. I've been streaming now for 6.5 hours. This is the longest stream I've had in years. Don't forget, in about a month, 2 months, 2 months from now, come end of October, we will be doing a very long stream where we play some Silent Hill from start to finish. I'm so excited. Yeah, I gotta get some food. I didn't pull anything out of the fridge. I only have a little bit of leftovers, so I'm gonna have to see what I can do. Whatever, I'll do something. Night Owl, it was so nice to hang out, dude. It was nice to have you here. It's been a while. I was thinking about you recently because I've been streaming so much later. I'm like, I wonder if Night Owl's still a Night Owl, or if now things have kind of shifted around now that life's kind of returned to some kind of normal. So it was nice to see you. It was really, really nice to see you. Yeah, no stream tomorrow. My vocal cords need a rest. I have talked a lot today. My vocal cords need a rest. I will be back on Friday, and I don't know what to play. I don't know. We'll see what happens. My life is a highway. No, life is for my own picking right now. I'm gonna be figuring out what to do over the next few weeks to months as we like figure out the way the channel is gonna go, figure out the content I'm gonna create and what kind of direction we're gonna go. Who knows? Everything that I did now might be totally different than what it is. Just the way that everything that I'm doing now is very different than what I did when I first started with, you know, Mario, Nintendo, retro stuff. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, TikTok. Have yourselves a good night. See you later. Not that anybody's watching, but that's okay. And Twitch and YouTube, Night Owl, Bitsy, anybody else who's kind of lurking away, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate that. And I will see you all soon. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the journey too. I'm looking forward to seeing where you go, man, because you've been gaining some pretty big waves behind you that are pushing you forward to the next level. And the work you're putting in is actually finally paying off. And I'm so glad to see that because I've always loved your content. And I know life was kind of in the way and there was a bunch of stuff that was kind of stopping you from fully dedicating. I'm really glad to see that you're finally getting some response and that everybody else is seeing how awesome your content is. Keep it up, dude. I always look forward to seeing your stuff. All right. See you later, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.